It is now 9 o'clock, so I would like to begin. Thank you, everyone. So we will now begin our last day of this 74th meeting of the Standing Committee. I will ask everyone to kindly take their seats and please quiet down so we can begin. We will be starting with summary records, as I mentioned yesterday when I closed. So I would ask the committee to look at some 4, 5, 6, and 7. I will be taking these 4 summary records before continuing with the agenda. So to start, I will first open the floor for any comments or corrections on SC 74, Sum 4. This is the summary of the afternoon of Tuesday. So I will invite standing committee members or observer parties who wish to indicate a correction to Sum 4 to raise their flags. Great. So I don't see any requests from parties. I will see as well if there are observers, and I also note that the Secretariat has a technical edit. So perhaps the Secretariat first, and then I will see if there are any interventions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This technical edit relates to the NIAP 28.4, the recommendations to Mozambique. It's page 6 of Sum 4, recommendation L, little 3. We're noting that Mozambique was not using the NIAP template. It should be the NIAP progress report template. So it's just a precision as to which template they should be using. And exactly the same technical edit to number little 4 on page 7 at the very top, again, the recommendations to Mozambique, where we recommend them that they use the NIAP progress report template. So it's the insertion of these 2 words, progress reports, between NIAP and template. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So that's a correction on page 6 and 7 of Sum 4. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the summary record for Sum 4, we have a couple of edits to agenda item 28.5 on Totoaba, which begins on page 8 in the English version, and our edits are actually on page 9. So with regard to paragraph D, the reference to decision 18.292 should actually be decision 18.293. And then in paragraph E, the next paragraph, where it talks about a second mission to Mexico, we would like to insert after the word Mexico, taking into consideration the 30 April 2022 report by Mexico. So strike the word and insert taking into consideration. And then in the concluding sentence right after that, where it says the committee agreed to submit the following draft decisions, we would like to insert along with renewed and revised decisions as identified in paragraph E. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. Those seem like precisions. They do align with my sense of the discussion, so I think those we can take on, and thank you for that correction on 18292. I will continue to see if there's comments on sum 4. And this is, I've opened the floor to standing committee members, observer parties, and observers. Okay. So seeing no further comments on sum 4, I take it that is agreed with the technical corrections from the Secretariat and the amendments from the United States. So now I will turn our attention to SC 74 sum 5. And I will open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee and observer parties for any edits to sum 5. Okay, the Secretariat has a correction as well, but I will take the chair of the Animals Committee first, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm referring to agenda item 31 on country-wide significant trade reviews. We discussed also in the capacity building document later that the Animals and Plants committees would consult with the Secretariat and then propose draft decisions if necessary. So I would propose to add in 31, after that the chairs of the Animals and Plants Committee should, in consultation with the Secretariat and, if appropriate, propose to COP19 draft decisions. That better reflects what we decided. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee. I'll see if there's any other comments on sum 5. I'll open the floor to all participants present, and I believe the Secretariat, did you have? Please, Secretariat.
Yes, it's just a typo on agenda item 32, page 5, the second paragraph of agenda item 32, where the committee requested its chair to work with the chair of the intercessional working group on the review of resolution 11.33. It's not 11.33, it's 11.3. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Okay, I will see if there's any additional comments on sum 5. Seeing no further requests for the floor, I take it that sum 5 is agreed with the typo correction from the Secretariat and the additions from the chair of the Animals Committee. So now I will ask the Standing Committee to turn their attention to sum 6. And I will open the floor first to parties, Standing Committee and observer parties, for any edits to sum 6. So I will continue to see if there's any edits from any participants in the room. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In record sum 6, under agenda item 69, which is on page 4, on the CITES Big Cats Task Force, we note that the in-session group was a working group rather than a drafting group rather than a working group. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. United States, yes, that group was intended to work as a drafting group. I will see if there's any additional comments on sum 6. Okay, seeing no further comments on sum 6, I take it sum 6 is agreed with the editorial clarification provided by the United States. So now I will turn our attention to SC 74 sum 7. So I will open the floor to, first to standing committee members and parties for any edits or corrections to sum 7. I'll also invite any edits or corrections from all participants in the room. Seeing no requests for the floor, I understand that the Standing Committee agrees with SC 74, Sum 7. Thank you very much, Standing Committee. And so now we will turn our attention back to the agenda. It is my hope that we will be able to complete yesterday's agenda this morning, if we all work together. I will remind parties that I've asked you to limit your interventions to 2 minutes, and I do have my timer. I will ask observers. I will do my best to invite interventions from observers. If we progress well, I would ask you to limit your interventions to 1 minute. So I will start, please, with SC 74, Doc 72. So this SC 74 Doc 72 is on rosewood species, the report of the Plants Committee. I believe our Plants Committee chair is not in the room. I hope we've had transit okay. Secretariat, I was wondering, do you think you could step in and help introduce this document? With our apologies to the Plants Committee chair. Thank you, Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will introduce this based on the intervention previously prepared by the Chair of the Plants Committee. So the document relates to the decisions 18.234 to 18.237 on rosewood tree species. The document presents the updates and the progress that has been made so far in spite of the lack of external resources needed for the implementation of the decisions, which call for, amongst other things, a study and the undertaking of an international workshop. The Secretariat, again, did in-house research, which provided the basis for the discussions at PC25. And on the basis of this desk work, the Plans Committee agreed for a renewal and continuing this work following COP19. So the Plans Committee, at its 25th session, agreed on a new set of decisions to continue this work, acknowledging the progress already made. And in addition, we are reporting in this document that the Secretariat has, thanks to the generous contributions of Switzerland, secured some funds to make progress on the desk study. So we are currently working on this, and perhaps we will be ready to present updates by COP19. So the recommendation to the Standing Committee is to consider the draft decisions to continue this work contained in the annex of the present document, and to make recommendations in preparation for next COP19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for reading the intervention prepared by the Chair of the Plants Committee. So as the Secretariat has indicated, the Plants Committee is recommending that a renewal of the decisions on this topic, given the circumstances during this past period. So the Standing Committee is invited to agree with the submission of the decisions in Annex to Doc 72 to the Conference of the Parties. So I will open the floor first for members of the Standing Committee and seek your views on the submission of these decisions, please. And I will also invite observer parties who wish to comment. And I will see if So I don't see any requests from the floor. I see some half flags. So if there's a concern with these decisions, I'd appreciate you being clear, and if not, we will continue moving forward. So China, you wish to comment on Doc 72, the decisions, please.
Thank you, Chair. China supports the draft decisions presented by the Plans Committee to be examined by COP19. China believes that it's very important to establish a good and pragmatic collaboration with other countries in order to ensure the protection and management of these tree species, rosewood tree species, and the to make sure that the international trade of these species be done sustainably. In this regard, we would like to have additional clarifications from a scientific point of view on the genera and how these species are being included in the term rosewood to avoid an unreasonable extension of the list without a scientific basis.
Thank you, China, for your question. I believe the Plants Committee is undertaking that perspective, and that they have undertaken to prepare a preliminary list of species, and so we will take note of your question, and we will take note of that question to ensure that the Plants Committee is aware of your request for additional precision. But I heard your support for the decisions, so again, I am seeking interventions, particular interventions with concerns. Otherwise, I am reading that there is support to advance these decisions as proposed by the Plants Committee. I've opened the floor to standing committee members as well as observer parties. And I am also happy to invite one or two short interventions from observers. So I will take the one intervention from the, can't read that, in the back. Please let me know your organization, and again, less than a minute, please. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. I have the pleasure of commenting on behalf of the European Confederation of the European Industry, as well as others included in the document. The musicians depend on the trade of rosewood. Some musical instruments need big quantities of these species, which represents a very low percentage of these woods. Normally, these instruments are used and are sold in a long period. This means that in Annex of Document 70, and in particular in the CC document, we would like to support the Secretariat and the parties in the implementation of decisions 19AA and 19BB, and in particular in discussions regarding the scope of the proposed study and workshops. We believe our expert knowledge and perspective would add significant value to this effort. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't quite catch it, but European Conference, Confederation of the, thank you. I'm sorry. So I thank you, members of the Standing Committee and observers. I take it from the interventions and for your understanding my approach that there is agreement with the recommendation by the Plants Committee to submit the decisions, the draft decisions found in the annex to SC 74 Doc 72 for consideration by the Conference of the Parties. Thank you. So with that, we will move to the next document, which is document 84, products containing specimens of Appendix 2 orchids. So this is also a report of the Plants Committee. And so thank you, Plants Committee Chair. I will turn to you to present document 84.
Thank you, Chair. I will start by excusing myself for not being here on time to introduce document 72. Chair, on the basis of the conclusions of the working group on annotations working group of Appendix 2 orchids established in its 25th session of the Plants Committee, it was decided the need to carry out research on the plants used for food and medicinal objectives and to ensure the cooperation of the parties. In accordance with Decision 18330, the Standing Committee is invited to decide and agree that future work on orchid annotations be undertaken in close collaboration with any Standing Committee discussions related to annotations as per the recommendation of the Plants Committee contained in paragraph 5, subparagraphs F and G supra. B. Consider the draft decisions contained in the annex to the present document and to advise whether decisions 18327 to 18330 on products containing specimens of Appendix 2 orchids can be considered completed, and C. Make recommendations to the Conference of the Parties in its 19th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of the Plants Committee, for your report on SC 74, Doc 84 on products containing specimens of Appendix 2 orchids. The Plants Committee has invited the Standing Committee to agree that future work on orchid annotations be undertaken in close collaboration with any discussions in this committee related to annotations. And they invite us to consider the draft decisions in the annex of SC 74, Doc 84, for submission to the Conference of the Parties in replacement of existing decisions 18327 to 18330. So I will seek the views, firstly, of the Standing Committee members on the proposals, the recommendations from the Plants Committee. I will also invite views from observer parties. Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. We support the recommendation in paragraph 7A that this issue should indeed be discussed in collaboration with the Standing Committee Working Group on Annotations. We support in 7B that the decision 18.327 related to the study was completed as much as possible, but was hindered by financial constraints. We generally support the set of draft decisions, but propose some minor changes to reflect more the normal processes where the technical committees report to the Standing Committee, so they can also consider the recommendations before it goes to the COP. So in the annex containing the draft decisions, in the second one, 19BB, directed to the Plants Committee, our request would be to end the sentence after to the Standing Committee. So delete or the Conference of the Parties as appropriate. Should I repeat that? No? It's okay. And then in 19CC, also delete the as appropriate, so that to make sure that it goes to the COP. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. So Belgium, I understand you're supportive of the recommendations, but would like to see the decisions in annex to Doc 84 to clearly have the Standing Committee review the recommendations of the Plants Committee, and the Standing Committee submit these to the Conference of the Parties. I will continue to seek views, including views on Belgium's proposal, and I will presume silence to mean agreement, including agreement with Belgium's proposal. So I have opened the floor to members of the Standing Committee. I'm also inviting observer parties who wish to comment on the recommendations, including the draft decisions. I will see if there is any comments from one or two observers. Okay, good. So seeing no further requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees that future work on orchid annotations be undertaken in close collaboration with any discussions in this committee related to annotations. The Standing Committee agrees to advance to the Conference of the Parties the draft decisions found in the annex to Doc 84 with the amendments from Belgium. And in doing so agrees that decisions 18327 to 18330 can be considered completed. Thank you, members. And now we will conclude our discussion of document 84 and turn our attention to the next item. To note, the next item in our working program was item 58 on specimens grown from wild collected seeds or spores that are deemed to be artificially propagated. You will recall that we addressed this issue when we addressed document 6, the report of the Animals and Plants Committee. So as such, we will now turn our attention to Doc 60 on stocks and stockpiles. Doc 60 on stocks and stockpiles is the report of the Standing Committee Working Group, and it was submitted by Canada. So I will invite Canada to introduce your report, and I thank you for taking on the work of the leadership of this working group. Canada, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At COP18, the Conference of the Parties adopted Decision 17.170, Rev. COP18, which directed the Standing Committee, with the assistance of the Secretariat, to review the existing provisions agreed to by the parties concerning controls on stocks of specimens of CITES listed species and report its conclusions and recommendations to the 19th Conference of the Parties. The working group met virtually in November 2021 and subsequently provided comments by email on the elements of its terms of reference until early January 2022. Perspectives were offered on existing challenges to implementation of CITES provisions on stocks and stockpiles, on the fundamental objectives of conservation and enforcement that should direct the management of stocks and stockpiles, and on the need for and possible definition of the term stock and stockpiles. The working group agreed that paragraph 7 of document 7 SC 73 Doc 21 provides a useful overview of the resolutions and decisions concerning stocks and stockpiles of specimens of CITES listed species. The financial cost to the financial cost to parties of maintaining the security and integrity of stockpiles, especially the stockpiles of live specimens, was identified as a major challenge, and it was noted that existing provisions appear to encourage retention and management of stocks and stockpiles, many of which consist of specimens that cannot be traded commercially rather than their destruction. Working group members identified as objectives the assurance that the use of stocks and stockpiles of legally acquired specimens is consistent with CITES requirements, and that stockpiles are secured and managed and documented to prevent augmentation with illegally acquired specimens. Concerning Part C, definition of stock and stockpile, the working group considered the form definitions of terms stock and stockpile might take, and the definitions proposed in SC 70, Doc 41, stocks and stockpiles. Some working group members saw no practical need to create official CITES definitions for the term stocks and stockpiles and preferred to see a better understanding of where a lack of definitions has created difficulties for parties. Many working group members believe that the definitions should be simple and direct, but also broad enough to include all collections of living or non-living CITES-listed specimens within the jurisdiction of a party or under the control of a party, including those held privately. The recommendations of the working group are in paragraphs 21 and 22. The Standing Committee is invited to consider this report and observations provided by the working group as context for any subsequent discussions by the Standing Committee on controls on stocks and stockpiles. As the working group was not able to complete fully the tasks directed to it in the terms of reference, the working group recommends that the Standing Committee request the Secretariat to revise Decision 17.170, Rev. COP 18, and propose its adoption by the Conference of the Parties at COP 19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Working Group, and thank you to the Working Group for your discussions and your observations. The recommendations to the Standing Committee from the Working Group are found in paragraphs 21 and 22. Notably, the Working Group has indicated that they were unable to fully complete the tasks directed to it and recommends asking the Secretariat to revise Decision 17.170 for consideration at COP 19. And at this juncture, I would presume that that revision would simply be to update the timelines, the dates in the decision in order to carry it forward. So that's the proposal to the Standing Committee for your consideration. I open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee, and I see Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. We are grateful for the efforts of this working group's Canadian chair in making progress on the multiple issues related to stocks and stockpiles. This is an exceptionally complex challenge that necessarily engages with fundamental precepts of our convention. As the second recommendation acknowledges, the working group was not able to complete fully the tasks assigned to it. We will need more time, so prolongation of the terms of Decision 17.170 is appropriate. We refer you also to item 9 in the present document, the part that says, quote, provisions of Resolution Conf 17.8, including the decision tree analysis in Annex 1, and now importantly, may need to be updated for use with living specimens. I'll repeat that, may need to be updated for use with living specimens, end quote. We concur with this observation because there are obvious inconsistencies between the text of 17.8 and the text of the convention itself. It is important that those inconsistencies be harmonized with the prescriptive language of Article 8, paragraphs 4 and 5 of the Convention. Good enforcement of CITES predictably results in seizures. Determining a consistent and effective policy for the security and responsible care of live specimens once they come into the custody of enforcement agencies should be a priority. Hence the compelling need to ask COP19 to extend the remit of this working group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Israel, for your drawing attention to aspects of the debate and agreement with the renewal of this decision. I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite observer parties who wish to comment. I see Poland.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to welcome the report as a base for further discussions. and elaborations of guidelines, and we support the request to extend the discussions on the issue as described in the decision 17.170, which, however, should avoid legal implication of sale and confiscated specimens and management of stockpiles, as it was agreed at the Standing Committee 70. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland, for your observations and precisions. I will continue to take observations from parties. So I see Kenya, followed by the United States and India. Kenya, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kenya will also want to appreciate the work that has been done by the working group on the guidance on ivory stockpiles. Madam Chair, stockpiled ivory still remains an economic and security burden for most countries, and leakage of ivory from stocks remains a serious concern, particularly for the range states. Madam Chair, adoption of guidance on ivory stockpile management.
Kenya, apologies. I believe you're speaking to the next item. We are on document 60. You are speaking about ivory stockpiles, which is, I believe, document 61. So if I am correct that you are speaking about the guidance on ivory stockpiles, perhaps I could ask you to hold your intervention till we get to that document?
Madam Chair, I'm speaking to the report of the working group.
There were two working groups. There was the working group on stocks and stockpiles overall, item 60.
Yes.
And there's a report of the working group on guidance on ivory stockpiles, document 61. So are you speaking to document 60 or 61?
61.
So we are currently on document 60. So do you think you could?
All right.
Thank you, Kenya.
All
United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States supports the recommendation that the Standing Committee consider the report and the observations of the working group in it as context for subsequent discussions by the Standing Committee. We are also concerned about the lack of engagement from other parties on this very critical issue. We are very concerned with the commercialization of illegally acquired specimens and believe CITES actions in this area should focus on keeping confiscated Appendix 1 specimens and Appendix 2 specimens with CITES established zero export quotas from entering or re-entering commercial trade, in particular those illegally harvested from the wild. Regarding the existing provisions with reference to SC 73 document 21, paragraph 7, we support the suggestion raised in the working group report that CITES should develop general overarching principles or guidelines for maintaining stocks and stockpiles, differentiating between those that apply to Appendix 1 species and Appendix 2 species subject to CITES established zero export quotas and those for other CITES specimens. We agree, as Israel has noted in paragraph 9 of the document, that the decision tree analysis, captivity, and annex of Resolution 17.8 on disposal of illegally traded and confiscated specimens of CITES-listed species be revisited and updated for use with living specimens. It has language to imply that some commercial trade of seized Appendix 1 specimens may be re-entered into commercial trade, and it appears focused primarily on whether a commercial breeder wants the specimen. In the interest of time, we will offer our suggested changes to Resolution 17.8 when that agenda item, document 54, is discussed. We are also very concerned that the effectiveness of CITES provisions for the control of stocks and stockpiles is not being reviewed on a regular basis. While we recognize the work associated with this task, we believe that it is important and warranted for some sort of regular reporting, particularly under circumstances such as for Appendix 1 specimens and Appendix 2 specimens subject to zero export quotas, and especially for Appendix 1 species where we know that there is illegal trade. This could include reviewing the management of stock and stockpiles that considers possible action under Article 13. Finally, there is concern that in certain situations, it may be appropriate for some inventoried stockpiles to be entered into trade to support conservation programs, but these should be limited and should be subject to input from the Animals and Plants Committee as well as the Standing Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. So thank you for your interventions. Overall, I am hearing agreement to advance the decision for renewal by the Conference of the Parties, so as a REV decision. And I'm hearing various points being raised that have been elaborated in the working group's report, and we will ensure that the report from the Standing Committee also reflects the discussions and the decisions that we have had to date. So I will continue to take final interventions from parties. I will see if there's one or two observers who wish to intervene on document 60, and then I will close. China?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China supports the continuation and further discussions on the stocks and stockpiles. We support the proposal from the working group to renew the mandate to continue discussions following COP19. At the same time, China would like to repeat that stocks and stockpile management should be a national matter and that CITES should not interfere in that. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Oh, India, I apologize. I did have you on my list. India, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, we would like to thank the chair of the working group for the hard work in the short time that was available for the group to deliberate on its mandate. Chair, as we had communicated to the working group, we are not in agreement with the group's observations insofar as they equate Appendix 1 species to those listed in Appendix 1. While we agree with the emphasis on strict control and destruction of Appendix 1 stockpiles where possible, Appendix 2 species are allowed to be traded for commercial purposes, and such an approach is not justified in the case of such a species. In paragraphs 6, 11, 13, 15, and 16 of the working group's report, Appendix 2 species with CITES established zero quotas have been equated with Appendix 1 species. We had suggested that this be changed to COP established zero quotas, that is, quotas with a level of permanence, so as to distinguish such cases from voluntary established national quotas. We feel that the legal and practical implications of some of the observations made in the report need further deliberation. We support the revision of Decision 17.170 Rev COP 18, but reiterate the apprehensions we have regarding equating Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 species. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. So I will now open the floor for any last observations, including from observers present, and then I will conclude this item. Seeing no further requests for the floor, it is my conclusion that we can take note of the report from the working group, and that the Standing Committee agrees to request the Secretariat. And I will ask the Secretariat to work with the Standing Committee Chair so that I can include the revision in the report of the Standing Committee to revise Decision 17.170 for its renewal at COP19. And as mentioned, I will ensure that we include that language of a renewed decision in the report of the Standing Committee to the Conference of the Parties, where we can provide some of the context of the discussions that have been had to date. So thank you. With that, I conclude our discussion on Doc 60, and now we will turn to Doc 61. So the next document on our agenda is Doc 61.1, Guidance on Ivory Stockpiles, Report of the Working Group. So this was submitted by the European Union as chair of this intersessional working group. I, again, always thank those who have agreed to take on this work intersessionally. I recognize it's an additional draw on your time. So with that, I will turn to Belgium on behalf of the working group to introduce the document, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And indeed, I'm speaking on behalf of the European Union as chair of this working group. At SC 72, an intersessional working group was established to review and consider for approval the practical guidance prepared by the Secretariat for the management of ivory stockpiles, including their disposal. I already want to thank all the members of this working group for their valuable contributions, and I'm happy to report that the documents that will now be presented to you have been agreed by consensus by the parties in this working group. After an initial discussion about the best form such practical guidance should take, we concluded to have one single document providing best practices on how to manage ivory stockpiles. The intention was to have a practical document that highlights the most important attributes of an effective management system for ivory stockpiles and provide links to more detailed tools that are available for parties to use. A lot of material was already available, so I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Secretariat for preparing this consolidated guidance, bringing together all necessary elements. As mandated, a second document was also developed relating to options for the disposal of ivory. This document, if adopted, will be one of the linked documents in the overall guidance document. Initially, these documents were on the agenda for consideration at SC 73, but due to lack of time, they were not discussed. This, however, allowed the working group to iron out the last objections in the working group to the documents. So after a last round of consultations and revisions, the final versions of the document, called Practical Guidance on Ivory Stockpile Management, which can be found in Annex 1, as well as the document called Review of Elephant Destruction Methods, which can be found in Annex 2, were finalized. Although a group of observers would have preferred the guidance document being more comprehensive by including more detailed references to the content of the documents, which are now present as links in the guidance, both documents were supported by the members of the working group. The Standing Committee is now requested to consider both documents for approval. It was also the wish of the working group to highlight that these documents are to be practical guidances for which a periodic review would be useful, so new techniques and technologies can be taken into account. This could be done through a decision to be adopted by COP19, requesting the Secretariat to issue a notification prior to COP20, requesting input from parties to see if there's such new information that should be considered by the Standing Committee for incorporation in the guidance document or any of the documents which are referred to in the guidance document. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium, on behalf of the European Union as chair of this working group. And thank you for the presentation. So the Standing Committee is requested to approve the two documents found in Annex 1 and Annex 2 of SC 74, Doc 61.1, noting that these were well discussed by the working group and achieved agreement in the working group. And the Standing Committee is requested to consider submitting a decision for having a review of the guidance with language found in recommendation 10 of the document. And so I will seek the views of the Standing Committee on the two recommendations from the working group. I will start with members of the Standing Committee. Before turning to others, I would ask again for your interventions to be brief and focused on the recommendations. So I see China, Poland, and Ethiopia. So Poland and Ethiopia. So I will start with Poland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank the working group for all their efforts leading to those two documents. We support adoption of both documents and support the suggested way forward to make sure that documents continue to be up to date with the latest techniques and technologies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. Next, I had Ethiopia, followed by Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also appreciate the useful work of the working group, which was also a complex task, demanded several rounds of discussions. Madam Chair, Ethiopia welcomes the review of ivory destruction methods and the recognition that commercialization of ivory is unacceptable. Destroying ivory stockpile is useful for public education, reducing security costs and the risk of theft, and for signaling that seized ivory has no economic purpose. We therefore urge parties to consider taking the next step and develop guidance on ivory destruction. Having said this, under document 621.1, Ethiopia supports both recommendations as provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia. Next on my list is Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. First, we acknowledge and thank the European Union for providing the excellent leadership for this working group. Israel participated in this exercise and supports the acceptance of the resulting document and its recommendations. In particular, we draw your attention to item 10 under the recommendations. Appreciating that new techniques and technologies sometimes occur only after a good plan has already been created, we especially support the concept of allowing this practical guidance to be a living document capable of accepting those new techniques and technologies as they may emerge at some future date. The procedure of seeking COP19 decision followed by a notification prior to COP20 is an attractively efficient means of achieving this. So we encourage the Standing Committee colleagues to accept the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. So I am hearing support, and of course, silence means support to me. I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite observer parties who wish to comment to raise their flags. I see Japan, followed by Kenya. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan recognizes that the status of the two sets of the document is a voluntary basis, and Japan recognizes that the revised version of it should be guaranteed voluntariness as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Thank you for your observations. I will turn to Kenya, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Kenya will again want to appreciate the work of the working group and wishes to associate with the recommendations made by the working group for the Standing Committee adoption. Madam Chair, the stockpiled ivory still remain an economic and security burden for most countries, and leakage of ivory from stocks remain a major challenge. Adoption of guidance on ivory stockpile management is an important first step towards tackling this challenge, and we welcome the present guidance, which has been under discussion since SC 65. Madam Chair, we support the recommendation to adopt decisions of COP19 for updating the guidance on stockpile management so that it remains a living document. Madam Chair, the committee should ensure a robust and transparent process in this regard. Madam Chair, the notification issued by the Secretariat should seek input from CITES stakeholders that have significant expertise And in this regard, we want to appreciate the work done by the Elephant Protection Initiative in the issue of stockpile inventory and stockpile management that has been assisting many parties across the elephant range. The decision should also ensure that the Secretariat reports to the Standing Committee on the responses to the notification, and that the Standing Committee recommends adoption of any changes to the guidance on stockpile management. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. So I'm hearing again good support for both recommendations in Doc 61.1. So I'm hoping we will be able to draw to a conclusion soon. I have 2 more parties, and then I will see if there's 1 or 2 short interventions from observers. I have Burkina Faso, followed by Zimbabwe. Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Burkina Faso welcomes the work of the working group and really appreciates the quality. We support the intervention made by Poland, Ethiopia, Israel, Japan, and Kenya. And we also consider that the Secretariat's notification on the practical guidelines should also be addressed to other stakeholders, in particular those who work in the area of elephant protection and who have significant experience in the updating of practical guidelines. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. I will take the last party intervention from Zimbabwe, and then I will invite 1 or 2 observers. Zimbabwe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zimbabwe appreciates the efforts by the working group in compiling all the comments and coming up with the documents. Zimbabwe is a country that is guided by the principle of sustainable utilization for all its wildlife resources. Thus, we do not recommend the destruction of ivory and any other wildlife resources where we may retain some value for the funding of our conservation efforts. We recommend that there should be a third option to trade raw and worked ivory to CITES approved parties or institutions under approved guidelines to generate the much needed revenue for funding wildlife conservation programs in the source countries. The current challenges in the conservation sector are calling for more resources to fund wildlife protection. Zimbabwe is in support of the recommendations outlined in SC 74, document 61.1, and document 61.2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, parties. So before I conclude on this item, I will see if there's 1 or 2 observer interventions. Senegal, sorry, I had concluded with parties. So you wish to also speak briefly on 61, please? Please, Senegal.
Thank you, Chair. On this item, on guidance on ivory stockpiles, we encourage destruction. But maybe not everything, maybe we have to leave some for scientific research, but poaching would be encouraged if we keep stockpiles, and therefore the destruction is the best option with keeping scientific samples. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal, for your observations. So again, I'd like to conclude on document 61.1. I will see if there's any interventions from observers. Seeing only 1 request for the floor, 1 short intervention. IWMC, please.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, I think the use of obligations under a resolution is inappropriate. There is no such a thing as obligations under resolutions of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IWMC. So I see no further requests for the floor, so I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees to approve the 2 documents found in the annex to document 61.1 practical guidance on ivory stockpile management, and the review of elephant destruction methods. Further, the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendation in paragraph 10 to prepare a decision for consideration by the Conference of the Parties that would allow a review of the living document, taking into account any new information initiated by a notification to the parties. Since we don't have language for such a decision at hand, what I suggest is that paragraph 10 is quite clear on the intent of the working group of what that decision would have. And so I would suggest that the Standing Committee chair can work with the chair of the working group to prepare language and include it in the report of this item to the COP. The language will reflect the approach asked for in recommendation 10. So that is how I suggest we move forward. Thank you all for your kind attention. And with that, we conclude our discussion on document 61.1, and we turn our attention to doc 61.2. Document 61.2, annual inventories of stockpiles, a report of the Secretariat. So Secretariat, please, I invite you to introduce your report.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of paragraph 7E of Resolution Conf 10.10, Ref Cop 18, parties in whose jurisdiction there is an ivory carving industry, illegal domestic trade in ivory, an unregulated market for or illegal trade in ivory, or where ivory stockpiles exists, and parties designated as ivory importing countries should maintain an inventory of the government-held stockpiles of ivory, and where possible, of significant privately held stockpiles of ivory within their territory. Parties should inform the Secretariat of the level of the stock each year before 28 February. The source of the ivory and the reasons for any significant changes in the stockpile compared to the preceding year should also be reported. At the 18th meeting of the Conference of Parties, the parties adopted 2 decisions related to this provision directed to the Secretariat. The Secretariat had to identify those parties that have not provided information on the level of government-held stockpiles of ivory and significant privately held stockpiles of ivory within their territory, or where stockpiles are not well secured, and report to the Standing Committee with recommendations as necessary, and annually publish updated summary data based on the inventory submitted by the parties, disaggregated to regional but not country level, including the total ivory stockpiles by weight. The Secretariat is currently not able to identify all those parties which are urged to make submissions based on the criteria outlined in paragraph 7E of the resolution. In relation to government-held ivory stockpiles, inferences about the presence of stockpiles can be drawn from 3 sources. Firstly, aggregated data from microports show that a number of range states which have never declared ivory stockpiles have nonetheless reported finding elephant carcasses in mine sites from which ivory was recovered. Secondly, several parties which have never declared ivory stockpiles have nevertheless developed national ivory action plans which contain measures concerning stockpiles. And thirdly, data from ETIS indicate that a number of parties which have not submitted ivory stockpile declarations have reported making seizures of ivory during the period 2014 to 2019. It may be that such ivory is subsequently stored by the government of the party concerned and would constitute a stockpile. The Secretariat issues an annual notification to the parties reminding them of the obligations to submit information on the level of their stocks and associated information, together with a model inventory for doing so. Since 2014, 39 parties have declared their ivory stocks for 1 year or another, but only 2 parties have declared their stockpiles every year. As directed, the Secretariat has published annually on the CITES website a summary of the data based on the inventory submitted by parties. The Secretariat received 23 reports in 2022 and will publish the summary on the website in due course. With regards to the identification of parties where stockpiles are not well secured, at SC 71, the Secretariat identified Burundi as a country a party where ivory stockpiles are not well secured. The Secretariat reports on its attempts to engage with Burundi relating to its ivory stockpile, but unfortunately, the Secretariat did not receive any response from the party. The recommendations to be considered by the Standing Committee are included in paragraphs 18 to 20. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report. I'll draw the committee's attention to paragraph 18 through 20, the recommendations from the Secretariat to the Standing Committee. And I will look for the views, firstly, of members of the Standing Committee on Doc 61.2 and the recommendations in paragraph 18, 19, and 20. Ethiopia, please.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. We appreciate the Secretariat for compiling the report. Ethiopia supports the recommendations as provided, except we have a concern with paragraph 20, because the report indicates still there are many more parties which haven't reported their stockpile. So therefore, we suggest, rather than deleting decision 18.14 and 18.15 at COP19, just to propose to renew these decisions at COP19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ethiopia. I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I will, at this point, also offer the floor to observer parties. Kenya, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Kenya would like to align with the comments by Ethiopia, not to delete the decision 18.184 and 18.185 as recommended by the Secretariat. Madam Chair, ivory stockpiles still remain as serious threats to elephants through leakage of ivory into legal trade. The existence of stockpiles perpetuates demand and markets for ivory. The actual level of global and regional stocks will almost certainly be much higher than the 796 tons declared by 22 parties in 2021, given that 44 parties inferred to have ivory stockpiles have never declared their inventories. Madam Chair, therefore, we ask that parties be given another opportunity to report. We urge the committee to recommend the renewal of decision 18.184 and 18.185 at COP19, and that the Secretariat should report to SC 77 identifying parties believed to have ivory stockpiles which have still not declared their ivory stocks by 28 February 2023 in accordance with the resolution Conf 10.10 as revised at COP18, para 7E. Madam Chair, the Standing Committee as SC 77 should consider whether further actions are necessary regarding those parties inferred to have stockpiles that have yet to provide an annual inventory. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. I had Gabon, please.
Thank you, Chair. Gabon would like to thank the Secretariat for this very well-prepared report. The existence of ivory stockpiles are a risk of robbery that could encourage the illegal trade of this ivory. On top of that, the number of stockpiles should be going up due to seizures or natural deaths, and so an precise inventory of ivory stockpiles in accordance to the resolution Conf 1010 of the Ref COP 19, paragraph 7e must be implemented. For this reason, Gabon, having burned all its stockpiles of ivory, has continued investing efforts in a transparent management of its stockpiles, including a standard marking, physical documentation, and e-database, as well as the building of a new secured room. As such, Gabon has been able to declare its ivory stockpiles and now for a number of years. And in this regard, Gabon would like to support the recommendations of document 61.2, but it opposes to recommendation of paragraph 20 on the intention to recommend the deletion of decisions 18.184 and 18.185. These decisions gave crucial information and show that a number of parties are not applying Resolution Conf 1010, paragraph 7e, and paragraph 16 of the document 61.2 shows that the Secretariat doesn't have enough information to evaluate the safe situation of stockpiles. Gabon is very concerned with the stockpiles that are not being destroyed, and in these conditions, Gabon would like to renew decisions 18.184 and 18.185 because they haven't been implemented fully. As for the recommendation on paragraph 19 of the current document, we understand that one may have difficulties on a detailed report of the existing stockpile if the inventories and markings are not up to date. Gabon would therefore propose that the Standing Committee suggest to the Secretariat A to send a new notification to request all parties not having declared their ivory stockpiles, and in particular the 44 countries mentioned in document 61.2 in paragraph 9, to submit before the 75th session of the Standing Committee a detailed information on their stockpiles and the eventual needs of assistance they may need to be in conformity with Resolution COF 10.10 and its paragraph 7e. B, update the list of countries that have not declared their ivory stockpiles before the next session of the Standing Committee. And C, suggest a decision that requests parties to submit a report on the measures taken to ensure traceability, safeguarding and destruction, if necessary, of their ivory stockpiles. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabon, for your perspectives. And I'm starting to see a way we can move some of these things forward. I think I had Belgium. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Several EU member states have been identified as parties which made ivory seizures and reported these to ETIS, which leads to the logical assumption that ivory stockpiles may exist in those member states. When ivory is formally confiscated by an EU member state, it is destroyed. In some cases, it's not destroyed immediately, but stored for a limited time to be destroyed as part of a larger batch. This is the rationale behind the non-reporting, as it was felt that the short-term storage of ivory does not fall under the scope of the reporting. A very small number of items are kept by customs or other relevant authorities for teaching exercises, and if needed, we can provide a written statement on this to the Secretariat. In general, we agree with the recommendations as set out in paragraph 18, and we recommend that parties submit the relevant information related to ivory seizures to the Secretariat. We would ask, however, for renewal of decisions 18.184 and 18.185. And in relation to the case of Burundi, we feel it's justified to give a mandate to the Secretariat to arrange for a technical meeting to Burundi to resolve this long-standing issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I will continue to see if there are interventions from parties, standing committee members, and then I will give a brief summary before turning to observers. I see Indonesia followed by Japan, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Indonesia appreciates the Secretariat for the report and takes note on the report. On stockpiling, we are glad to report that our Ministry of Environment and Forestry, as the management authority of elephant ivory, have already a reporting system operated by elephant conservation units managed by conservation unit offices in every provincial in Indonesia. In every province in Indonesia. The stockpile management is the elephant's ivory in captive is for elephant ivory in captive. Hence, and in this regard, we like to convey that perhaps further training on using the database might also be needed in our case. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I'll turn to Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Considering the discussion here in the item 61.2, Japan would like to support the opinion to increase the number of the parties to submit the report. On the other hand, Japan would like to recall that we need discuss the necessity and effectiveness, meanwhile considering the mandate of the convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan, for your additional observations. Just for everyone's sense of where I think we are headed, first of all, I'm seeing agreement in general with the recommendations, in particular recommendations in paragraph 18. Taking into account the comments made by Gabon for the urging and appealing of parties to step up their efforts, we could additionally request the Secretariat issue a reminder notification to again ask these parties identified to provide some information in relation to government-held ivory stockpiles. I'm also, however, hearing concern with recommendation 20, where the Secretariat indicates its intention to recommend the deletion. It's my sense that the Standing Committee would indicate that it's their preference to renew these decisions, that they feel it's important. There is another opportunity to have this information reported on and discussed with the Standing Committee. And as such, we would seek the renewal of these decisions. And in renewing these decisions, this would also allow for some of the points Gabon raised about updating the list of parties, and the Standing Committee could take that information into account and make some additional assessments at SC 77. So this is where I think we're heading. However, I have indicated that before I conclude, I will take one or two short observer interventions. So observers who wish to speak, I will take the David Shepherd Wildlife Foundation, IWMC, really short, of course. David Shepherd Wildlife Foundation, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of 14 organizations, and I would like to support the interventions by Ethiopia, Kenya, Gabon, and the EU, and your suggested way forward. Ivory stockpiles are a major security risk, with thefts and illegal sales often involving corruption and international criminal networks. We congratulate the Secretariat for its very useful analysis. However, as Kenya pointed out, since 44 parties believed to have stockpiles have never submitted declarations, the actual level of global stocks is almost certainly far higher than the 796 tons declared in 2021. We are concerned that several of these parties are under the NIAP process, including in Category A, making this a compliance matter. We therefore urge the committee to call on all parties identified in paragraph 9 of Doc 61.2 to submit ivory stockpile declarations as a matter of urgency, and here we welcome Gabon's suggestion. And this is not the time to delete the decisions from COP18, but to renew them. Lastly, we recommend that the Secretariat use data collected via MIC, ETIS, and NIAP records to identify for COP19 the largest likely undeclared stockpiles. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, David Shepherd Wildlife Foundation. I'll take the intervention from IWMC, and then I will move to conclude. IWMC, please.
Thank you, Chair. Subparagraph B of the recommendation 18 state, quote, remind parties of the obligations of paragraph 7 resolution conf 1010, unquote. This is wrong, Madam Chair. Paragraph 7 of resolution conf 1010 urges the party. So those wording should be changed to maybe simply remind parties of the provisions of paragraph 7 of resolution conf 10. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, IWMC. Okay, so after hearing the speakers, and you heard my summation, so I am not seeing any additional requests for the floor. So it's my conclusion that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 18 of document 61.2. We additionally would request the Secretariat to send an additional notification to the parties to underscore the request for their provision of information on government-held stockpiles of ivory. And with regard to paragraph 20, the Standing Committee takes note of the Secretariat's intention. The Standing Committee underscores that it is our belief that these decisions should be renewed, and that we would like these decisions to be renewed so that the Standing Committee can further consider the results of this request for information at its 77th meeting. Thank you, members of the committee. That concludes our discussion on document 61.2, and we will now turn to document 71. So the first of the next set of documents is document 71 on great apes, report of the Secretariat. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, delegates. In document SC 74, Doc 71, in consultation with the Great Ape Survival Partnership, or GRASP, and the Primate Specialist Group section on great apes of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the Secretariat reports on 3 aspects related to implementation of Resolution Conf 13.4 Rev Cop 18 on conservation of and training great apes. Firstly, it reports on its work with GRASP, as I said, the Great Ape Survival Partnership, which is an alliance of over 100 national governments, conservation organizations, research institutions, United Nations agencies, and private companies committed to the long-term survival of great apes and their habitats in Africa and Asia. Secondly, it reports on illegal trade in great apes, as reported by CITES parties in their annual illegal trade reports. And thirdly, on emerging issues concerning great apes and COVID-19. The Standing Committee is invited to note the report of the Secretariat provided in the document and to include details of its consideration of the implementation of Resolution Conf 13.4 Rev Cop 18 in its report under paragraph 2i of Annex 1 to Resolution Conf 18.2 on establishment of committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we are invited to take note of the Secretariat's report. So I will open the floor for any observations from members of the Standing Committee on document 71 on great apes. I will additionally invite any observations from observer parties present. I see Africa followed by Gabon.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the Secretariat for all the work that's been carried out following this notification. And we'd like to strongly support the recommendation on the conservation of great apes and their habitats. Because whilst we talk about habitat destruction following the uncontrolled exploitation and timber trafficking, this has an effect on the habitat of great apes. In Senegal, Pterocarpus, which we constantly mention, is an essential species, and we only have that in the eastern region of area of the country, and there we have a great deal of Pterocarpus erinaceus, which goes towards Mali and Guinea. So this uncontrolled exploitation will affect the habitats of the species. Thank you.
Thank you, Africa. I turn to Gabon, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gabon would like to thank the Secretariat for document SC 74-71, prepared in collaboration with GRASP and the Primate Specialist Group of IUCN. When it comes to the area of distribution, which are particularly in danger, we have committed to preserving them, and we are particularly concerned about the vulnerability of great apes. 4 of the 6 great ape species are at risk of extinction, and they continue to be subject to poaching and international trafficking. And this is something that we see in the database on great ape seizures. The conservation of great apes needs international collaboration, and so I would like to recall the provisions of paragraph 8 of Resolution Conf 13.4, which says that the Secretariat of the CITES strengthens collaboration and develops synergies with other multilateral environmental agreements, in particular those on the Biological Diversity Convention and the CMS when it comes to the conservation of great apes. In addition, Gabon recommends that the Standing Committee prepare a draft decision for COP19, which requests that the Secretariat develops a plan to strengthen collaboration and synergies with other MEAs, including the CBD and CMS, and to report to the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee, and this could be under 19AA directed to the Secretariat. The Secretariat draws up a plan on the strengthening of collaboration, cooperation and synergies with other multilateral environmental agreements in the conservation of great apes, in accordance with paragraph 8 of Resolution 13.4, reviewed at COP18 and presented to the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. Would you like me to reread that, Madam Chair?
No, thank you, Gabon. I've taken note of your request. I will continue to take interventions from the floor. And I've heard the intent of what you're suggesting. I think we already have some existing decisions that reference those synergies. So it might be useful to avoid overburdening the number of decisions to simply take note of the particular attention to synergies on this issue and bring that into our synergies, our collaboration discussion. So that's an early reaction, but of course I'm seeking feedback and interest from members of the committee as well as observer parties. So I will continue to seek requests for the floor. Nigeria, is that a request? Okay, Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to inform the Standing Committee that Nigeria is working with a lot of NGOs like RCCN, Red Columbus Conservation Initiative, in order to ensure the conservation of great apes. A series of meetings have been going on, and a lot of sensitizations, to the communities where these great apes are found. A lot of sensitization and awareness creation is going on, and we wish that this collaboration with other non-governmental agencies will continue. Therefore, these great apes need to be protected by enforcing all the necessary laws, and they need to be tested and be sure that they are free of COVID-19, because a lot of people have implicated the great apes to say that they are COVID-19 carriers. So Nigeria is about to sign a transboundary agreement with Cameroon on the biodiversity protection, between Nigeria and Cameroon. And so we thank the Secretariat for this document, and we want to also wish that we continue collaboration with other NGOs in the protection of great apes. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria. I will see if there's any final requests from the floor from parties. I'll also invite one or two short interventions from observers, and then I will conclude this item. So I will take the last intervention from Guinea. Guinea, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will not repeat what others have said before us, even though we are in favor of this decision. We appreciate the work of the Secretariat, and we support, as a range state, this work for great apes. That's why we have committed to the protection and conservation of habitats. To sum up, we can only consider the protection of animals when we also consider their habitat protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Guinea. Thank you very much. I will see if there is a short observer, so I will take the one from the Pan-African Sanctuary Alliance, and then I will conclude.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning. And if it's easier next time, PASA also works. The intervention is made on behalf of 15 observer organizations. We appreciate the report prepared by the Secretariat in consultation with GRASP and the IUCN Primate Specialist Group section on the implementation of ResConf 13.4 Rev COP 18. At least 100 live gray apes have been seized or surrendered in range states since January 2020, according to available data. The actual extent of the trade is likely much larger, as investigative organizations and sanctuaries in Africa and Asia continue to receive orphaned apes rescued from the illegal trade. Stricter enforcement, stiffer penalties are urgently needed. We share the sentiment expressed by Senegal, Nigeria, and Guinea, and we support the recommendation proposed by Gabon while noting the chair's comments that there has been synergies on international collaborations, and we would therefore urge that when there's a reporting to the Standing Committee or the COP next time, such synergies on international collaborations could be included in the report to the COP or the Standing Committee. It is our view that it's critically important.
I'm sorry, it's been over a minute.
Okay,
Can you
thank
please
you so
wrap
much,
up?
Chair. Yep, I just want to emphasize and appreciate the international collaboration on this critical issue.
Thank you, Pan-African Sanctuary Alliance. Thank you to all the interveners and observations. Based on the discussion, I suggest that the Standing Committee note the report of the Secretariat, and that additionally in the report of the Chair on the work of the Standing Committee to the Conference of the Parties, we underscore the importance of including the work on and collaboration on issues associated with great apes in any collaborative work undertaken with other relevant MEAs as part of the work on collaboration with other organizations that the Conference of the Parties has requested of the Secretariat. So with that, I will turn now to document. I conclude our discussion on document 71 on great apes, and I will turn to the document 76 on Tibetan antelope. And I will invite the Secretariat, please, to prepare to present this document.
Thank you, Chair. In document 76, the Secretariat highlights responses received from 5 parties concerning the implementation of Resolution 11.8, Rev COP 17, on the conservation of and control of trade in the Tibetan antelope. The document highlights the efforts made by Switzerland to combat illegal trade, which resulted in an increase of seizures of Shatushals. Switzerland reported that it had exchanged information about this illegal trade with relevant parties such as India and Italy. The Secretariat also presents an overview of the illegal trade data reported by parties in their annual illegal trade reports during the period of 2016 and to 2020. The Secretariat concludes that it's important for parties to continue building capacity to detect illegal trade in Tibetan antelope specimens and to raise awareness to prevent such illegal trade. The Standing Committee is invited to consider the recommendations prepared by the Secretariat in paragraph 11 of the document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. Thank you for the report on the activities associated with Tibetan antelope. And I invite the Standing Committee to provide your views on the recommendations proposed in paragraph 11 by the Secretariat. So I will start with requests for the floor from the Standing Committee members. I will also invite observer parties who wish to comment. Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this report, which, in our opinion, the illegal trade in chatouche made from the wool of the Tibetan antelope is an ongoing issue. And the seizure data drawn from the illegal trade report does not adequately reflect this. 96% of the seizures reported over the last 5 years were made by Switzerland, which is somewhat surprising to us since the shawls we confiscate come from a variety of different countries, as we have stated many times in the past in order to raise awareness among other parties. Switzerland has intensified their efforts in this area through increased enforcement efforts and targeted inspections, special training of border enforcement officials, and repeatedly reaching out to parties that you have believed to also be affected by this issue. We would like to highlight that we have been in close contact with the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau of India over the last years and have received valuable information regarding specific cases and also for the exchange of knowledge and experience, which has been very insightful. Recently published reports reflect the efforts made by India with large numbers of seizures. It will be great if these numbers would be reflected in the illegal trade reports, since they underline the magnitude of this trade. We commend China on the efforts made to protect the Tibetan antelope in its habitat and would very much welcome if the study mentioned in their response to notification number 2020-38 would be made available to parties. The offer for parties to approach Switzerland should they wish to exchange information on this or require assistance with identification or other aspects stands, and we hope that more countries will reach out and continue the dialogue as has been done by UK, Canada, and also Italy in the past. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. I see a request from China, followed by India. China, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China has intensified its efforts to protect this species by drastically working against the illegal trade and hunting and cutting the chain of illegal trade. In China, this species is listed on our national level 1, and it is banned from being hunted or killed. And so the Tibetan antelope has seen a rapid increase. We have more than 300,000, and it is continuing to grow and become more stable. The success of the conservation of Tibetan antelope in China is a perfect illustration of international cooperation and shows how essential it is for the protection of wild animals and plants and to protect it from overexploitation in international trade. We are convinced that the efforts carried out by various parties to implement the convention means that more and more species will be better protected, just as the Tibetan antelope. So we are willing to increase our cooperation with parties concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Next on my list was India. India, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. India would like to provide an update in relation to Tibetan antelope. The Tibetan antelope is listed in Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act and receives the highest degree of protection under Indian law. India's Wildlife Crime Control Bureau conducted a special operation codenamed Operation Soft Gold from October 2018 till March 2019 with the aim of focusing the actions of various enforcement agencies in the country on illegal trade in chatouche. The Bureau's vision was to bring about awareness among various stakeholders, weavers, traders, consumers, as well as public and the enforcement agencies towards curbing illegal chatouche trade. During the operation, the Bureau has trained enforcement officials of Customs, State Forest Department, and paramilitary forces deployed at border and exit points in the identification of chatouche and the modus operandi used in the illegal chatouche trade. A number of shawls containing chatouche wool have been seized at various airports booked for foreign destinations. Based on an analysis of the outcome of Operation Soft Gold, the Bureau has published a field guide on Shaitush for law enforcement agencies to help understand the dimensions of the illegal trade of Shaitush and to act as a ready reckoner for the identification of Shaitush and its products. Considering the work that has been done, we do not think that the recommendation in paragraph 11.b of the document need be addressed to India. We stand ready to assist other parties in the identification of Shaitush products. We also recommend more urgent cooperation and coordination among the demand, supply, and transit nations to effectively curb this illegal trade. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. I will continue to request to see if there's any requests from the floor from parties. Guinea, please.
As we have a little time, I'm going to be brief. Guinea recommends that the information on the various seizures carried out by parties concerned be shared so that we can increase transparency but also decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you, Guinea. So I will continue to take requests from the floor, and I will also open the floor to one or two observer organizations who might wish to comment on Tibetan antelope. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I was trying to get a bit of a clarification on some of the activities and the next steps here. So thank you, members of the Standing Committee and parties. And I see no further requests from the floor, including from observers, so I will sum up. Overall, it's my impression that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 11. We note the report, and we also take note of the updates from parties that have spoken at this meeting. And I will include this matter in my report to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. So thank you, committee members. So with that, I think I will conclude on Doc 76 and move us to Doc 77 on helmeted hornbill. So document 77 was prepared by the Secretariat, and I will invite the Secretariat to present Doc 77.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you all. Document 77 on helmeted hornbills reports on the implementation of the decisions adopted by the last meeting of the Conference of the Parties on this subject. Chair, the Secretariat secured funding from the United States of America, for which we gratefully acknowledge, to support the implementation of Resolution Conf 1711 on helmeted hornbills. We wrote to the range states of this species to alert them to the availability of this funding, but we did not get any requests for support. As you'll see in the document, we also secured funding from the European Union, and equally we offer our grateful thanks for that, to organize through the auspices of IQWIC a meeting in Asia to draw the attention of enforcement authorities to illegal trade in helmeted hornbills, and we hope that this meeting can be organized later this year. We invite the committee's attention to the responses we received to a notification to the parties which we sent about this matter, about trade routes for this species, and about the implementation of Resolution Conf 1711. Chair, our recommendations are in paragraph 12, and as you'll see, we ask the committee to take note of the document, to encourage range states to take up the funding opportunity that we've described, to encourage participation in the upcoming meeting on illegal trade, and finally for the chair of the Standing Committee to include a report of these conclusions in the committee's report to COP19. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So thank you, Secretariat, for your report on helmeted hornbill and the decisions for the species. I draw the committee's attention to paragraph 12, the recommendations, and I will seek your feedback on recommendations in paragraph 12, starting with members of the Standing Committee. I will also open the floor to observer parties who might wish to comment on helmeted hornbill. And United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States supports noting the Secretariat's report as well as the other recommendations in document SC-74, document 77, including the recommendation for range states to seek the Secretariat's assistance in implementing Resolution Conf 17.11, and that range, transit, and consumer states actively take part in the Interpol-led regional investigation and analytical case management meeting in Asia, which, as the Secretariat noted, is expected to be held later this year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. So hearing support for the recommendations. And seeing no further requests for the floor, I will see if there are any observers who wish to intervene on helmeted hornbill before I conclude. I will take one intervention from IUCN. IUCN, please.
Thank you, Chair. This intervention from IUCN and its Hornbill Specialist Group is also on behalf of Traffic, Wildlife Conservation Society, WWF, and Humane Society International. We would like to commend the efforts by the range, transit, and consumer states on reducing the poaching and trafficking of the parts of the critically endangered helmeted hornbill. However, we are concerned with the very low response to the notification from the Secretariat. We therefore encourage range states to report on their efforts to combat the poaching and trafficking of helmeted hornbill at this meeting and at COP19. In view of ongoing illegal trade, we urge consumer states to urgently facilitate and/or undertake studies to understand the drivers of consumer demand for helmeted hornbill casques. We welcome the funding from the EU in support of an Interpol-convened meeting with a focus on illegal trade in helmeted hornbill and encourage the participating states to discuss demand reduction measures at that meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IUCN. Indonesia, did you just ask for the floor? Okay, I would ask you to be brief as I'm hearing good support. So thank you, Indonesia.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the 17th COP in Johannesburg, which was followed by the 18th in Geneva, we have agreed to a wave of change to the implementation of decisions on conservation on trade in helmeted hornbill. In this regard, Indonesia took serious action implementing National Conservation Action Plan since its launch in 2018, collaborative conservation action to evaluate the population status and massive awareness along with law enforcement is still ongoing. Regional collaboration on DNA forensic research is currently under final review to establish a standard protocol for enforcement and demand reduction intervention. With the potential funding opportunity offered by the Secretariat, we urgently propose the funding to support the implementation of Resolution 17.11 in all range states of this species. Stopping this illegal trade is a big and challenging work that cannot be done by Indonesia or other states alone, but only a global collaboration can stop the illegal trade in this rare, majestic hornbill. We cannot wait to act. The window of opportunity is narrow and it is closing quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. So thank you to all the parties who have intervened. And based on the discussion, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations in paragraph 12 of Doc 77 to take note of the document, to encourage range states to respond, to encourage participation at the Interpol-led meeting, and to report on this through the chair's report to the Conference of the Parties. Thank you. And with that, I will conclude discussion on Doc 77, and I will turn our attention to Doc 78 on Saga antelope. So, Doc 77 on Sago antelope is the report of the Secretariat and the Animals Committee. So I will ask the Secretariat to please introduce the report.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Document 78 on Saiga antelope is a joint document by the Secretariat and the Animals Committee, and we'll be introducing it. The document sets out the good progress that's been made by range states, the Animals Committee and the Secretariat, working with our colleagues in the Convention on Migratory Species. The committee will note that the population of Saiga species in the wild has been increasing, with a minimum of 860,000 specimens now present in the wild, and this is good news indeed. The Animals Committee has taken the opportunity to review progress on the implementation of these decisions, and they've suggested that this work be continued after COP19 through a further suite of decisions. And these decisions can be found in Annex 2 of the document. The Secretariat endorses the proposal from the Animals Committee. We've made a few minor suggestions for amendments to these decisions in paragraph 41 of the document. Chair, in summary, you'll find the recommendations in paragraph 42, and the Animals Committee and the Secretariat asks the Standing Committee to note the document, to commend those whose efforts have led to the improved situation for these species, and to propose the decisions in Annex 2 with the minor amendments in paragraph 41 to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we have this report from the Animals Committee and the Secretariat. We're asked to take note, and in particular to submit the draft decisions presented in Annex 2 with the amendments proposed by the Secretariat in paragraph 41 to decision 19BB and 19EE. So I will seek views of the members of the Standing Committee on the proposed decisions. I will also invite views from observer parties. I see Poland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat and Animals Committee for the report and for recommendations, and we agree with proposal of the Secretariat in the document. We commend parties for their efforts in conservation of the species and control of trade in its specimens. However, we regret lack of reporting by range states and limited reporting by trading and consumer states, and we encourage them to submit relevant reports. We also support decisions proposed by Animals Committee as amended by the Secretariat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. I had also the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States also supports noting the document and recommending that the draft decisions included in Annex 2 to the document as amended by the Secretariat in paragraph 41 be submitted to COP19 for its consideration and adoption. The United States remains very concerned over continued illegal trade in Saiga specimens and unknown and unmonitored stockpiles of Saiga specimens. And we look forward to the Secretariat, with U.S. funding, undertaking a review of the processes and practices in place in Saiga range states and major trading and consumer states concerning their management of stockpiles of Saiga specimens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. I will continue to see if there are comments from members of the Standing Committee as well as observer parties. I will also invite, if there are one or two observers who wish to provide a short intervention on Saiga antelope. I see CMS and Wildlife Conservation Society. I will take these two interventions. CMS, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The CMS Secretariat greatly welcomes the collaboration with CITES on the conservation and potential trade of Saiga antelopes. Although concluded as a daughter agreement under CMS, the Saiga Memorandum of Understanding has always received much attention from CITES parties. Signatories of the Saiga MOU agreed at their fourth meeting, which took place last year online, that the MOU's technical coordination should be outsourced to 2 organizations with the relevant expertise. This would allow efficiency gains to be made while relieving the 2 convention secretariats. We would like to take this opportunity to highlight that funding is still required to allow this technical coordination to be carried through. Thank you.
Thank you, CMS. And I will take the final intervention from the Wildlife Conservation Society. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I just couldn't not comment on Saiga. We work on the species in the wild, particularly in Mongolia. We appreciate the information on population trends provided during the meeting of the signatories to the just mentioned CMS Saiga MOU, which we attended. We welcome the reported increase in many populations, as noted by the Secretariat. However, we note that this is part of the nature of population trends for Saiga, where large population increases can be offset by major mortality events and must be treated with caution. Poaching, associated illegal trade, linear infrastructure, disease, and climate change are ongoing threats that may cause or exacerbate significant overmortality. While there have been successful anti-poaching efforts in Mongolia, for example, foot and mouth disease is currently widespread in the region, and die-offs are already being detected. Also, the current annotation in the listing of the Saiga allows re-export of products for commercial purposes, and information on illegal trade suggests that states along the trade chain should pay particular attention to securing, managing, and potentially eliminating stockpiles to avoid opportunities for laundering and illegally trading Saiga horn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, WCS. And thank you to all those parties and observers who have intervened. It is my understanding that the Standing Committee thus agrees to take note of the document, agrees to commend the Saiga Antelope range states for their effort, and agrees to advance the draft decisions presented in Annex 2 with the amendments provided by the Secretariat in paragraph 1 of the document for consideration by the 19th Conference of the Parties. So that concludes our discussion of document 78. So I will now turn our attention to document 63. So this document is on West African vultures, and I will ask the chair of the Animals Committee, please, if you could introduce this document. Animals Committee Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the members of the Animals Committee for their work and input, and the Secretariat for its support and help in creating that document. At COP18, several decisions on West African vultures were adopted. The Secretariat reported on the implementation of Decision 18186 to 18189 in document AC31 Doc 20 and its Addendum 2. The Animals Committee took a number of intersessional decisions in addition to that, including the establishment of an intersessional working group on West African vultures. At AC31, the committee considered the document provided by the Secretariat and the results of the intersessional working group. Concerning Decision 18191, the Animals Committee requested the Secretariat to inform the range states of West African vultures that in the context of the implementation of Decisions 18132 and 18134 on non-detriment findings, improved NDF guidance is expected to be developed, and to share relevant new NDF materials with the range states when available. The recommendations of the Animals Committee, as agreed at AC31, are presented in paragraphs 7 and 8 above and in Annex 2 of this document in the form of 6 draft decisions. The Standing Committee is therefore invited to, in accordance with Decision 18192, paragraph A, to consider the information and recommendations of the Animals Committee and the draft decisions in Annex 2 to the present document for submission as appropriate to the COP19. And B, agree on a process for reporting on the implementation of decisions 18186 and 18191 to COP19 in consultation with the Secretariat as instructed in decision 18192, paragraph B. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee, for your report. And I will draw the committee's particular attention to the proposed draft decisions prepared by the Animals Committee and found in Annex 2 of SC 74, Doc 63. And it's my understanding that the recommendation would be to advance these draft decisions to the Conference of the Parties, in essence to replace the existing decisions. So I will seek the views of the members of the Standing Committee on this work and presentation from the Animals Committee. And I will also invite observer parties who wish to comment on the draft decisions on West African vultures. Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank the Animal Committees for this document. This question on vultures is an issue, a document that was sent to the Secretariat for COP18 by Senegal, because it is a very specific concern in our region. I know you're not going to be taking the time, but this is, ecologically speaking, a group of species that are very useful for the human being and that render us a service that is very valuable. And I would like to thank everyone, and specifically us in the conservation world. I'm going to tell you something that is extremely important. When you see the carcass of a dead animal on its right side, if it's not
putrefying, stop it and turn it to the other side. If you see it on the right side, vultures will come and eat that carcass. But if you leave the carcass on the left side, vultures will not visit, will not go to that carcass. And that carcass will only rot and carry viruses. This is a small piece of information, I know, but don't hesitate to spread it out because it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. And I admit that was not information I knew, so I do appreciate that. Thank you. We don't have West African vultures in Canada, obviously. Thank you, Senegal. I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee as well as observer parties on the draft decisions proposed by the Animals Committee. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nigeria wishes to recognize the report of the Animal Committee to the Standing Committee on the West African Vulture, as highlighted in the SC 74 Doc 63, and support the recommendations. However, we also want to add some suggestions below. Nigeria is in support of the development and implementation of West African Action Plan on Vulture, led by NGO alliances at the national and international level, including BirdLife International and Nigerian Conservation Foundation, to coordinate a regional effort to combat illegal trade in vulture due to belief-based use in demand member states of ECOWAS. Recognizing the importance of this regional coordination effort, Nigeria will is in support of Convention of Migratory Species through RAPTO, MOU. I will also is in line, we're going to host the regional workshop in combating illegal wildlife trade in vulture and its parts for belief-based used in later part of this year. We also encourage range states of West Africa to further implement and report annually the implementation status of the Vulture Multi-Species Action Plan to the Animal Committee for consideration by the Standing Committee, and also assist range states to monitor and review national legislations and policies that regulate and disallow the use of poisonous substances which directly prosecute vulture across agricultural and forest landscapes. In line with other countries' suggestions among the range states, Nigeria also recommends that the Animal Committee working group that produced this recommendation should have its mandate extended in time. Nigeria will welcome any cooperation on evidence-based, scientific, non-detrimental finding between range states and CITES to address the threats to West African vulture. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria, for your comments and your suggestions, some of which I think are encapsulated in the draft decisions that are proposed, including asking the Animals Committee to continue some efforts in this area. I will, seeing no further requests from parties, I will see if there is one or two small requests from observers, and then I will conclude. I will take the one intervention from CMS, please.
Thank you, Chair. CMS welcomes the draft decisions on West African vultures agreed by the Animals Committee. The actions that the West African range states, the parties, and the intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations are called upon to implement are in line with the actions identified in the CMS Vulture Multi-Species Action Plan. The decisions therefore complement and reinforce an existing infrastructure of policies and commitments by parties, range states, and NGOs. These commitments are based on solid science, and there clearly is urgent need for actions to address the trade and its motivations, improve the preparedness of authorities to reduce the impact of any poisoning event, and properly enforce existing legislations through appropriate police investigations and prosecutions. CMS not only provides guidance and an institutional framework, it also supports actions on the ground and conservation planning. CMS is also supporting a training mission in Guinea-Bissau to enhance the local preparedness to counteract the ongoing poisoning incidents and the development of an action plan for the conservation of vultures in that country. Recently, local, regional, and international vulture experts joined forces and produced a review threat analysis and stakeholder mapping that will be the foundation for a wider multi-stakeholder planning process to take place in Nigeria later this year, as mentioned, to develop consensus on how national and regional actors will work together to better understand and mitigate the threat of vulture persecution in West Africa. CMS will be supporting the workshop and contributing to the development of the action plan. We encourage to take advantage of any synergies between CITES and CMS. Thank you.
Thank you, CMS, and thank you to the parties who have intervened. Based on your comments, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations from the Secretariat and the Animals Committee and agrees to advance the draft decisions presented in Annex 2 of SC 74, Doc 63, for consideration by the Conference of the Parties to replace the existing decisions on West African vultures. So thank you. That concludes our consideration of this item. So the next item on our agenda is SC 74 Doc 48. This item is on labeling systems for trade in caviar. This has been submitted by Canada as chair of the working group, so I will invite myself to introduce this document. So this document is in response to decision 18.146, directed to the Standing Committee to consider the practical challenges in the implementation of the provisions on a universal caviar labeling system. In the document, you can see some outline of the discussions that were had by this working group in virtual meetings as well as by correspondence. The working group in particular was considering the requirements of the labeling system, including identifying the country of origin on the labeling system and its applicability in the context of the move to more primarily aquaculture in caviar. And you can see there's some information that was provided as a background document by the Secretariat for the information of the working group, which is found in the annex. So with my thanks to the members of the working group, there was a good discussion on this issue, but it was clear that at the time we were unable to identify an agreeable, by consensus, practical change, and you can see some of the views that were expressed in the report. In the context of the discussion, however, one option that was brought forward was to consider the use of the 2D or QR codes in the labeling system for caviar, and how that might help address some of the concerns in terms of including all the information on the caviar in trade. And so as a result, the working group prepared draft decisions, which are found in paragraph 17 of document 48. And the Standing Committee is invited to advance those draft decisions for consideration of the Conference of the Parties. Additionally, the Standing Committee is invited to propose deletion of 18.146. This issue has been discussed, and it doesn't appear that we are able to come to a practical solution, and so it might be best to propose deletion. However, if the committee wishes, alternatively, the committee could propose its renewal for further discussion after the 19th Conference of the Parties. So with that, I will seek the views of members of the Standing Committee on the recommendations provided in paragraph 17 and 18 of the document. Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We agree with conclusions and recommendations in the report, including draft decisions 19AA and 19BB, related to further exploration of benefits and especially risks related to use of QR codes for caviar labeling purposes. As for the recommendation under point 18 to delete decision 18.146, we do not object it. However, if the committee will consider useful its renewal, especially in the context of recommendations focusing on improvement of caviar labeling system as outlined in SC74 Doc 47 and other practical challenges in application of universal labeling system not addressed to date, we are open for such proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. And so Poland agrees with the advancing of the decisions proposed in paragraph 17 of the document. And with respect to any future work on caviar labeling system, it's my understanding that Poland, you would be supportive of a decision, not a direct renewal, but a decision that rather looks in general at the challenges with the caviar labeling system, which is a subject that came up in the discussion of the next document, and we can return to that. Okay, and so I take note of that, and in particular for your second point, I think it might be worthwhile considering that with the next document and then seeing if there's agreement. However, I will continue to seek views in general about these points from members of the Standing Committee. So I continue to seek insights from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite observer parties who might wish to comment. I have Switzerland followed by Canada. Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the working group for the preparation of this document and the fruitful discussions that have been made. I would like to make a comment in relation to decision 19AA in paragraph 17 of the document. We have yesterday, talked about the document 41 on electronic permitting systems, and there this working group will be looking in the issue of QR codes, the use of QR codes on permits, and in order not to duplicate work, we should maybe liaise these two decisions to make sure that we don't do the same thing twice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. And yes, duplication of effort is to be avoided as much as possible. What I will understand is if the Standing Committee does agree to advance these decisions to the Conference of the Parties, then we will take note of that linkage in the report so that the Standing Committee at its 77th meeting could determine how to best implement these decisions in a way that is cohesive and doesn't duplicate effort. But first, I will seek the views of the Standing Committee as to whether they wish to advance these decisions, and so far I've heard support. So Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. We wish to thank the Chair of the Working Group, yourself. This topic has been challenging for many years, and we found the discussions and information exchange in this working group during this intersessional period were very enlightening. As with our colleagues, we would support proposing the decisions AA and BB, but as with Switzerland, if there is an overlap, it should be not duplicated. We could support the renewal of decision 18146, but would suggest that the focus be on assessing whether even the caviar label is still relevant and necessary in light of the current context for caviar sources and production. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. And again, I'm hearing support from Canada for continued work on evaluating the labeling system for trade in caviar, similar to what Poland was suggesting as a result of the next document. After the Conference of the Parties versus the more limited mandate in decision 18146. So I will continue to seek views from parties. And standing committee members? And I will see if there's any observer organizations who wish to comment. I will take the one comment in the back from WWF. WWF, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. WWF would like to thank the working group for its report. WWF supports the draft decisions inviting the Standing Committee to consider the usefulness of including QR codes in caviar labels. Indeed, we believe that this could fix a number of challenges found in the current labels, in particular the lack of security features that make them easy to forge. Regarding the issues in the working group where consensus was not reached, we support retention of all country of origin codes in caviar labels, and we also support retention of the terms country of origin rather than country of processing. However, we would like to emphasize the need for parties to properly enforce and comply with existing rules, which remain a fundamental problem with the current labeling system, especially with regards to the information required on the label and the requirement that the label seals the container. Thank you.
Thank you, WWF. So I will attempt to summarize. I will see if there's any further interventions requested from participants. Okay. So I am going to first, it's my conclusion that the Standing Committee agrees with the proposed decisions in paragraph 17, decision 19AA and 19BB, to be advanced to the Conference of the Parties for its consideration. In our report, in the report of the Standing Committee, when advancing these, we will take note of the linkages to the work on e-systems to ensure that we can guide the Standing Committee to avoid any duplication of effort, as pointed out by Switzerland. With regard to decision 18.146, based on the interventions I've heard, I believe the Standing Committee actually does agree with the deletion of 18.146, given its scope was limited to a particular issue. My understanding from those who would favor continuing work is that the issues they would favor are for the committee to consider reviewing the caviar labeling system, likely taking into account some of the points that are occurring in a subsequent document that we will shortly discuss, and maybe consider opportunities to improve the functioning of the caviar labeling system. And so what I'm going to do on that, so that language could be something that we could add to 19BB as a subparagraph B, for example, and direct the Standing Committee to also consider these points. I am going to, and I certainly, the Standing Committee could ask myself as chair to work with the Secretariat to craft such a decision. But before I put that forward, I'm just going to take a look around the room to see if the Standing Committee, if I captured the points that were raised by Poland and Canada, and if that approach would be generally agreeable to the committee and observer parties. And if there's any concerns, you can, I don't know, shake your heads in. I see some nods. I'm looking to see if there's any not concerns. Okay, so I think that would be agreeable. So maybe, because this is very much linked to the next document, what I will do is I'm going to leave this document open because I think we will want to include that decision in association with 19BB of this document. But before we completely conclude, let's hear the report of the next document because there is in particular, the reference to the study that brought up some other issues on the caviar labeling. So if that is clear to everyone, I hope everyone is with me. I will ask for everyone to also turn their attention to SC 74 Doc 47 from the Animals Committee. And I'll ask the Chair of the Animals Committee if you'd like to introduce this document.
Thank you, Chair. COP19 renewed decisions 16136 to 16138 on identification and traceability of sturgeons and paddlefish. In relation to the study to be done on identification of species, subspecies, source and origin of sturgeons and paddlefish species and specimens in trade, in 2020, in a postal procedure, the Animals Committee commented and provided inputs on the terms of reference for the proposed study. At AC 31, the Animals Committee reviewed the draft study and endorsed it with slight changes in wording. The study, as amended and finalized, is entitled Identification of Species and Hybrids, Source and Geographical Origin of Sturgeon and Paddlefish, Specimens and Products in Trade, is presented in the annex to this document for the Standing Committee's review. Here I would like to thank WWF for the production of that document. The Animals Committee recommended that the study also be made available to the intersessional working group of the Standing Committee on Labeling Systems for Trade in Caviar, which happened in June 2021. The Animals Committee further requested that the Secretariat publish a notification that asks parties to reach out to laboratories within their country and inform the Secretariat about capacities to conduct forensic analysis, as well as to collect information on readiness to analyze samples and then publish this list on the secure part of the CITES webpage. At this time, 3 parties have provided relevant information, and I would like to particularly thank those countries: Japan, US, United States of America, and the UK. The details can be found on the CITES website. The Standing Committee, therefore, is invited to review the study in the annex of this document, take note of the implementation by the Secretariat of recommendations of the Animals Committee, as explained in paragraphs 6 to 8, and make recommendations as appropriate for communication to parties concerned or for consideration at COP19. These recommendations may include publish the list of laboratories received by the Secretaries on the CITES website, so open and not closed. Publish the summary table that is contained in the study. It's table 2 publish this summary table on the CITES website for information, and share the study with IQWiC to support enforcement agencies in detecting illegal trade in sturgeon and paddlefish specimens. And suggest to COP19 that decisions 16136 and 16137 have been fully implemented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee. And so the Animals Committee is inviting the Standing Committee to review the study in the annex on identification of sturgeon and provide its comments. And in doing so, the Animals Committee Chair was suggesting that the Standing Committee could recommend to publish the list of laboratories received by the Secretariat on the CITES website, to publish the summary table, so that's table 2 of the study, on the CITES website for information, to share the study with IQWiC, and then that the decisions 16136 and 16137 have been implemented. So I will seek views of the Standing Committee on the study. I note, as per the paragraph 5 of the document, the Animals Committee noted that an aspect of the study was on the labeling system, and thus made available that study to the working group that was discussing the previous item. The working group did not consider the full study and the comments on the labeling system at that time because its mandate was narrower in scope. However, that is something that could occur subsequent to a decision to the Conference of the Parties along the lines of what Poland and Canada were suggesting under the previous discussion. So before I conclude, I'll be interested in views of the Standing Committee on the recommendations provided by the Animals Committee, and then I will conclude. So Poland, please.
Thank you, Madam. We thank the Secretariat and the Animals Committee for efforts taken with regard to preparation of this document. We take note of this document and stress its importance in further elaborations and drafting recommendations aiming at the improvement of efficiency of CITES provisions related to trade in ACP reformers. Parties should be encouraged to explore and make use of the identification methods as described in the document and make any efforts in order to improve traceability of sturgeon products in trade. For example, through implementation of reliable labeling requirements, increased controls along the trade chain, especially of domestic markets. We also agree on the need to review and adjust Resolution 12.7, basing on the findings and possible solutions provided in the document, especially in order to improve labeling system and its application. We support areas for improvement of the current labeling system proposed in point 5.1 of the study provided in the document, indicating at the same time that there is a need to further assess feasibility and practical aspects of the ideas presented. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. I will continue to take interventions on the study and next steps for members of the Standing Committee, and I would also invite observer parties who might wish to comment. I'll also see if there are any observers who wish to comment. Okay, so seeing no more requests for the floor, I'm going to try to put this all together, so just 1 second. Okay, thanks. I was just trying to make sure I understood the where things sit in our various resolutions. Okay, so thank you for your report. So I am going to first address document 47 and the report of the Animals Committee. So first of all, thank you to the Animals Committee. We take note of the implementation of the recommendations, the implementation by the Secretariat of the recommendations of the Animals Committee. In addition, we heard some additional recommendations from the Animals Committee, and I didn't hear any disagreement. So it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees to publish the list of laboratories and the summary table on the CITES website for information. I believe the Standing Committee also agrees with sharing the study with IQWiC to support enforcement agencies in detecting illegal trade in sturgeon and paddlefish. I believe we additionally agree with the suggestion from Poland to invite parties to make use of the identification methods that were described I believe, in the study. And then finally, we agree that decisions 16136 and 16137 have been implemented. As a result of the study, and in consideration also of Doc 48, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees that it would be beneficial to have continued discussions, broader discussions on the caviar labeling system and possible opportunities to improve the functioning of the caviar labeling system. So it's my recommendation, it's my sense that the Standing Committee would recommend a decision directed to the Standing Committee asking it to consider opportunities to improve the functioning of the caviar labeling system, taking into account the information found in the study that is found as an annex to Doc 47. And I will clean that up for the Conference of the Parties. And then, of course, the Standing Committee could then make recommendations to the Conference of the Parties on that. And so if the Standing Committee agrees with that aspect, I propose that the chair of the Standing Committee be invited to include that additional direction to the Standing Committee as part of the decision, the draft decision 17BB found in paragraph 17 of Doc 48. And this is just to keep the package together. So I hope that's clear, because I know that's a bit of a cross between two documents. I will just take a quick look in the room to see if there's any confusion. Okay, so therefore, under this, I therefore take it as a conclusion under SC's 74 Doc 47 that the Standing Committee would invite the chair of the Standing Committee to propose a decision to the Conference of the Parties on undertaking further consideration on possible improvements to the caviar labeling system. And under Doc 48, in addition to the conclusions we already came to, the Standing Committee concludes to advance the decisions in paragraph 17 of the document, including an amendment to paragraphs to decision 19BB, directing the Standing Committee to consider the study in Doc 47 and consider opportunities to improve the functioning of the caviar labeling system and make recommendations to the Conference of the Parties. And the Standing Committee chair will be invited to propose language for such a decision and submit it to the Conference of the Parties for its considerations. Okay, thank you. Members of the Standing Committee, I will consider that to be the conclusions of our deliberations on document 48 and 47. And with that, I will turn our attention now to document 46 on identification materials. And this has been prepared by the Secretariat in consultation with the scientific committees. So I will ask the Secretariat to please introduce this document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Document 46 on identification materials contains a very brief report on the activities undertaken by the Secretariat in the implementation of Decision 18.135. Most notably, I'd like to highlight the development of the revised edition of the identification guide for ivory and ivory substitutes that the Secretariat developed in cooperation with WWF US Traffic and US Fish and Wildlife Service. I brought a few printed copies to this meeting in the 3 languages, but they have all gone. However, the guide is available for downloading on the CITES website in the 3 languages, and we will bring more printed copies to the COP in Panama. The document further reports on the implementation of Decision 136 and 137 with regard to the review of Resolution 11.19 REPCOP 16 on the identification manual. In accordance with these decisions, a new draft resolution on materials for the identification of specimens of CITES-listed species has been developed by the CITES Secretariat and reviewed and agreed by the joint session of the Animals and Plants Committees in June of last year. This new resolution would repeal and replace Resolution Conf 1119. It's included in Annex 1 of the document. The joint session of ACNPC also developed a set of draft decisions contained in Annex 2 of the document. In preparing the document for this meeting, the Secretariat had another look of these draft decisions together with the draft resolution and considers that if the Standing Committee agrees to advance the new resolution for consideration and adoption at COP19, there is no need to also present the draft decisions. There is overlap between the decisions and the text of the draft resolution. In accordance with Decision 18.138, the Standing Committee is invited to review and submit the draft resolution, to COP19 for consideration and adoption. The committee is further invited to consider whether the draft decisions in Annex 2 should be submitted to the COP. Finally, the committee is invited to agree that decisions 135 to 139 have been implemented and can be deleted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I draw your attention to Doc 46 and the recommendations found in paragraph 11. And in particular, we are invited to consider submission of a draft new resolution in Annex 1 on materials for the identification of specimens of CITES-listed species. And we are equally invited to submit draft decisions found in Annex 2 or determine that those decisions are not necessary given the submission of the draft resolution. So I will seek views of members of the Standing Committee on the recommendations, please. Poland, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We look forward to the relaunch of the CITES Virtual College. While we do note that most of ID materials are outdated, some of the species-specific information have the potential to be reused and revamped within a user-friendly web-based system. We suggest any new additional material developed for the CITES Virtual College could also be shared, where appropriate, with the very widely used Informea e-learning platform. We support the recommendations A, B, and D of the document. And as for the recommendation C, we think that the newly proposed resolution does appear to cover the intent of the draft decision, so there is no need for the submission of those decisions to the COP. Last, we would like to suggest small text change in the draft resolution presented in the document. It would be in the last paragraph on page 5, and the change version would read, recalling that the CITES identification manual was begun in 1977 and continued through resolution Conf 11.19 Rev COP 16, full stop, and next sentence would read, however, much of the information has become outdated as it has not been updated since 2009. And we suggest to delete all the rest of the sentence, which seems not relevant as not only there is more web-based species information available, but also there is a huge and sheer increase in the number of species on CITES appendices. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. And I was wondering if you could read the new sentence that you would insert that would replace the information after the comma that says "but has become obsolete." If you could just read it again.
Yeah, of course. I will read the whole paragraph, if I may, to make it clearer. So it would start with as it is, recalling that the CITES identification manual was begun in 1977 and continued through Resolution Conf 11.19, Rev Cop 16, full stop. However, much of the information has become outdated as it has not been updated since 2009. And also, full stop, we leave it as it is and suggest to delete the rest of the sentence.
Thank you, Poland. And if you don't mind a small suggestion, I think I would put the full stop after identification manual so that the title of the resolution is clear.
To contain the title, of course. Thank you.
And so again, we are looking at the final preambular sentence proposed for the new proposed resolution on materials for the identification. And Poland would put a full stop after, in the second sentence after identification manual, and replace the remaining language with, however much of the information has become outdated as it has not been updated since 2009. So I will seek views of the committee as well as I will open the floor to observer parties on the recommendations in paragraph 11 of the document, including the proposal from Poland. North America, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Before I provide, I have a question on the proposal from Poland. Is the proposal to delete the part prior to that that says "but has become obsolete" in 2009? Because otherwise there's a bit of redundancy. But I don't have the text in front of me, so.
Yes, the proposal from Poland is to delete everything after identification manual, so the "but has become," etc., and replace it with the language Poland provided.
Thank you, Chair, for that clarification. The North American region would like to thank the Animals and Plants Committees and the CITES Secretariat for their work towards implementation of this decision. We fully support the proposed resolution and draft decisions in Annex 1 and 2 of Document 46, as amended by the Secretariat. And we also continue to support the remaining elements of the draft decisions, which would direct the Animals and Plants Committees to review, assess gaps, and prioritize needed updates on identification materials in the next intersessional period. Should the resolution not be adopted at COP, we would like to have a way to ensure that there are decisions so that we understand that the resolution is redundant and would embody such work. But if the resolution was not accepted, we would like to make sure that there is a mandate to ensure that this long and overdue work progresses following COP19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North America. And so your perspective to retain the decisions is clear. And if I understood correctly, your proposal is to advance the decisions as they are found in Annex 2 with the amendments from the Secretariat that are found in Annex 2 to the Conference of the Parties. It wasn't entirely clear if you were supporting them as found in Annex 2, like with the strikeout or not.
With the amendments from the Secretariat, Chair.
So with the strikeout. Okay, thank you, North America. I will continue to take views. I've heard 2 different views on the decisions, and I will also invite, like I said, observer parties to comment. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could, I would like to just explain
the elements of the decisions and why we're very interested in retaining those elements that are remaining in Annex 2. The work of the Plants and Animals Committee to update identification materials has been underway since COP 16, and it's been difficult to make progress. And so we see now that the resolution has been revised, we think this is a great opportunity for us to really make progress on those other issues that we haven't been able to finalize. And I think just to follow up our colleague from Canada, the question being posed is, should the parties not adopt the resolution, is whether we should have these decisions in the background so we can put them out there, or, you know, that's what those decisions were, those elements that are stricken were intended to do. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So I understand the view that there is a proposed resolution and that it is overlapping. However, recognizing that a conference of the parties needs to make a decision on that, that the North American region would want to also submit decisions in order that if the conference of the parties determined that a resolution wasn't necessary, that decisions would allow for continued work. What I'm a little unclear of is exactly the type of decision that is being expected from the North American region, because you talked about elements that were stricken. And so I'm going to draw everyone's attention to Annex 2. Annex 2 includes the draft decisions that were proposed, I believe, by the Animals and Plants Committee, and then the Secretariat provided some edits as strikeout. And so I guess my specific question is, is the strikeout agreeable to the North American region, or would you prefer the decisions as they were provided by the Animals and Plants Committee? So if that's clear, I would really appreciate it, just because I'm a little unclear as to your proposal. United States, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the elements that were stricken in the resolution were the backup plan if the resolution were not to be put forward. So meanwhile, as edited, we're perfectly happy to be positive and be sure that the parties are going to adopt this resolution, so we won't need a backup plan. But I think that was sort of the question that we were alluding to at the end of our regional intervention. Meanwhile, the remaining elements of the decisions, we'd like to see those continue forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I apologize. It's been a long week, so my processing isn't working quite as quickly as I would like. So I understand that now that the North American region would like to submit, first of all, agrees that decisions should be submitted, and second of all, would like to retain those elements that were struck out by the Secretariat in the case that the Conference of the Party does not adopt the resolution. So I hope that's clear to everyone. And so we have two views, again, on this point on the decisions. We heard from Poland that the decisions are redundant to the resolution. We've heard from the North American region that, however, the decisions have elements, first of all, that are beneficial, and additionally should not include the revisions proposed by the Secretariat in order on the chance that the resolution itself is not adopted. So Again, there's a number of ways we can present this to the Conference of the Parties. I'm sure we'd like it to be as simple and clean as possible for the Conference of the Parties. So I will take some advice from others here in terms of your views on how to best progress this to the Conference of the Parties. I see both Switzerland and Poland, and perhaps Switzerland. I will take Switzerland, and then I will turn to Poland, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to confuse you, but I think what the United States meant that we proposed the decisions like they are written here with the strikeouts to the COP, and that first the COP then decides whether they want to adopt the resolution. Then we can adopt the decisions having the strikeouts, and if the resolution would not be adopted, then we can adopt the resolution and take the strikeouts off to keep them in, okay? Sorry.
I know this will be surprising, but I think I finally got it. So the idea, as I understand it then, is to propose the resolution and then propose the decisions. So again, the other option is to simply not bring any decisions forward, and the decisions would include kind of a reflection that the decisions may or may not include those aspects related to a resolution depending on the previous decision. So there's a lot of conversation that would happen, and the report would need to really pull that out. But I think I do understand the approach, and I hope I got it right this time. But I see Canada, so did I get it wrong?
No, I think we're all saying the same thing, just slightly different. Can we bracket that striked out text?
No, I would prefer not, because that implies a lack of agreement. And I do understand that there's agreement on, or there may be agreement, I still have to hear from others, on an approach. So we will just have to be clear on the approach. Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for coming back, but to make it clear after hearing the views of the room, we can definitely live with retaining the decisions in the document as presented and the recommendations as they stand in the document. Thank you.
So I will see if there's any other interventions. If not, I think from what I've heard, the approach proposed by the North American region and hopefully clarified by a number of parties is agreeable. But before I advance that, I will see if there's any other interventions. And I will also open the floor to any observers who wish to intervene on this item. Okay. So, seeing no further requests for the floor, it's my conclusion that the Standing Committee takes note of the document and the progress made, that the Standing Committee agrees to forward the draft resolution found in Annex 1 of Doc 46 to the Conference of the Parties, that the Standing Committee further agrees to propose adoption of decisions to the Conference of the Parties. So the Standing Committee further agrees to propose adoption of decisions to the Conference of Parties. So these are decisions that the Standing Committee is proposing the Conference of Parties adopt along with the resolution. And so that set of decisions would not include the strikeout, because they would be adopted together. The Standing Committee additionally proposes that should the Conference of the Parties not wish to adopt the resolution, that the Conference of Parties alternatively adopt a suite of decisions that includes the text currently found in strikeout in Annex 2. A, B, C. Okay, Thank goodness I see nods on that one. So, and with all of that, we additionally agree to invite the Conference of Parties to agree that decisions 18-135 to 139 have been implemented. Thank you very much for your patience as we walk through those proposals. With that, I think we can conclude our discussion on Doc 46 and turn our attention. We have already completed document 30. Thank you very much. So we can now turn our attention to Doc 51 on introduction from the sea. And my apologies, I just want to clarify, because I forgot to clarify, for the previous document, it's my understanding that we do agree with the amendment proposed by Poland to the final operative paragraph of the draft resolution. So just to ensure that there is clarity, we are advancing the draft resolution as amended by Poland. My apologies for forgetting to state that clearly. So now I will turn your attention to SC 74, Doc 51. This document has been prepared by the Secretariat, and I will invite the Secretariat, please, to introduce this document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This document is a report from the Secretariat with regards to Decision 17181, requesting the Secretariat to report to the Standing Committee on negotiations under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea on conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity beyond national jurisdictions, and on Decision 18158, requesting the Secretariat to monitor the implementation of Resolution 14.6 on introduction from the sea and report to the Standing Committee. The Secretariat's report under Decision 17181 is set out in paragraphs 3 to 7 of the present document. The document updates on the 3 negotiating sessions that took place up to August 2019, the publication of a draft text, and subsequent intersessional work on key themes. The Standing Committee is recommended to note the reported progress and propose to COP19 the renewal of Decision 17181, assuming negotiations continue as they are this week. This is reflected in Draft Decision 19AA. The Secretariat's report under Decision 18158 provides an update on key challenges which parties have identified in implementation of Resolution 14.6 on introduction from the sea, and on work the Secretariat has undertaken to date to support implementation by providing training materials and workshops. We would also like to thank UNEP WCMC, who have provided the data and graphics in this document, which give a snapshot of reporting practices. The Standing Committee is invited to propose to COP19 Decision 19BB, instructing the Secretariat to continue to monitor the implementation of Resolution 14.6 and to report as appropriate to the Standing Committee. Given the implications for flag of convenience states discussed in question 6 in the present document, it's suggested that the work of the Secretariat under this decision may involve exploring feasibility of a register of relevant states and territories. The focus here would not be to establish a new system or a list duplicating existing work, but to identify the best way to support the capacity of flag of convenience states and territories to implement the Convention. The Secretariat works in close mutual support and cooperation with legal colleagues at other relevant international fora, such as FAO, and would continue to do so in this matter. The Standing Committee is further invited to propose that the COP should instruct the Secretariat to conduct additional work with the relevant states and territories most active in CITES trade from the high seas, including such flag of convenience states and territories, with a view to encouraging fulfilment of their CITES commitments. In paragraphs 17 to 37, the Secretariat has set out the 10 most frequently asked questions by parties when consulting about implementing new marine species listings and provided responses. The Standing Committee is invited to review these questions and answers intersessionally, meaning between COP19 and COP20, and suggest additional questions if needed. We thank the US for the comments and suggestions which they have already provided on this in InfoDoc 28. Draft Decision 19DD directs the Standing Committee to do so and to recommend to the Secretariat any possible amendments to the annex to Resolution 14.6. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report. And in particular, I'll draw your attention to paragraph 47, which encapsulates the recommendations of the Secretariat to the Standing Committee. And essentially, those points are covered in the draft decisions proposed in the annex to document 51. And so I am seeking the Standing Committee's views on the annex of Doc 51. Which would, in particular, invite the Standing Committee to, after the Conference of the Parties, to review the 10 questions and provide some considered advice to the Secretariat. So I will open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee. Israel, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Secretariat, for preparing this document and presenting it so clearly. This information has become especially relevant with the ongoing negotiations today in New York on the new treaty for conservation of biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, where there's actual text being discussed there. So we would think that there should be alignment of the terminology here more in line with what's going on in what they're calling BBNJ, and instead of the term high seas, we should be using the term areas beyond national jurisdiction. That would be also in the decision 19.DD. And anywhere else where it speaks of CITES trade from the high seas, we'd recommend using CITES trade from areas beyond national jurisdiction. Speaking specifically to this idea of list of flag of convenience ships, this seems like a really large project for CITES to take on. And although it does certainly touch onto the issue of introduction from the sea, we feel that the resources of the Secretariat would be better used on other projects rather to begin this, which seems like an extremely large project. So in decision 19.BB, we would recommend to keep the first sentence where Secretariat shall continue to monitor, but everything after that first sentence to be deleted. So exploring this register of list of flag of convenience states and territories seems to us to be not specifically required, although the data are very important to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. So Israel has proposed an amendment to the decision 19BB in the annex to delete the second sentence that begins with "in doing so." And Israel is also proposing in the decisions to replace the words high seas with areas beyond national jurisdiction.
That would be the second and third sentence in 19BB, please.
Right, sorry. That's right. Israel is proposing in 19BB to delete the second and third sentence, to end the decision at the full stop after the first sentence. So I will continue to seek views, including views on Israel's proposal from members of the Standing Committee. I will also welcome insights from observer parties. Peru, please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the presentation, and we believe that the questions and answers included in the text of the document are a very valuable source of information for the parties. We support this content and the drafted decisions, as well as the proposal by Israel to change the nomenclature for areas beyond national jurisdiction for high seas. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. I will continue to see if there's members of the Standing Committee. I'm also inviting observer parties who wish to comment. I see Panama followed by Japan. Panama, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With regards to Israel's suggestion, we also agree with the change to areas beyond national jurisdiction. As for the list, we would rather that it could be a mandate of the parties, of the countries, to mandate the Secretariat to draft the list of those vessels. The issue of introduction from the sea is an issue that Panama has led with the Secretariat. We actually thank the Secretariat for their support in this area because we are one of the countries with vessels with Panamanian flag fishing outside of our jurisdiction. So we think it's very important that the Secretariat take into account these vessels in order to be able to monitor in a better way the trade of these species from high seas, especially when we are talking about sharks, as the document establishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama. So Panama would favor retaining the full decision 19BB. That's my understanding of your intervention.
Sorry, que la Secretaría no sea el que se encargue.
No, that the Secretariat not be who does the listing, but rather that the countries send the list so the Secretariat can have it.
So your recommendation then is to direct the parties to provide information rather than having the Secretary explore the feasibility. So we would, okay. So I'll take note of that, and I will take the intervention from Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan appreciates the work by the Secretariat and the presentation of this document to us. Japan basically supports the intention behind, and we support the proposal by Israel to delete the second sentence of 19BB. But I also want to add that in doing the capacity building work with the states, with parties, we think that CITES should collaborate with other fisheries-related organizations so that no duplication of work will exist. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. I think United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States appreciates the work of the Secretariat in implementation of decisions 17.181 and 18.157 in preparation of this document. We have concerns that not all parties are effectively implementing Resolution COM 14.6, Rev Comp 16, and continue to support addressing these unique challenges presented by the nature of introductory from the same. The United States generally supports the draft decisions in the annex to SC 74, Doc 51, and the United States generally supports with edits the inclusion of the 10 questions most frequently asked on CITES trade from the sea on the CITES website, and a proposal to the COMP to include some of these in the annex to Resolution COMP 14.6, Rev Comp 16. But we have concerns with and suggested edits to the answers to questions 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10. And we have submitted our suggested edits for consideration to the Secretariat online at InfoDoc 28. The United States agrees with Israel to oppose the recommendation to explore the feasibility of establishing a register of flag of convenient states and territories. We agree that this would be a significant and expensive project requiring specialized expertise related to fishing vessel registration and ownership. It is not clear how this additional reporting would help ensure that flag states take responsibility for fishing vessels entitled to fly their flag and ensure that they do not engage in fishing or trade in species that is not compliant with CITES requirement. Additionally, a vessel's inclusion in such a register would not necessarily be a reliable indicator of whether it is engaged in trade or fishing in compliance with CITES requirements, as this is a fact-specific matter. Finally, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization Global Record is already an open and public register of fishing vessels with IMO numbers. Accordingly, we would recommend deleting the second and third sentence of draft decision 19BB. And in addition, the U.S. would oppose using the sorry about that, would oppose using the beyond national jurisdiction language. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, United States. So maybe just to give a sense of what I'm hearing right now, in general, I'm hearing no support for the feasibility of establishing a register and what the list could include. So striking the two sentences as proposed by Israel, I've heard support. In making comments, I've heard parties indicate concern about the value of additional reporting, and as I believe Japan and the United States also mentioned, some redundancy with other points. So I'm not hearing support for Panama's suggestion to invite parties. It seems to me that rather this doesn't seem to have support taking that approach from the floor, but again, I will take views on that. Israel has proposed changing high seas to areas beyond national jurisdiction. I heard some support on that, but I also heard a concern from the United States. So I will reflect on that, on these points. And United States, to your comments on the 10 questions, that from my understanding of the decision, those kinds of decisions will be taken in the next intersessional period. So we'll just take note of your points, but it's my understanding that they will not be published until after a review by the Standing Committee in the next intersessional period. So I will continue to see if there are views from parties. United States, followed by, oh, European Union, you had asked for the floor. So European Union, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. The EU and its member states thank the Secretariat for the report and the efforts made to improve the implementation of provisions linked to CITES trade from the high seas. In this regard, we would like to stress that effective cooperation between CITES and fisheries authorities is essential, and we would like to express also deep concern about the lack of implementation of the CITES provisions on introduction from the sea and other trade from the high seas. We support the proposals related to the list of frequently asked questions. We would have had some preliminary comments related to some of the questions, but I will skip that in the benefit of time. And then on the issue of the flags of convenience, the proposal to explore the feasibility. For us, with the information provided, it's unclear whether this proposal would actually contribute decisively to solve the problem of lack of implementation. So we would need a bit further clarification on a number of points. However, if there is some sense that this is an useful work for some of the parties, we would be willing to consider that. We would then propose to amend Decision 19BB to insert after the Secretariat shall explore the feasibility of establishing a register with a list of flag of convenience states and territories. We would then insert in a report to the Standing Committee,
taking into account questions raised by the parties. And we would share some of these questions, and I can read them, but I mean, in the interest of time, if this is necessary, I can come back to this, Chair, if you wish. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Yes, I'll come back to you right now. My sense is that there's not a lot of support for this, and your intervention was a bit qualified. So we'll come back if I feel that there's a change. So I will continue to seek views from parties. Panama, did you want to? Thank you, Panama. I'll listen in Spanish.
Gracias. Thank you, Chair. En relación a lo mencionado por la Unión Europea.
Thank you. As per what the EU has said, that's the idea for Panama, that the parties have the information ready to grant or not a permit for vessels fishing in high seas, and when they gather that information and they send it to the Secretariat, they obviously would make the job easier for the authorities, for CITES, in conjunction with the maritime authorities. So we would support the EU's suggestion, as well as the option of swapping for areas beyond national jurisdiction for an agreement that be binding, so we have the same language in both documents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Panama. So you're supporting the approach proposed by the EU. Canada, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would want to put our support behind the suggestions from Israel on the use of the BBNJ, as well as the removal of that text in the 19BB. We don't see the value. It could be a huge amount of work that we don't see is really needed right now. Thank you.
United States, followed by Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier, we misstated, and we do actually agree with Israel's suggestion and do support the areas beyond national jurisdictions. My deepest apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's been a long week. Tanzania, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanzania would also like to support the decision and suggested edits from Israel. In particular, Tanzania supports the draft decision and supports the edits suggested to 19BB, and that parties should submit a list instead of the Secretariat conducting a feasibility study. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Tanzania. I will continue to see if there's any other interventions from parties and members of the Standing Committee. I will also open the floor to organizations who might wish to comment. I have FAO, please. FAO, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. FAO's Port State Measures Agreement, PSMA, is in force and contains provisions that result in fishing vessels being checked for legality when they come to port from areas beyond national jurisdiction. Importantly, PSMA documentation explicitly mentions CITES provisions. See PSMA Annex B bracketed D. FAO member countries are currently receiving support in strengthening their national legislation or regulations, training of customs officers, and other forms of development to limit opportunities for IUU marine species and commodities being landed. Parties may wish to consider strengthening CITES FAO collaboration in relation to introduction from the sea, within FAO's ongoing and planned PSMA training. Further, noting the draft decision 19BB and document 51 suggesting the establishment of a register list of flag convenient states and territories, here CITES parties might consider utilising and not duplicating tools and procedures that are already in place. FAO, state authorities and regional fisheries management organisations collate unique vessel identification identifiers for vessels, refrigerated transport vessels and supply vessels involved in fishing operation. This global record may provide timely and updated resources for use by CITES. Thank you.
Thank you, FAO. I will take the last intervention from Sea Shepherd Legal, and then I will sum up.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This intervention is given on behalf of 8 civil society organizations, and I will share the list with the Secretariat. We greatly appreciate the detailed document prepared by the Secretariat and the increased attention paid to CITES obligations relevant to specimens taken in ABNJ. Further scaling up these efforts is crucial, given that, as reported, all too few parties are effectively implementing this resolution and associated CITES requirements. We appreciate the draft questions and answers in the document, pages 3 to 6 in the English, and we generally agree with most of the draft answers, but believe some minor corrections need to be made. We appreciate the useful information document 28 submitted by the US on this issue, and if I understood correctly, Madam Chair, you said that further corrections could be submitted to the Secretariat by email. We would appreciate clarification on that. On the second part of the recommendations in para 47C, we support Canada, Israel, Japan, and the US position that the Secretariat should not create a new list of flags of convenience, including vessels fishing for CITES specimens. FAO already maintains a database of flag states that could be utilized, although it should be noted that inadequate implementation is also a problem for some importing parties. Reacting to FAO's intervention just now, the committee could instead consider encouraging the Secretariat to explore cooperation with FAO as part of its already close cooperation with FAO on this matter. And finally, on the Secretariat's proposed name change in paragraph 13, we are undecided if this would be helpful or confusing for parties. If parties were to support the name change, we support what many parties have said regarding using ABNJ, areas beyond national jurisdiction, rather than high seas, as that is more consistent with the definition in Article 1 and other fora. We believe it is important to recall and reflect that consistently the provisions of Resolution Con 14.6, Ref Cop 16, paragraph
Sea
3.
Shepherds, I'll ask you to wrap up because I asked for 1-minute interventions.
Sorry. It's important to reflect consistently that Resolution Con 14.6, paragraph 3 applies to both one state and two state transactions. Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for taking longer.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you all parties for your interventions and for your comments. I am going to propose a way forward based on the comments and views I've heard. We take note of the document. I believe the Standing Committee can take note of the document. The Standing Committee notes that some parties and observers have some preliminary advice to provide on the 10 questions, and so we would invite those parties and observers to provide those early views to the Secretariat for their information. Recognizing that the Standing Committee intends to submit a decision to be able to fully assess those 10 questions. With regard to the draft decisions in paragraph at the annex of document 51, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee is agreeable to submitting draft decisions with amendments. So firstly, the committee would ask that references to the high seas be changed to reference to area beyond national jurisdictions. And so in the terms of the decisions, that would be in 19DD, but overall, the reference should be to area beyond national jurisdictions. With with reference to decision 19.b, I believe the committee agrees to strike the information, the sentence, "In doing so, the Secretariat shall explore the feasibility of establishing a register with a list of flag of convenience states and territories." The committee can also strike the list could include vessels which are authorized to harvest CITES listed species and respective zones. In response to some of the interventions, this could be replaced with "and invite parties to submit a list of vessels which are authorized to harvest CITES listed species and the respective zones to the period," so that the Secretariat could continue to monitor and invite parties to provide a list if they wish to do so. So I will see if there's agreement. And again, I did hear discomfort, so if there's not agreement with that, I would suggest that we just strike all of that area. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me a floor again. This is just more of a quick clarification rather than our statement. With regard to the BBNJ language versus high seas, we are wondering whether the definitions in Article 1 of the Convention can be introduced or not. In Article 1E, introduction from the sea means transportation into a state of specimens of any species which were taken in the marine environment not under the jurisdiction of any state. We wonder whether this definition contradicts with the previous discussion. Thank you very much.
Secretariat?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Japan, for this question. No, this is the definition of introduction from the sea, which is a specific transaction under the terms of the treaty. And what we are saying is that the trade that you are regulating between areas beyond national jurisdiction and states involves introduction from the sea, but also exports, imports, according to the definition that you adopted in Resolution 14.6. And this is what we are trying to clarify here for you to have a better and clearer common understanding that we are talking about all the transactions that may happen between specimens harvested in areas beyond national jurisdiction and the states. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for that clarification. So I will again turn us to document 51 in the annex. So it's my understanding that the committee can agree to decision 19AA. I have proposed an amendment to decision 19BB such that the Secretariat shall continue to monitor the implementation of Resolution Comp 14.6, Rev Cop 16, on introduction from the sea and report as appropriate to the Standing Committee. And the Secretariat shall invite parties to submit a list of vessels which are authorized to harvest CITES listed species and the respective zones. So that's my proposal. And then the Standing Committee can agree with Decision 19CC and agree with Decision 19DD with the amendment to ensure that the reference is to areas beyond national jurisdiction. Okay, so I don't see any flags, so I will take that to be agreed by the Standing Committee. Senegal, do you disagree with this conclusion?
Oui, c'est-à-dire c'est un jeu de mots.
Yes, it's a word play that we hear every year, of course, when the sea is at threat. So species, specimens that have been taken in the sea don't go into the jurisdiction of the state. But we're saying the high seas, but why change it? Because we risk to lose the relevance.
Thank you, Senegal. I think we take note of your point, but I think in terms of the decisions, the understanding I have from the committee was clear in terms of the type of decision to advance. And so I will continue to conclude that these decisions are agreeable to the Standing Committee. United States, please. United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do not agree with the additions to 19BB with regards to inviting parties to give a list to the Secretariat. And we think that Sea Shepherd provided a way forward on this issue.
Thank you, United States. And so, as I mentioned, I was bringing this forward, but I didn't hear a lot of support for this type of work. And so instead, perhaps we will just leave it as proposed by Israel with a full stop on 19BB after Standing Committee. So that 19BB would read, the Secretariat shall continue to monitor the implementation of Resolution 14.6 and report as appropriate to the Standing Committee. Israel.
Perhaps just add a few words that will liaise with FAO on this issue too. Thank you.
Yes, I would expect the good collaboration to continue. I don't think we need a decision since we have many decisions to allow for that collaboration, and thank you to the observers who've identified that. I was just trying to really understand what the will of the room was on this decision. So with those conclusions, again, we agree with 19AA, 19BB as amended by Israel, 19CC, and 19DD as amended by Israel. Thank you very much. We are 15 minutes over time, so I will conclude this session and we will begin this afternoon. So thank you to the interpreters for the extra 15 minutes. I will ask everyone to be back here at 2 o'clock, where we will continue with our agenda, after which we will take into consideration the reports from the working groups, and we will also add to the agenda to conclude on document 17 on the language strategy. Thank you and have a good lunch.
I have a quick housekeeping announcement. Colleagues from Mexico lost a passport. So if you see a passport from Roberto Aviña Carlin, do try and find the Mexican delegation.
check.
indulgence. So it is 2:05, and I do have quorum, so we will begin. So that everyone's clear on how we will progress today, I will let you know my plan. So on the agenda, we have remaining items 52, 53, 81, 82, 83, 54, 85. So we will go through those items as found on the agenda. Once we've concluded item 85, then I will turn our attention to the COM docs, and I will take COM 1, COM 2, and COM 3. After COM 3, we will turn our attention to Doc 17 on the language strategy, and then we will continue with COM 4, the report of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee, COM 5, and once we have dealt with those, we will revert back to, well, if I have time, I will take the Executive Summary 8, and if not, we will just turn to the closing business. So hopefully that's clear. So that means that right now, I am looking at document 52. Document 52 is on disposal of confiscated specimens, and I turn to the Secretariat to introduce this document, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In accordance with decisions 18159 and 18160, the Secretariat has collected information on existing resources and networks for the management of seized and confiscated live animals, based on information received through a notification to the parties, as well as internet searches. The Secretariat has developed a specific web page on its website, which is currently in English with the French and Spanish versions under development. As you know, Resolution Conf 17.8 urges management authorities to develop action plans to deal with seized and confiscated live specimens. A survey conducted in 2017 revealed that a minority of parties had established an action plan or procedure to be followed in such cases. Furthermore, the Secretariat has received very few action plans from parties, most of which have requested that these documents remain confidential. For these reasons, subject to the availability of external funding, the Secretariat considers that more work is needed to assist parties in this regard and would like to develop additional material for the development of action plans to anticipate the management of live, seized and confiscated animals. The Secretariat invites the Standing Committee to consider this proposal and the draft decisions presented in the annex to document 52 for submission to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So, Committee, I draw your attention to the recommendation in Doc 52, paragraph 12. And notably, we are invited to consider advancing the draft decisions in the annex of Doc 52 for consideration by the Conference of the Parties. And I presume these would replace the existing decisions. So I open the floor first to comments from standing committee members. I will continue to invite comments from standing committee members as well as observer parties. Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this report. It is good to see that there is now an abundance of resources available on the webpage dedicated to this subject for parties and interested stakeholders to draw upon. The access to national and international guidelines on the management of seized and confiscated live animals will enable parties that have not yet established such a process to adapt those guidelines to their own individual needs and priorities. The IUCN guidelines contain a lot of information and knowledge that all parties can benefit from. The report mentions that roughly half of the parties that responded to the questionnaire in 2017 have established decision-making procedures to be followed for the disposal of confiscated live specimens and concludes that this warrants for more work done by the Secretariat in order to develop and make available more material. We believe that, in fact, with the resources on the website, there is sufficient information and examples available for parties to develop their own strategies and procedures adapted to their own needs and requirements. There is a large variety in the kind of seizures parties face, and there cannot be a one-size-fits-all guideline. We recall that the main issue when dealing with the disposal of live specimens was identified to be a lack of resources, mainly monetary, as well as a lack of adequate housing and care facilities. It is the unusual seizures that must be addressed on a case-to-case basis, where the quantity of specimens cannot be met with the available capacities or the poor health condition of seized specimens that cannot be treated due to insufficient financial or human resources that pose the real issue here. And in our view, this problem cannot be met with more guidance. Any further efforts will probably not be as effective as we would hope for, unless they can address the issues identified above. We therefore support the draft decisions 19BB, CC and DD, directed to the parties and relevant stakeholders, but we would be cautious with moving forward with draft decision 19AA, directed to the Secretariat regarding the further development of resources and materials due to the reason mentioned above. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland, for your caution against decision 19AA and your support for BB through EE. So Switzerland would suggest the Standing Committee not adopt decision 19AA or transfer that decision to the Conference of the Parties. I'll continue to take views by members of the Standing Committee. I will also open the floor to observer parties. I see Israel, followed by the United States. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll talk a little faster.
We applaud the Secretariat's good efforts in pursuing this initiative and preparing the document now before us. We are also in accord with the Secretariat's observation that, quote, more work is needed, or more work is required, pardon me, end quote, and its recommendation to consider the appended draft decisions. Section 19AA, paragraphs A and B of the draft decision guide the Secretariat's future efforts in identifying facilities that can provide care for seized and confiscated live animals. We propose two minor changes to this text. First, in paragraph or subparagraph A, we suggest replacing the word management with the word custody. We're concerned here with the care of seized and confiscated live animals. When anything is seized or confiscated, it is brought within the legal custody of an enforcement agency. The legal ramifications, such as necessity for chain of custody and other matters like that, while perhaps subtle, are meaningful. So we suggest using the word custody. Second, we encourage the inclusion of a reference to Article 8, paragraphs 4 and 5 of our convention in this decision. Subparagraph B of the decision does make reference to Annex 3 of Resolution Conf 17.8, but that annex itself does not make any reference to the Article 8 of the convention. And Article 8 has the prescriptive language that obligates parties on matters concerning the custody and care of confiscated live specimens, and we prefer that continuity be established in the decision by reference to the relevant passage of the convention. Pardon me. To this end, we propose inclusion of the phrase Article 8, paragraphs 4 and 5, end quote, in draft decision 19AA, paragraph B. With these minor changes, we encourage the Standing Committee to accept the document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Israel. And for your point on including reference to Article 8, paragraphs 4 and 5, can you indicate where within AA subparagraph B you would insert that reference?
Yes, I've got it right here. I wanted to save time by abridging, but okay, here we go. In draft 19 AA paragraph B, so that it now reads, quote, subject to the availability of external funding, comma, develop and make available materials that may assist parties in implementing Article 8, paragraphs 4 and 5, and Annex 3 to Resolution 17.8, and so on in that passage. Thank you, Chair.
Perfect.
Thank you, Israel. So I'll continue to take views. I have a view from Switzerland that perhaps 19AA need not be adopted. I have a view from Israel that 19AA should be forwarded to the Conference of the Parties for adoption with amendments in subparagraph A to change management to custody, and subparagraph B to include a reference to Article 8 in advance of the reference to Annex 3. So I'll continue to take views from members of the Standing Committee as well as observer parties. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also want to thank the Secretariat for the progress made since COP18, and we welcome the web page and the information made available. We do support the draft COP19 decisions as is, enabling the ongoing work and to extend the information that could assist parties in the management of seized and confiscated live animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. So you would support the advancing of all the decisions in the annex as they are drafted in the annex. I will continue to take views. The United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States supports the proposed draft decisions presented in the annex to the document and agrees with the amendments that Israel has presented. We welcome the addition of the dedicated web page compiling existing resources and information on networks on the management of seized and confiscated live animals now available on the Secretariat's website. We believe there is a need to address inconsistencies and concerns noted in paragraph 9 of SC 74 Doc 60 on stocks and stockpiles report of the working group relating to disposal of confiscated living Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 specimens subject to zero quotas, particularly in relation to ensuring they are not improperly used for commercial purposes. As we noted in our earlier intervention for Doc 60, stocks and stockpiles, we suggest that questions 7 and 8 of the decision tree analysis, captivity, in Annex 1 of Resolution Conf 17.8, disposal of illegally traded and confiscated specimens of CITES listed species, be revisited and updated for use with living specimens of Appendix 1 listed specimens and Appendix 2 listed specimens with zero export quotas. The current text has language to imply that some seized Appendix 1 specimens may be re-entered into commercial trade and appears focused primarily on whether a commercial breeder wants the specimen. This is not the appropriate focus of the inquiry for disposal of Appendix 1 specimens. The decision tree needs to be updated and clarified for Appendix 1 species. At a minimum, where the answer to question 7 on page 12 is yes, then the instruction should be amended to proceed to question 8 rather than execute agreement and transfer to ensure a careful assessment, cautious approach, and careful weighing against even the smallest risk in stimulating trade that would further endanger the wild population of the species. The corresponding flow chart on page 15 in Annex 1 would then need to be updated as well. Additional guidance could also be added to consider the source of the specimen and prior international trade in the specimen. To address this concern, we propose an additional draft decision, 19FF, and I promise to read this slowly. 19FF directed to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee shall review the guidance provided in questions 7 and 8 of the decision tree analysis captivity in Annex 3 of Resolution Conf 17.8 on disposal of illegally traded and confiscated specimens of CITES listed species. and
United
make-
States, that's not slow. Can you slow down,
I'm
please?
sorry. Slow for me. Shall I start again? The Standing Committee shall review the guidance provided in questions 7 and 8 of the decision tree analysis captivity in Annex 3 of Resolution Conf 17.8 on the title of the resolution, Disposal of Illegally Traded and Confiscated Specimens of CITES listed species and make recommendations to clarify and update the options and requirements for disposal of confiscated living Appendix 1 specimens and Appendix 2 specimens with CITES established zero export quotas for consideration of the Conference of the Parties at its 20th meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. So we have a number of different approaches being suggested to this suite of draft decisions, which will require me really getting some good advice from the committee. So I have, first of all, I have the recommendation from Switzerland to delete 19AA. However, I've heard the other parties who seem to be in favor, so I think we will continue to keep some form of 19AA. And thank you, Switzerland. I have some amendments proposed by Israel and agreed to by the United States for 19AA. I also hear Belgium support the decision 19AA as it's provided in the annex. So I could take some more advice on that. Additionally, the United States would like to add a decision for an issue that they feel needs standing committee attention. So the standing committee hasn't really had an opportunity to discuss the concerns raised by the United States. And so I would, and I don't have a lot of time to discuss it, so I would just be interested if there is an early reaction to the inclusion of an additional decision. And if, but however, United States, if I hear that there's some concerns, I think I would instead recommend that you might consider submitting that for more careful consideration by the Conference of the Parties in your authorities. But again, I will first take views from parties. So I have Canada, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Like others, we thank for the Secretariat for this work, and very happy to see it advancing. Canada would like to support the decisions as they are. We are hesitant of considering a new decision at this point, as we haven't had the opportunity to think about what the U.S. is proposing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. I will. Thank you, Canada. Oh, it's been a long, long week. I will continue to take views. I apologize on the issues at hand, so I can get a sense of the mood of the parties here. So again, I'm inviting views from members of the Standing Committee as well as parties. Okay, so I'm not seeing requests for the floor, so I'm going to put a proposal out there. So first of all, yes, we will retain 19AA, and I will come back to that one. With respect to the new decision proposed by the United States, asking to review the guidance of questions 7 and 8 on the analysis, and make recommendations to clarify and update. I think it's, I don't see a willingness from the Standing Committee to advance this new decision. And so perhaps I will put that aside. On 19AA, we have amendments from Israel. I also hear some of the members of the Standing Committee as preference for as drafted. I'm tended to go, it's fairly equal, so I will go with the parsimonious view and seek response to go with the annex as it was presented in Doc 52. And so if that's acceptable, I think the committee then agrees to submit all the draft decisions in the annex of Doc 52. I do appreciate the discussion nonetheless. Israel.
Did you include the small change to AA subparagraph B, the reference to Article 8?
No, I didn't, because I heard mixed views. I heard some parties say as presented in the annex, and others, the United States supporting the amendments you presented. And so weighing that, I'm suggesting that the Standing Committee advance the decisions as they are presented in the annex, unamended. Apologies if I'm not clear. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Apology. And now let's move on to the next item on our agenda. This is item 53 on quotas for leopards. And this document was submitted by the Animals Committee, so I would invite the Animals Committee Chair, please, if you could present this report.
Thank you, Chair. As before, I would like to thank the members of the committee for their work and the Secretariat for the support in drafting this document. At its 18th meeting, the Conference of the Parties adopted decisions 18165 to 18170 on quotas for leopards. We already discussed some part of this work at the previous COP, and there were some parties from which we did not have the information that we needed to progress the work. So the Secretariat wrote to these countries which had not been able to provide relevant information in the previous period, namely Botswana, the Central African Republic and Ethiopia. At AC 31, responses from all three countries could be considered. The Animals Committee agreed to inform the Standing Committee that it considers the quotas for leopards for the Central African Republic and Botswana, as mentioned in Resolution Conf 1014 Ref COP 16, to be set at levels which are non-detrimental to the survival of the species in the wild. The committee also agreed to inform the Standing Committee that for Ethiopia, it considers the proposed reduction of the quota for leopards in Resolution Conf 1014 Ref COP 16 from 500 to 20 trophies to be set at levels which are non-detrimental to the survival of the species in the wild. Standing Committee is therefore invited to consider the recommendation of the Animals Committee in paragraphs 5 and 6 above and make a recommendation for consideration at COP19 to amend paragraph 1A of Resolution Conf 1014 on quotas for leopard hunting trophies and skins for personal use by changing the quota indicated for Ethiopia from 500 to 20. Furthermore, the Animals Committee recalls that at its 17th meeting, the Standing Committee agreed to propose to the COP draft amendments to Resolution Conf 1014, so as to remove quotas for Kenya and Malawi from this resolution. Following the request to do so by these two countries, However, at COP18, the issue was not brought to the attention of Committee 1, and the proposed deletion of Kenya's and Malawi's quota was not agreed. As such, the Standing Committee is invited once again to propose to the Conference of the Parties draft amendments in Resolution Conf 1014 so as to remove quotas for Kenya and Malawi from this resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. So I draw the attention of the Standing Committee to the recommendations, notably the recommendation in paragraph 7 to propose an amendment to the resolution for Ethiopia. I also take note of the recommendation in paragraph 8. I apologize, I don't know how that slipped through, but noting that the decision from the Standing Committee's 70th meeting was not advanced to COP18 and thus should be sent to COP19. So I will open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee for your views on the recommendations in paragraph 7 and 8. Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, we like to appreciate the support provided by Conservation Force for preparing these documents. And also we appreciate Animal Committee for reviewing the document. Ethiopia submitted non-determined findings for our export quota of leopard trophies to Animal Committee 31 in accordance with Decision 18.165. The leopard quota for Ethiopia remained 500 quotas for almost 3 decades. So following our most recent non-determined findings, we have amended, as mentioned by the Animal Committee, the national annual quota and reduced to 20. So in accordance with paragraph 1, little j of Resolution Conf 10.14, Rev. Point COP 16, and the relevant decisions, Ethiopia submitted its proposal to change the quota to 20, which was agreed, as mentioned, by AC 31. So we accept as recommended. So we assure that our commitment to leopard conservation continues progressing forward through the implementation of regular monitoring program to our leopard populations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ethiopia. So, and for your concurrence with the recommendations. So I continue to seek the views of members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite observer parties who wish to react. Namibia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Namibia appreciates the work done by the Animals Committee on quota for leopard hunting trophies, and we support the recommendations as contained in paragraph 7 and 8 of this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Namibia. I will see if there's any more requests from parties. And with my apologies for forgetting in the previous item, I will see if there are one or two observers who wish to react. I will only take two. So perhaps I will take Pantera and Conservation Force. Pantera, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This intervention is on behalf of Panthera, WCS, WWF, and ZSL. I'll be brief. Respectfully, we consider that ResConf 10.14 RevCop 16 is no longer fit for purpose. The practice of setting quotas by COP resolution for a species as wide-ranging as the leopard, where the underlying information is more than 30 years old, is flawed. Recent large-scale camera trap studies in many southern African countries have shown lower densities of leopards than previously estimated. For this reason, we recommend a regular review of quotas to ensure they are science-based and remain at levels that are non-detrimental to the species' survival in the wild. An adaptive management approach with robust monitoring is the best way to ensure that legal leopard hunting is sustainable. We support, at a minimum, amending the current resolution to direct the Animals Committee to review quotas at regular intervals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Panthera, and your observations are noted. Pro-Wildlife, please. No, sorry, Conservation Force. I apologize for that, and I will take Pro-Wildlife as well. I think you were in the corner. So Conservation Force, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the Conservation Force, along with 6 other international sustainable use observers, agree with the recommendations set out in paragraph 7 and 8 of document 53 and look forward to this review being concluded at COP19. The review was extremely burdensome and expensive for the relevant parties, despite no evidence that the quotas in Resolution 1014 result in unsustainable or detrimental trade. Indeed, Madam Chair, the conservation and management of leopards in Africa are a success story since adoption of the respective CITES resolution at the 4th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. The trade regime envisaged in Resolution 1014 had never been a cause of concern, unlike the tens of thousands of leopard skins that were traded annually before CITES entered into force, and which led to the device and signing of this convention. The quota system has proven to be a useful tool and a safeguard for leopard conservation and sustainable utilization, excepting for stricter domestic measures that in some instances have impeded beneficial trade. The parties should congratulate, Madam Chair, the range states that are implementing the quota system, also for carrying forward a robust adaptive management system that secure the survival of the largest and most successful leopard population around the globe. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Conservation Force. I will take that last intervention from Pro-Wildlife. Pro-Wildlife, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
This intervention is made on behalf of 12 observer organizations. We agree with concerns expressed during AC31 that Botswana and Central African Republic submitted insufficient information to demonstrate that their quotas were non-detrimental, as is required by CITES. ResConf 1014 should be revised to remove Kenya's and Malawi's quotas and amend Ethiopia's quota, and also to provide for regular reviews by AC of leopard export quotas for all parties, in order to align with ResConf 921, RevCop 18. 2 recent scientific studies provide evidence for the need for such a review. In the meantime, we would urge the committee to consider a temporary suspension of all quotas until the non-detriment finding guidance is completed and the AC and SC have had an opportunity to review the guidance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pro-Wildlife. Thank you to all the interventions. Take note of all the comments. Based on what I've heard, it's my sense that the Standing Committee does agree with the recommendations in paragraphs 7 and 8 of the document as provided by the Animals Committee. So the Standing Committee agrees to recommend for consideration at the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties the amendment to the resolution to reflect the new quota from Ethiopia. And the Standing Committee also agrees to submit the previous agreement on Kenya and Malawi for consideration at COP19. So thank you. That concludes our discussion of document 53. And so now I will turn our attention to the next document that was planned on the agenda. This is document 81. This is annotations, and this is a report of the working group. So I will invite the chair of the working group, Canada, with my thanks, to make your report, please. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is document SC 74, Doc 81, the report of the Standing Committee Working Group on Annotations. At COP18, the Conference of the Parties adopted Decision 16.162 Rev COP18, which directed the Standing Committee to re-establish the Working Group on Annotations in close collaboration with the Animals and Plants Committee. The Working Group's terms of reference are noted in paragraph 3 of the present document, and the composition of the Working Group comprising parties and non-party observers is presented in paragraph 4. The Working Group identified challenges pertaining to the implementation and interpretation of current annotations, including annotations for which development of definitions or interpretive text would increase comprehension, and annotations for which amendments to existing text should be proposed. Additionally, the Working Group identified elements of paragraph 7 and 8 of the interpretation section of the appendices that require amendment or further interpretation to increase clarity of the text therein. The Working Group also suggests revisions to certain definitions in the interpretation section of the appendices and the consolidation of definitions of terms used in annotations currently located in paragraph C of Resolution Conf 1013, Rev Cop 18, on implementation of the Convention for Tree Species, with those located in paragraph 8 of the interpretation section of the appendices. With regard to the Working Group's recommendations in paragraph 21, the Working Group recommends that the Standing Committee endorse the amendments proposed by the Working Group to annotation #1, annotation #4, and annotation #14 as described in paragraph 6 of the present document, and the proposed amendment to annotation #14 described in paragraph 15. Regarding the recommendations of the Working Group in paragraph 22, I wish to point out a correction required to this paragraph so that it would read 22. The Working Group also recommends that the Standing Committee note the advice provided by the Working Group in paragraph 7 through 9 and in paragraph 19 of the present document. So paragraph 20 becomes paragraph 19. Paragraph 23, the Working Group recommends that the Standing Committee endorse the proposed amendments to paragraph 5 of the interpretation section of the CITES appendices, and to the parenthetical annotation to Orchidaceae in Appendix 1, which is Annex 1 to the present document, and to paragraph 7 of the interpretation section of the appendices as contained in Annex 2 to the present document, to the definition of 10 kilograms per shipment, which is Annex 3 to the present document, and the proposed correction to the definition of transformed wood in paragraph 8 of the interpretation section of the appendices as presented in Annex 4 to the present document. Finally, we would ask the Standing Committee to ask the Secretariat to submit a document to COP19 proposing that the parties adopt the amendments. Paragraph 24, understanding that the working group has not achieved consensus on all of the work directed to it in Decision 16.162 of COP18, the working group requests that the Standing Committee ask the Secretariat to revise Decision 16.162, deleting those directives that have been accomplished, and to submit a revised decision to COP19 proposing its adoption by the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. So I trust the Standing Committee has reviewed the document, and I draw your attention to the recommendations in paragraph 21, 22, 23, and 24 of SC 74 Doc 81. So I will seek the guidance of the Standing Committee in terms of your agreement to these recommendations. I will start with parties who are members of the Standing Committee. So Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We fully agree to the recommendations in the report and certainly want to thank the Chair and all the members of the working group for the hard work. It's not an easy topic. And we also wanted to direct your attention to the INFDOC SC 74 INF 11, which the EU and its member states have submitted, which provides some concrete examples of shipments and details for each option, if the shipment falls within the scope of CITES or not, taking into account the suggested revised definition of the term 10 kilograms per shipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I will continue to seek views of members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite views of observer parties. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a Japanese delegation, I'd like to propose technical modification of the proposed amendment of paragraph 7 of the interpretation section of the amendment. It is referred to in Annex 2 of the SC 74 Doc 81. In the draft proposal, the phrase all parts and derivatives thereof are also included in the same appendix unless has been moved forward. On the other hand, the phrase in the same appendix has been deleted instead of being retained. As it is not clear in which appendix all parts and derivatives are included. We suggested that the phrase in the same appendix be instead inserted between the word included and unless, as it was originally. Thank you.
So I will read it out so I can make sure I captured your point. So it would read, when a species is included in Appendix 1, 2, or 3, the whole, live or dead, animal or plant is always included, full stop. In addition, all parts and derivatives thereof are also included in the same appendix unless for animal species listed, etc. So Japan is just clarifying that the intent is the parts and derivatives of the species on an appendix are also included on that same appendix. I see some understanding nodding, so thank you, Japan. Next, I have the Republic of Korea, followed by the United States. Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. Korea appreciated the post of the working group on annotations. In particular, we truly welcome the suggestion of new annotations regarding orchids. Considering our survey on this matter, the delegation strongly endorsed the submission of the proposal of those annotations to COP19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Korea. I understand you support the advancement of this work. Thank you, Korea. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the members of the working group for their hard work during this intersessional period, and in particular, Canada's excellent chairmanship of this working group. We fully support adoption of the recommendations included in the document, and we also support the amendments proposed by Japan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. I will see if there are further interventions from members of the Standing Committee or observer parties. I will invite one or two brief interventions from observers if you wish to intervene on this one. Okay, so seeing no requests for the floor, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations in the document. So the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 21 of Doc 81. Standing Committee also agrees with the recommendation in paragraph 22 to note the advice provided by the working group. The Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 23, which are found in the annexes to the document with the amendment proposed by Japan to the language in Annex 2, the amendment to paragraph 7 of the interpretation section. And the Standing Committee would ask the Secretariat, and I will say in consultation with the Chair, because it's the Standing Committee who needs to report back as well, to revise Decision 16162, deleting those directives that have been accomplished, and submit a revised decision to COP19. Thank you, Standing Committee, and thank you to the working group for your hard work on this complex topic. That concludes our consideration of Doc 81, and I will now turn our attention to Document 82. Document 82 was prepared by the Secretariat, so I invite the Secretariat, please, to present your document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Secretariat is introducing document 82, which is proposing to consider the establishment of a mechanism to undertake both a systematic review of existing annotations and an a priori review of annotations to be proposed for consideration at meetings of the COP, and is also suggesting work on an information system. The Secretariat will be unable to prepare this document without having consulted closely with the chair of the Annotations Working Group and without the inputs of UNEP WCMC, World Resource Institute, ITTO, and other CITES experts on annotations. Thanks to all for the thoughtful insights. This suggestion has an initial name that you may find confusing, so we would like to suggest calling it for now in a different manner, perhaps a review mechanism for annotations. You may consider other names, such as annotations systematic review. to avoid the confusion with the periodic review already established by the Conference of the Parties. But the naming is probably not the first priority in your discussions. The objective of this review process will be to assist the COP in ensuring consistency in the adoption of annotations and in harmonizing their interpretation and implementation. In addition to that system that you are invited to consider as an initial, as a starter proposal for your scrutiny, is presented in the Annex 1. And I think that there are aspects like the composition and the mechanics presented in that annex that may raise many questions, and we will welcome and we'll be grateful if you provide some ideas on how to make it more flexible and agile. There is also an element of the proposal in the annex that we would like to reconsider, which is the role of the depositary government, as we haven't consulted with the depositary government, the substantive part of this, and I think that may be a suggestion that requires more reflection, and we would like to discard that from the initial proposal that you have in front of you. In addition to that, the Secretariat has continued to work also on an information system for processing data on the regulated international trade in CITES listed species CITES listed 3 species. And it has compiled an overview of initial considerations for the feasibility and requirements for developing that information system for trade in CITES listed trees. We are referring to several studies that are very important that will be useful in progressing this work. In closing, Madam Chair, the Standing Committee is invited to comment on both the draft proposal for the establishment of the review mechanism for annotations and the considerations for the development of the information system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretariat, for the presentation of your document. And the Standing Committee, the recommendations are found in paragraph 41 of Doc 82. The Secretariat is inviting comments from the committee on the draft proposal for the establishment of a review mechanism for annotations, as found in the annex, as well as proposing the work on a, I lost my words here, an information system. So thank you, Secretariat. So I will seek the views of members of the Standing Committee, and I will start with the depository government, North America, and then China. Depository government, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the submission and work related to this subject. Switzerland is of the view that this matter is important and merits close attention and discussion. In that regard, while we support the general aim of the document, we would like to share some concerns regarding aspects of the proposal for the establishment of an annotations periodic review, or however we want to call it. Paragraph 7 proposes the creation of this body with the aim to support the consistent implementation of the guidance on annotations provided in ResConf 1121. The APR would operate as a single mechanism to undertake both a periodic review of existing annotations and an ex-ante review of annotations to be proposed for consideration by the COP. The establishment of that panel would, in our view, lead to the creation of a new body under the Convention. Important functions by making assessments of proposals to the COP would be in its responsibilities. And we think that such a body is yet not foreseen in the governance structure of the Convention. Any such amendment of CITES governments has to be approached with prudence. In addition, we have concerns with regard to the proposed composition of the committee, as in our view it does not appear to be balanced. For example, while the nomenclature specialist of the Animals Committee is included, his counterpart from the Plants Committee would not. And I think we would really need to have both committees present, and mainly the Plans Committee nomenclature specialist, as often annotations are proposed for plants. And as has been mentioned by Juan Carlos, Switzerland is of course very concerned about the inclusion of the depository government and its role foreseen as proposed in the document, and we are quite glad to hear that this is disregarded, as I think we would have quite some problems to see our role in there, as it would, in our view, not be in conformity with our role in the convention. So to conclude, we would propose that this matter should be more thoroughly deliberated before it is mature for making a decision on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Depository Government. I will invite North America, followed by China. North America, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Secretariat indeed for the work to propose this mechanism. Really appreciate also the intervention and clarifications from the depository government, and agree with them. Similarly, while the North American region supports a mechanism that would facilitate the review of annotations, our region does not support a formal process, and particularly not as currently proposed, for the various reasons that were already mentioned, including that. We also didn't support the inclusion of the depository government, but happy to hear that that's not happening. Our understanding for this task, however, was that the intent was to develop an informal approach, something that would be helpful to parties developing proposals, so that when we get to the COP to evaluate those proposals, there would be a bit more harmony, and those discussions would be easier. With that in mind, the North American region would recommend that the Standing Committee asks the Secretariat to prepare draft decisions for submission to the COP, to explore the development of a less formal approach during the intersessional period following COP19, which will allow for a more considerate review and discussion of this issue. The North American region recommends that the decisions be drafted to carry out this work, and we continue to support the original idea. The North American region further thanks the Secretariat because there's the additional item on the preliminary work done on the CITES 3 species information system. However, the North American region does not support crafting species-specific harmonized system of custom classification codes to track trade in CITES listed 3 species. Harmonized system codes are intended to define commodities in trade more than they are intended to track trade. In addition, HS codes are also revised over long intervals, whereas CITES species and regulations are likely to evolve much more quickly. As the work to develop information systems progresses, the North American region proposes that the International Tropical Timber Organization could be consulted for guidance and information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North America. Next on my list, I had China, followed by Belgium. China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China would like to thank the working group for their work and would suggest that this recommendation be made to COP19, that a periodic review of annotations be set up as in Annex 1 and COP 1121, COP 18. With respect to the feasibility of establishing an information system on CITES-listed species of trees that are part of international trade, we would also be in favor of a renewed decision being submitted to the COP and a decision 19AA as well. However, with respect to the terms of reference for the feasibility study, we think that there are a number of questions that should be clarified. First of all, what are the needs, objectives, and advantages of an information system in the context of the Convention above and beyond the current requirements of RST of tree species, 4 species that are Appendix 2 listed. Secondly, should such a system be established, how would it complement rather than overlap with existing mechanisms for monitoring international trade in timber? Secondly, what would the costs implication be of the establishment of such a system? The running costs and human resources costs need to be clearly established. Fourth question, how would the volume of data gathered be synthesized and taken into account, given that the Plans Committee already the Plans Committee, the Standing Committee, and the COP already have too much on their plates? We do feel that these are questions that should be reflected in the summary of this meeting so that they can be given due attention. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, China. Next, I had Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are certainly very sympathetic to the idea and the concept of an annotations periodic review mechanism, or whatever name it may get. We think it's very important to think about these issues. We know that these annotations can sometimes become even more complicated than we thought them to be. We had some concerns with the outline provided. For example, we would like some clarification about the legal implications, because once a listing proposal has been done and submitted to the COP, then the scope can only be reduced, which would limit a bit the possibilities for this panel, or whatever form it may take in the future, can make. Furthermore, in the outline, it doesn't take into account that sometimes timber listing proposals, and this could be valid for other proposals as well, are sometimes submitted without any annotation in order to keep all options open and have a discussion at the COP. And we think that an a priori review would also benefit those proposals where there's a likelihood of an annotation to come into effect, to already think about which possibilities could be presented at the COP itself. But we certainly agree that work can be done on this, and that such a periodic review definitely has its merits. With regards to the HS codes, we would welcome the initiative to possibly add an HS code, certainly for Dalbergia timber, and we request the World Customs Organization to revise the HS codes to identify relevant products of CITES-listed tree species. And we also support that the Standing Committee should propose to the COP a partial renewal of the decision 18.317 and the adoption of the new decision 19AA. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I will continue to seek insights from members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite observer parties who wish to comment on document 82 to raise your flags. Okay. Okay, I do not see any additional flags from parties. We've had good discussion. I'm getting the sense that Annex 1 is not quite ready, but there's definitely a desire to continue that work. So that's probably in the lines of a decision, and so I will make some proposals. I'm also seeing support for the decisions on the information system with some guidance being provided by members of the Standing Committee. So we can revert to that. But first, I will see if there are observers who wish to comment. I will take one or two short interventions from observers. So I will take the two interventions. I will start with Humane Society International and then World Resources Institute. So first, Humane Society International, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am making this intervention on behalf of Humane Society International, SSN, Animal Welfare Institute, Born Free Foundation, and Pro-Wildlife. We strongly urge the committee to reject the recommendations in this document, including the proposal in Annex 1 for an annotations periodic review. This document was prepared without consulting parties. The proposed review amounts to a dismissal of the rights of parties to propose any annotation language they wish. In particular, it would violate Article 15 of the Convention. CITES already has processes for commenting on, clarifying, and debating annotation language, including the normal procedure for debating proposals for amendments to the appendices. There is no need to create a new cumbersome process that would require that time to be set aside in an already overloaded COP schedule to debate its recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Humane Society International. And I will take now World Resources Institute, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. There seem to be three issues tied up in this paper. There is the annotations review, there is this HS codes issue, and there's the review on information on trade in CITES listed tree species. And we would ask that perhaps there be thought given to detangling these things going forward to COP19 into distinct issues, because they're quite different. Our comment is restricted to the 18.317 on the exploring the feasibility and requirements for developing information system on the trade in CITES listed tree species, because we, in paragraph 32, we were actually mentioned in this, so I wanted to clarify one thing there. It pointed out that we commissioned, and Conservation Analytics, who's also here, carried out an extensive survey on Dalbergia and Pterocarpus in 2016. It was submitted as an information document of some 300 pages on this exact subject for those two genera. And it says, quote, despite the outcomes of both COP17 and 18, no official update, follow-up, or extension of the study has been brought to the attention of the Secretariat. We actually tried to do this a lot. I think you probably remember me in other meetings talking about this. We did side events. It was introduced several times as an information document. We put it on the shelf, even though we had resources to do more work, because we could not get any recognition or support to take it further. And we stand ready to continue working on this and go forward and extend it to some of the other CITES-listed tree species with ITTO and other partners who we've been working with. But it's hard to do that and to justify it to those who could pay for this unless we get some sort of support for this. So that's what we had asked, and we'd be happy to talk about this at COP19. We think there's a lot of good that could come out of this. We know that WCMC has done great work on this, and the European Union, and we really hope that we can take this forward after 5 years of calling for studies on rosewood and nothing happening. And it's really time, perhaps now. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, World Resources Institute. And thank you, parties. And yeah, there are a couple of issues in here. With respect to the comment on the HS codes, I think this is something that the Secretariat can take note of. It's an element that they introduced as part of their report. There's not a decision at hand, although I think it's good to hear the advice that the parties are providing. So then I'll turn our attention to the recommendations in document 41. So recommendation A asked us to provide some comments, and so the Secretariat, I trust you've taken good note of the various concerns and comments raised by Switzerland, the North American region, Belgium, on the draft proposal in Annex 1. Based on those comments, the Standing Committee is not comfortable with submitting this to the Conference of the Parties. So rather, it's my sense that the Standing Committee, while they're not comfortable with this as presented in Annex 1, are general favorably view the idea of some sort of mechanism. And so it's my sense that perhaps the Standing Committee would be more comfortable with a series of decisions, perhaps a decision directed to the Secretariat, asking it to prepare a proposal for an informal mechanism to provide advice for advice on annotations in some form. And so this would allow the Secretariat to reflect on the comments that they heard here and give them some time to prepare a proposal in the next intercessional period. And then a decision to the Standing Committee to evaluate the proposal prepared by the Secretariat and make recommendations and then provide their advice to the Conference of the Party at its 20th meeting. And that would give us the next intercessional period to take some more measured consideration of a possible way forward for some sort of informal review mechanism for annotations. With regard to the information system, I have the sense that the Standing Committee agrees with the decisions found in paragraph D of the document. So agrees to advance the revision to decision 18.317 as well as decision 19AA for consideration by the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. With regards to decisions on an informal review mechanism, the Standing Committee, I think, can charge the chair of the Standing Committee working with the Secretariat to provide good language, but I've given you a sense of what those decisions would encompass. And then the Standing Committee takes careful note of the concerns and the comments expressed regarding both the review mechanism as well as the suggestion on an HS code. And I think that would conclude our consideration of document 82. Okay, so seeing no further requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee concurs with the proposal for the outcomes associated with Doc 82 that I have just described. I believe, China in particular, you wanted to make sure your points were in the summary record. Generally, the summary record does provide a more fulsome description of the conversation that happened here, so noted. So with that, we will conclude our discussion of document 82. And we will now turn our attention to document 83. SC 74 Doc 83 is on annotation #15, and this is a report of the Secretariat. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Document S74, Document 83, provides an update on the progress in the implementation of decisions 18.321 and 18.322 on annotation 15. These decisions call for the Secretariat to undertake a study to assess the effect of the exemptions contained in annotation 15 for the species concerned, namely Dalbergia and Gibortia, and to report to the Standing Committee in preparation for COP19. The report in the document informs that at the time of writing, the Netherlands had pledged $80,000 US towards the undertaking of the study. These funds, we can now confirm, have been received, and the Secretariat is working on finalizing the terms for its undertaking. The document also highlights progress by the Plans Committee as last considered through relevant documentation at PC 25. This will serve as useful reference documentation for when the study initiates. On this basis, the Secretariat is recommending the Standing Committee to consider the renewal of these decisions with revisions as contained in the annex to the document, and to report accordingly to the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report. And so the Standing Committee is in particular invited to renew these decisions associated with annotation 15 as found in the annex to SC 74 Doc 83. So I will open the floor for comments from members of the Standing Committee on renewal of these decisions. I will also invite observer parties who may wish to comment. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to reiterate that the listing of Dalbergia sissu on Appendix 2 as part of the Dalbergia species listing has caused loss of livelihoods in India. The species grows abundantly in India and is even invasive in certain parts of the world. It is an important resource used in handicrafts and furniture making. The listing of the species on Appendix 2 has had an impact on farmers and artisans dependent on the species for their livelihood. We urge the parties to help address our concerns at the upcoming meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. We take note of your comments. I will again continue to seek inputs from the parties on the renewal of these decisions. Canada, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada commends the Secretariat for the progress made to date to fulfill the requirements for a study on the conservation impacts on rosewood tree species of the implementation of annotation #15. We note the difficult circumstances associated with the fulfillment of the decision and support the Secretariat's recommendation that the Standing Committee seek an extension of the mandates contained in decisions 18.321 and 18.322 during the next intersessional period. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. I will see if there's one last request for comments from parties. It's my sense that silence means agreement. Okay, so before I close, I will take one or two short interventions from observers. I see you in the back. I cannot read that at all, so please introduce your organization when you make your intervention.
Hi,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to briefly comment on behalf of the International Association of Violin and Bowmakers, as well as 26 other musical instrument stakeholders. We thank the Secretariat and the Annotations Working Group for the preparation of Document 83. We wish simply to confirm that the revisions of annotation #15 adopted at the 18th Conference of the Parties have substantially supported non-commercial and commercial cross-border movement of finished musical instruments while relieving CITES management authorities of unnecessary permit burdens. A more detailed statement summarizing the perspective of musical instrument stakeholders and a list of those stakeholders is included in Information Doc 14. As the Secretariat and the parties implement the decisions relating to annotation #15 and prepare for COP19, we stand ready to partner with all CITES stakeholders to achieve outcomes that conserve species while facilitating ongoing trade and cultural activity involving musical instruments. Thank you.
Thank you, International Association of Violin and Bowmakers. So seeing no further requests for the floor, I will draw this to conclusion. Thank you to all for all the interventions. It's my sense that the Standing Committee agrees to submit the renewal of decisions 18.321 and 322 on annotation #15 to the Conference of the Parties for its consideration, as found in the annex. Thank you, members of the Standing Committee. So now I will turn your attention to the next item on the agenda, which is item 54. So now we are looking at implications of the transfer of a species from one appendix to another, and this was prepared by the Secretariat. So Secretariat, please, you have the floor when you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trying to do a bit of multitasking here. So this document, document 54, was prepared by the Secretariat and is a follow-up from the decisions at the Conference of the Parties at its last meeting with regard to the situation of species being transferred from one appendix to another. We made some amendments to Resolution 12.3 in that regard. And there were some sort of leftover questions and decisions addressed to the Standing Committee to look at those leftover questions. However, since the time of these amendments that were made to the two resolutions, 12.3 and 13.6, the Secretariat has received no further questions or needs for additional guidance with respect to these situations where one species is moved from one appendix to another. And we have not progressed the work under this decision for the Standing Committee. So the proposal from the Secretariat is to renew this decision going forward and present a revision of the decision to the next meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I'll draw the committee's attention to paragraph 8 of SC 74, Doc 54, where the Secretariat recommends that the Standing Committee propose a renewal of decision 18.151 to the Conference of the Parties. So I will seek the input, starting with views from members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite observer parties who might wish to comment on this document. I will see if there are any comments from observers, organizations. Okay. Seeing no requests for the floor, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the proposing to the Conference of the Parties to renew decision 18.151 as found in paragraph 8 of SC 74 Doc 54. So now I will turn our attention to document 85. Document 85 on guidance for the publication of the appendices, and I will invite the Secretariat to present this document.
Thank you, Chair. In this document, the Secretariat presents a guidance on the publication of appendices. The different parties have been making comments on these guidance through the notification process and the process SC 73 26 Ref 1. This is not the first time you see it. The main objective of these guidance is to support the Secretariat on the publication of appendices and to help the parties to integrate them into national legislation. I would like to thank the small group of voluntary people who have helped us with this issue. One of the lessons learned from this exercise is the fact that the appendices take the decisions from the COP as they were made. For example, the case would be with pangolin, cases that were transferred one by one to Appendix 1, and this is what the Secretariat did because the consolidation wasn't done with the nomenclature. This is why this was done. In this, within this exercise, a number of questions were made, but they have already been dealt with by the Standing Committee in document 86. The Standing Committee is invited to bring forward any comments on these guidance. The Secretariat would like to suggest a draft process so that we can amend this guidance in consultation with the Standing Committee, as well as send all the questions of document 85, like the possibility of sending all issues on zero quotas, as well as in the framework of a mechanism that may be set up for a periodic review. We'll see if that is taken forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So the Secretariat has presented document 85, and the Secretariat invites us to provide comments on the draft guidance as found in the annex to Doc 85, to propose to the Conference of the Parties a new subparagraph for Resolution Conf 4.6. And so we'll focus our attention on those first two items. I think we dealt with some of these in other issues. So I will focus your attention on those first two recommendations of the Secretariat. So Standing Committee, I invite your comments on document 85. So I have China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, we thank the City Secretariat for its wide analysis of the representation of the current appendices. We welcome the analysis of appendices annotation and the subsequent steps in the documents, including the proposed revision to the resolution Conf 4.6 Rev COP 18 on submission of draft resolutions and other documents for the COP. According to the domestic legislation, China needs to translate the appendix into Chinese and promptly publish them, so the work is important to us. We'd like to provide some amendment to the draft guidance for the publication of the appendices in the annex to the SC 74 Doc 85. With regards to paragraph 17 in page 10, On the draft guidance, we propose the amend as the following. After the meeting of the Conference of the Parties, in order to help parties that have a 90-day deadline to amend their national legislation after the closure of the meeting of the Conference of Parties, the Secretariat will endeavor to share with. Beginning here, we propose to add as the following. Any interested party and members of the Animal Committee and the Plants Committee, and continue a track change version of the first draft of amended appendix within 2 weeks of the end of the meeting of the Conference of the Parties. And in the last part of this paragraph, concerning the list of countries which have expressed an interest in receiving an advanced copy of the amended appendix, we propose add China into the list. Thank you.
Thank you, China. We take note of your proposals. The Secretariat will take note, and I will continue to seek comments from members of the Standing Committee on the draft guidance and the insertion to Resolution Comp 4.6. Poland, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for its work in organizing the drafting group, collating the different inputs and finding a way forward. We support the proposed recommendations. We suggest to change to paragraph 17 of the guidance to move the 90-day deadline later in the sentence so that the whole sentence would read, after the meeting of the Conference of the Parties, in order to help parties that have to amend their legislation within the 90-day deadline after the closure, and it goes on. We think that the text as it is makes it sound like the 90-day deadline is the condition, but this is applicable to all parties, and having to change national legislation is the relevant condition here. And also, the last issue is taking into account views expressed under item 82. The recommendation outlined in paragraph 16C should be followed up by different mechanisms, for example, by referring the issues outlined in the document to the annotations working group, and if and when informal mechanism to provide advice on annotations is established, to this mechanism. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Poland. Yes, indeed. Because of our previous discussion, I was putting people's attention rather on recommendation A and B. And some of these issues I think we also looked at when we looked at the report of the scientific committees. So thank you for your proposed edits to paragraph 17, which I'm sure the Secretariat has taken good note of. I will continue to seek views of members of the Standing Committee on the document as well as the insertion into the resolution. And I will also invite observer parties who wish to comment. Canada, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Canada would like to congratulate the Secretariat for this excellent work. We anticipate that this guidance will be a valuable resource in the future to ensure consistency in the publication and interpretation of the appendices. We also encourage all the parties to become familiar with the guidance as it provides a framework for better understanding of the appendices. Canada supports the proposed amendments to the Resolution Conf 4.6, Rev Cop 18, and Canada has no further comments on the guidance at this time and supports publication on the CITES website. We also support further work to develop guidance for the harmonization of references to zero quotas and the use of higher taxa in accordance to Resolution Conf 9.24, Annex 3, and would support the Secretariat putting a proposal on these matters for the next conference of the parties. I mean, that would be after. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. So I will continue to seek views of standing committee members as well as observer parties. Thank you, Canada. I will see if there's any other interventions from parties or members of the Standing Committee, and then I can see if there's one or two from observers. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. We just want to make a point looking at the footnote annotations that are described in paragraph 7 of the guidance. As it says, they have not been renumbered for each meeting of the Conference of the Parties, just like the hashtag annotations have not been renumbered. And this has created actually consistency whenever there are revisions to the appendices, which sometimes comes out even between COPs. And we're a little fearful of starting to make this change where you would make it change to a number. We've gotten used to using the footnotes just like the hashtag numbers, and we would perhaps it's a little it would be better to keep this without renumbering the same way the hashtag annotations are not renumbered. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. We'll take note of that concern as well on the guidance. I will continue to seek any last interventions from parties. I will also see if there is an observer who wishes to make an intervention. Okay, so thank you all for providing your comments. So the Standing Committee has provided some additional comments on the guidance for the publication of appendices for the consideration by the Secretariat and agrees to its publication on the website. The Standing Committee also agrees with the insertion of the new subparagraph F, 4F, in Resolution Comp 4.6 on the submission of draft resolutions and other documents as proposed in paragraph B of, in paragraph sub B of paragraph 16. And with regard to the other issues identified, we take note of those other issues and invite the Secretariat to consider how they might best be advanced in the decisions that are being advanced or possibly being advanced to the Conference of the Parties, as I believe some of these have been picked up in other documents. So we'll invite the Secretariat to take a good look at placement. So thank you to members of the Standing Committee and to observers. I think that with that, we conclude our discussion of document 85. And so now I would like to turn our attention to some of the items that have been remaining on our agenda from previous discussions. So these are primarily found in the COM docs. So I trust everybody has seen COM 1 through 5, is it? Yeah. 5 on the website. As I mentioned, as well, of course, as Doc 17. So as I mentioned when we started, it's my intention to work our way through the ComDocs in order. And I will, so we will start with COM 1. That will be followed by COM 2, COM 3. After COM 3, we will consider document 19 on the language strategy. And then we will continue on with the report of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee in COM 4, COM 5. If there's time, we'll do COM 8, and then we will all go for dinner. So I turn your attention then to SC 74, COM 1. So SC 74, COM 1 is the result of the small drafting group that I asked to pull together all the proposed amendments to the Big Cats Task Force. I believe Poland can introduce the document and give us your insights. So Poland, please, if you would like to comment, and then we will take up COM 1. Thank you, Poland.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We had a constructive discussion within the draft working group, including members of Canada, China, Poland, Tanzania, and the United States. We came to this text by consensus, so it's an agreed text that accommodated all the issues that were raised during the meeting, that as it was our mandate to work only on these issues that were raised in the plenary. So we all agreed the following text, and we welcome views. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Poland. So I was trying to remember the original document number. Okay, so thank you to Poland and the countries in the small drafting group who were pulling together the various perspectives that were raised during our discussion under document 69 of the terms of reference for the Big Cat Task Force. So the standing committee is now invited to adopt, I think, the revised terms of reference and modus operandi for the CITES Big Cat Task Force as found in SC 74, COM 1. I will see if there's any comments from members of the standing committee. I will also see if there's any comments from observer parties. I'm sensing agreement. I will see if any observers wish to make a small intervention regarding these revised terms of reference. Okay. Seeing no requests for the floor, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the revised terms of reference and modus operandi for the CITES Big Cat Task Force. So I believe that concludes our consideration of Doc 69 on the Big Cats Task Force. And so we can now turn to COM 2. So COM 2, one moment. Okay, so now I will turn the attention of the committee to SC 74 COM 2. SC 74 COM 2, this is the proposed amendments to the decisions on the review of CITES provisions related to specimens of animals and plants not of wild source that were proposed by Canada. As you recall, the Standing Committee asked Canada to submit their proposed revisions so that they could be better examined by the parties. So I will now invite views on the decisions AA and BB found in SC 74 COM 2. I will start with members of the Standing Committee. Belgium, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We fully support these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I will continue to seek views from members of the Standing Committee, and I would also invite observer parties. Israel, please.
Just briefly looking at 19.AA, subparagraph A, the inclusion of asking in the third line, including the interpretation of use for primarily commercial purposes. This seems to us to be an extremely large mission. There's a whole resolution on this. There's a tremendous amount of work that was done to define this, and we think including that in this recommendation to the Standing Committee would open up a huge can of worms. So we would propose to remove those words if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. And I can always invite Canada if you wanted to explain your intention there. But before I do, I will turn to the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate having the suggestions from Canada provided in writing so that we can review them. We would share Israel's concerns with regard to including a mandate with regard to the interpretation of the phrase used for primarily commercial purposes. We think that while this is a related issue, it is not the issue at hand here. With regard to the provisions related to trade in specimens of animals and plants not of wild source. And so we support Israel's suggestion that this text be deleted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. Canada, did you want to take the floor? Okay, sorry. Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the suggestions from Israel. I do agree that the way it's written, it leaves it a little bit open. The intention is as it applies to trade in, or we can say as it applies to to the captive breeding subject. So it's to be limited because we did. During the working group, we found ourselves talking about this issue, so it is important, but it has to be limited to it. The intention wasn't to open a big can of worms. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. So then the suggestion would be including the interpretation of use for primarily commercial purposes as it applies to trade in these specimens. Okay, I will continue to take views on COM 2. I will see if that addition has addressed the concerns of Israel or the United States. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate the clarifying text, but we continue to believe that that the text of the remainder of these decisions already covers that issue, and so to avoid any confusion or misunderstanding about the extent of the discussions during the next intersessional period, we think it would be worth removing this text. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. And so based on your intervention, you understand that the decisions already cover the intent of what Canada wants to ensure as part of the discussions. So with that, it seems to me that Canada is agreeable to deleting that text as well. So thank you for your spirit of collaboration. I will continue to take views on the proposed amended decisions in COM 2. I'll also see if there are any observers who wish to comment on this topic. Okay. So seeing no further requests for the floor, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees to submit the draft decisions found in SC 74 COM 2 with the amendments proposed by the United States and Israel to strike, including the interpretation of use for primarily commercial purposes, to the Conference of the Parties for its consideration. And that concludes our discussion of SC 74 Doc 56. Thank you. So now I will turn the committee's attention to SC 74 COM 3. This was prepared by the in-session working group on agenda item 35.1.1 on wildlife crime enforcement support in Western Central Africa. I will turn to Belgium, please, to present this report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the mandate of this in-session working group was to draft recommendations to address those issues related to Pterocarpus erinaceus, which is traded without permits, as well as traded with CITES permits, but where there is serious doubt about the legal acquisition finding behind the issuance of those permits. The questions related to the non-detriment findings are already addressed by the review of significant trade, which is ongoing in the Plans Committee and is thus not in scope of our mandate. I think within the working group there was really a shared concern about the seriousness of the issue, as well as the urgency on the need to act. And I certainly want to thank all the members for the constructive discussions we had. However, there was also some concern about following due process. and therefore I regret to have to report that I was unable to find a compromise solution, and I have to report about 2 options that will be put for the discussion in the Standing Committee. Before going into the details of these 2 options, I'd like to point out that the region is bilingual and that the working group's time was reduced by having to interpret interventions in both languages sequentially, as that the convention's budget does not include interpretations for working groups. So in the document, you first see option 1. This option, in essence, sets in place a trade suspension at this meeting, which is reflected in the first paragraphs of the option. The other recommendations are providing support for capacity building, in-country, regional and international, and also requests transit and destination countries for assistance to the range states. It also directs attention of range states to earlier recommendations that came out of COP18 and are addressed to the entire region, and also the outcomes of the CITES task force meeting on illegal trade in specimens of listed tree species. I don't think we have the time to go into detail of all the elements in option 1, but I hope I've outlined the general gist of it. Then in option 2, this takes into account this concern about following due processes, notably in Resolution COM 14.3 on CITES compliance procedures. And it requests importing parties to assist the region by rejecting export permits based on concerns of a lack of a non-deterrent finding and legal acquisition finding. It includes a request that all permits be verified by the CITES Secretariat prior to acceptance. And it also takes on board, as in option 1, these recommendations from the CITES task force meeting on illegal trade in tree species, as well as the outcome document from COP18. So now these 2 options are before the Standing Committee for a discussion and conclusion. Thank you.
So thank you, Belgium, for your presentation of the 2 approaches from the working group. If I understood correctly, the first approach would immediately place a recommendation to suspend trade. And I note option 1 says it was recommended by the range states. So was that the range states present or all range states for the species? And then I understand option 2 would have some expedited processes and some noting of the request of a number of range states to that they would be assisted to by rejecting, if parties would reject export permits. So that's it sounds like the amongst the differences is a question of whether or not to make a recommendation to suspend trade at this time, or to follow processes as per Resolution COM 14.3. Thank you. Okay, so I will seek views then of the Standing Committee on which approach they are comfortable with, so that I can get a sense of the views of the committee. So I see a request from Poland, please. Poland, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We have discussed further with colleagues after the meeting, and we have a suggestion for a way forward that would take into account these 2 concerns, as it would allow for quick and strong action while respecting relevant procedures. This proposed way forward would be to decide on 3 things. Open a formal Article 13 compliance case for all Pterocarpus erinaceus range states at this meeting by invoking paragraph 22 in Resolution CONF 14.3. on CITES compliance procedures based on the exceptional circumstances due to pervasive documented illegal trade. This would allow to follow proper procedures as foreseen in the resolution, but in a more expeditious way than normally done, which is justified given the circumstances. At this meeting, we also request Secretary to immediately after the meeting issue notification to the range states, requesting them to submit justification that the Article 13 procedure is not applicable to them by either providing their non-detriment finding and legal acquisition finding, or by requesting Secretariat to publish a voluntary export quota. Also at this meeting, we would already provide the way forward on the replies to this notification. If no response is received, or if the response is not satisfying, the Secretariat will issue a new notification informing parties that a suspension is set in place for all commercial trade in Pterocarpus erinaceus for those parties that did not reply or did not provide a satisfying justification. Madam Chair, we can provide a specific text now if you want, or you may want to hear other parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. And so thank you, Poland. I understand after perhaps doing some consultations, you are proposing a compromise that would be additions to option 2. And those additions would to begin an Article 13 procedure for this species for all range states, issue a notification to those range states, to all range states, asking them to submit a justification that this Article 13 procedure should not apply to them, either by providing their non-detriment finding and legal acquisition finding, or requesting the Secretariat to publish a voluntary zero export quota. And then if a satisfactory response is not received, there would be a notification indicating that a suspension, there's a recommendation to suspend commercial trade in the species for those parties where a satisfactory response was not received. I understand that to be the intent of the recommendations. And then there would be, I just want to make sure we understand the intent, and then we can talk about the language that you are proposing. Does that cover the intent? I see colleagues nodding. So perhaps I will start by seeking views, and I do thank Poland for bringing us a compromise, as I think that is a good place to start discussions. So maybe I will start discussions seeking views on the compromised approach provided by Poland. I've opened the floor to members of the Standing Committee. I'll also invite parties. I see Oceania, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Chair. I think that we can express our support in general for the compromise position suggested by Poland. One question that we had, though, was what would be the process for deeming the responses satisfactory or otherwise? So it would be good, I think, to get some clarity around that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Oceania. And I'll do a bit of huddling on that. Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. Canada would like to align itself with the recommendation from Poland as well, and we appreciate the need for that clarification presented by Oceania. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I will continue to seek if there are dissenting views or other views on the compromise approach suggested by Poland. Okay, so based on the requests I've heard so far, I think that approach is agreeable. So now we can consider a little bit more the language associated. So if you will give me a second, I will confer on the point particularly raised by Oceania and seconded by Canada in terms of the process. Okay, so so thank you to Poland and to the countries who expressed their support for this compromise option. The one element that Oceania and Canada felt was missing was a sense of timeframes and roles. So taking into account our past work in this sort of area, including Article 13, it seems that if the idea is to open an Article 13 process, a notification would be issued at the end of this meeting. Generally, the response period for such a notification is around 30 days. So the requesting the range states to submit their justification would be a 30-day process. And then once those responses are received, we can ask the Secretariat to evaluate those responses and provide their recommendations to the Standing Committee. And then the Standing Committee can review and see if they agree with the recommendations of the Secretariat, which would either be that they have provided a satisfying justification. So the Standing Committee would take that decision. And then if the Standing Committee is not satisfied, the notification would be issued informing parties that a suspension is set in place. The Standing Committee can undertake this evaluation in an intersessional postal discussion, because what I'm also understanding from the parties who've intervened is a sense of urgency. So I'm presuming, therefore, that this analysis and determination of satisfaction, the Standing Committee would request that it occur as soon as possible after the 30-day deadline. So that, I think, is how the process that Poland has proposed would be most quickly expedited. And so I'll see if there's any confusion. And then I might turn back to Poland, as I'm seeing general agreement to provide the more fulsome reading of the proposal for option 2, if they are prepared to do so. Poland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification about the procedure that we described in this compromise document. We were foreseeing the trade suspension to take place immediately after or under certain date after the explanations, so NDFs or LAFs to be assessed as unsatisfactory or a complete lack of them. So we didn't foresee a postal procedure of the Standing Committee. Thank you.
So Poland, I understood that your proposal would have the responses from the range states evaluated. If there's no reply, that's a fairly simple evaluation. But you also mentioned something, or if they did not provide a satisfying justification. So if you did not envision the Standing Committee making that evaluation of satisfaction, what was your anticipation of who would provide that evaluation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So our anticipation was that we trust the Secretariat in this assessment. If the information provided can be regarded as satisfactory and fulfilling all the elements of the notification. So that was the idea. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Poland. Okay, so that's. So I will see if so that can work. So we could ask this issue notification 30 days to respond with either the NDF and legal acquisition finding or a request to publish a zero export quota. If no response is received, or if the NDF and legal acquisition finding is not to the satisfaction of the Secretariat, there would be a notification to suspend trade. That would be quicker. The Secretariat would prefer that the satisfaction be done in consultation with the chair of the Standing Committee. Happy to take that on. Again, and I would have myself inserted that anyway. I just want to see if that general idea is agreeable in terms of asking, so in this case, instead of asking the whole committee, we'd be asking the chair of the standing, the Secretariat in consultation with the chair of the Standing Committee to provide that evaluation for those who might, those who provide a non-detriment finding and a legal acquisition finding. That's looking like there's some nods. I will, okay. I'm getting good support. I'm getting a good sense that this will be acceptable. So perhaps I could see if there's any last comments on that procedural piece, and then I can talk through what the whole of the recommendations would look like from the Standing Committee. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're kind of struggling with this, which is why we were a little late coming to the microphone. I think that the chair of the Plants Committee should also be consulted. We need to remember that this species is under SIG trade review and its NDF will be reviewed. So I think the matter of whether the NDF is satisfactory will ultimately be left to the Plants Committee conducting that review. So if we could just make that clear, that we would appreciate that. But we do really appreciate the expedited work that how this would occur, and so we think that this is a good compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. And I was already envisioning asking the right people about the non-detriment finding. Okay, so then it would be in consultation with the chair of the Plants Committee as well as the Standing Committee chair. Merci. Okay, so I would like to walk through the proposed approach then. I was offered a copy, so I believe I have the correct option. So I'm going to walk through then what option 2 would look like. So option 2 would have the Standing Committee request the Secretariat to open an Article 13 procedure for all range states based on the exceptional circumstances due to pervasive documented illegal trade. It would request the Secretariat to issue a notification directly after the end of the meeting requesting range states to submit within 30 days justification that the Article 13 procedure is not applicable to them, either by providing their non-detriment finding or legal acquisition finding, or by requesting the Secretariat to publish a voluntary zero export quota. Paragraph C requests the Secretariat to, after having received and analyzed the responses from the range state, and I will add in here, in consultation with the Plants Committee and the chair and the Standing Committee chair, issue a notification informing parties that a suspension is set in place for all commercial trade in this species for those parties that did not reply or that did not provide a satisfying justification. So the analysis of responses will be done in consultation with the Plants Committee and Standing Committee chairs. So that is a new insertion to option 2. I understand as well that there would be, and Poland, I believe I'm reading what your proposal is, but if I'm incorrect, do let me know. Option 2 would retain the first paragraph in option 2 in COM 3. So this is the Standing Committee calls upon the Plants Committee to expedite the review of significant trade. The compromise solution would also retain paragraph 3 of option 2 found in COM 3 with some changes, with some edits, such that paragraph 3 would read, in anticipation of the notification in paragraph 1C, so in anticipation of the notification of to suspend trade. Importing parties are requested to reject all export permits, et cetera. And so this is the type of language that would be found in a notification when there's a notification to a recommendation to suspend trade. And then paragraph 4 of option 2, paragraph 5 of option 2, and paragraph 6 of option 2 would remain as they are found in COM 3. So in other words, the compromise would include the insertion of a new paragraph with the expedited process that we just discussed, noting that the analysis in that process is done in consultation with the chair of the Plants Committee and the chair of the Standing Committee, and that there's some consequential amendments to what is currently paragraph 3 of option 2, just to reiterate the information, the recommendation to suspend commercial trade for the countries identified after the process, the expedited process. I hope that was clear. I think the fundamental concerns were well captured. I greatly appreciate the work of the parties and Poland for bringing us to a place of agreement, of compromise. I will seek any views, any additional considerations, but overall it's my conclusion thus far that this compromise approach is acceptable to the Standing Committee. Senegal, please.
Thank you, Madam. I would like, first of all, to thank the working group for all their work, thank all those who have taken the floor and made suggestions on this matter to bring us to consensus, which is what we do at CITES. We always seek consensus. We always try to work on that basis, and we have just seen an example of that. There's just one comment I wanted to make. That is the whole question of having an NDF ready in 30 days. I just don't think it's possible. I'm a forestry expert, and I know that no one of our countries will be able to draw up a forestry inventory in order to establish the vulnerability of Pterocarpus vulnerability and draw up all the necessary scenarios to inform the Secretariat of such vulnerabilities within a month. Now, if a country knows it cannot deal with the NDF in that time, it can always say, I'm going for zero quota. I think that would be satisfactory, and we Having made that comment, we would like to say that we would like to thank the Standing Committee, the Secretariat, and the Working Group. It was not easy, and there were a number of languages represented. There were French speakers, there were Spanish speakers, English speakers, all kinds of languages flying around. Then the Secretariat was helping us out. Juan is there, and of course he's trilingual, so we sorted ourselves out, and thanks to one and all.
Thank you, Senegal, and thank you for drawing our attention so positively to the spirit of compromise and consensus. And I take your point about preparing a new forest inventory in 30 days. I think the parties are being requested to provide any existing work that they have, non-detriment finding that supports the trade. And as you note, in the proposed compromise option, another option, of course, is for parties to voluntarily publish a zero export quota. So I think that addresses the concern that you raised. So I would like to thank all the interveners. And thus, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee under this document, 35.1.1, agrees with the compromise option for an expedited Article 13 procedure, as I have just described. Thank you. So we adopt those recommendations, including with the suggestions from Poland. So thank you, parties. And so I guess now we will turn our attention to the next item. So as I mentioned when we started, at this juncture, I would like to turn our attention to SC 74 Doc 19. We had postponed consideration of Doc 19 on a language strategy pending the deliberations of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. And I understand that the Finance and Budget Subcommittee did take up the matter. So I will thus turn the attention of the committee to SC 74 Doc 19. I will ask the Secretariat to briefly present the document, and then I will ask the Chair of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee if he could kindly provide the conclusions of the subcommittee on this matter. So, Secretariat, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everybody. Document 19, Rev 1, on the language strategy for the Convention has been prepared by the Secretariat and is responding to the request made at the Standing Committee at the 73rd meeting in 2021 and provides an update on the document SC 73, Doc 11, Rev 1. The current document is structured and includes the following areas: the administrative and cost implications for the Secretariat of adding the three remaining UN languages as working language of the Convention, an overview of the benefits and the challenges for parties of adding these three languages, a proposed strategy to identify documents that need to be translated in the three languages to facilitate and improve the implementation of the Convention by management and scientific authorities, and the new options that focus on the provision of language services in all UN languages only during the meeting of the Conference of the Party. The three options included in the document are costed and refers to option 1, which is the full operation of the 3 additional languages, which is an estimated cost of nearly $4.6 million US during the triennium. Option 2, an incremental language strategy by focusing on translating key documents that are essential for the work of the national authorities, and that we estimate into $161,000 for the Core Trust Fund, and that is a one-time exercise. A third option, which is proposing to hold the meetings of the Conference of the Parties in all 6 UN languages. This will entail to have all the working documents, amendment proposals, and in-session documents translated into all the 6 UN languages, and also having interpretation at the meeting in all 6 languages. This option is estimated to around $700,000 for each COP meeting. The Finance and the Budget Subcommittee, we held a meeting on 10th of February this year with invited representatives from China and Russia to discuss this document and among its members. Further review of the document has also been taking place during this week in the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. Madam Chair, this is ending my briefing on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. And as noted, the committee deferred consideration of this document pending the recommendations of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. So I would appreciate if the Chair of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee could provide us with the outcomes of that meeting as respect to Agenda Item 19, please. Thank you. I pass it to the Chair of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably you all understand it is a tricky question. And it's probably no party would ever contest that multilingualism in the United Nations system is to be neglected. The subcommittee had concerns related to the costs. We had a meeting, as Susan said, which was by a Zoom or by another electronic tool in February, and then we took our deliberations at the occasion of the present standing committee. We did not conclude on any option which presented. I want to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of the documentation and the Executive Secretary and the Fund Management Officer for the assistance during our deliberations. We tasked the Secretary and I would like to recommend to the Standing Committee that the Secretariat is requested to conduct a survey on how other MAAs and natural resource management bodies are handling language services for non-working languages, including those that do not have any language strategy in place. Further, the subcommittee would recommend to the Secretariat and to the Standing Committee to request the Secretariat to present new options, including to those included outlined in document DASTI 74-19, and including those developed through information received by the Secretariat in its survey, person to what I said before, which is the survey on handling the languages by other bodies, and discussion at the present session in the subcommittee, and most likely now at the Standing Committee, and present the findings to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties for further review. For your information, as mentioned, the subcommittee invited Russia and China, as though representing two languages which were not included in the composition of the subcommittee to join our meetings as observers. This is my report on that agenda item. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. So under SC 74 Doc 19, the Secretariat concluded with some possible options on advancing a language strategy and invited us to consider these options and formulate a way forward. Earlier, we had asked the Finance and Budget Subcommittee to consider approaches on language strategy and provide advice. And so the chair of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee just reported that they concluded that it would be useful for the Secretary to conduct a survey on how other bodies are handling language services and provide new options, taking into account everything heard and received, to the Conference of the Parties. So my suggestion is for the Standing Committee to consider the advice of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee and to agree the advice of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. And this advice is found in SC 74 Com 4, page 2, under Agenda Item 19. So with that, I will open the floor for comments, starting with members of the Standing Committee. So, China, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. China would like to thank the Secretariat for this report and for the proposal of these three options that give us a very good, solid basis for discussion. China always thinks that the inclusion of Chinese, Russian and Arabic is three languages that speak more than 1 billion people in the world, and languages that will only help CITES to implement the convention and that correspond to the objectives in the area of linguistic promotion. These inclusion advantages are better, of course, than disadvantages of cost. This is a possible objective. Taking into account the concerns of some countries that fear an increasing budget, China is ready to be flexible and accept the Secretariat's option 3, with linguistic services in 6 official UN languages only for the Conference of the Parties meetings. We think that without burdening extremely the budget, this will be a very important step into a more effective and progressive implementation of newer languages of work. We also would like to see a report on the implementation of the linguistic program for every COP. It's important that a lot of parties work in these working languages, so it's not only a technical question with a budgetary impact, but also a principle that has policy and equity implications. Our demands are reasonable and must be taken into the necessary care. On the report of the Subcommittee on Finance and Budget, we would like to thank the Subcommittee for having invited China to participate in the meeting and to strengthen its efforts in this area. We cannot, however, agree with these two recommendations because, despite the very positive position that CITES always has had, the first one is to set up a study On the other languages, there is a great need to evaluate the added value of this study. It's evident that most international conventions are based on a six-language regime, and we are not going to make a big list on the different conventions, but there is the Rio Convention of Chemical Products, there is the Vienna Convention on the ozone layer, and there's the Paris Agreement on climate, but there are many others. CITES should be capable of showing ambition and follow in their example. At the same time, if we try to consolidate these institutions in our very own institution, these working languages, we will not find Chinese, Arabic, and Russian, because for most institutions, these three languages are actually, in fact, working languages. On the second suggestion, the second proposal, we think that this study will be additional to the three options given by the Secretariat. The parties already have a consensus on the need to promote linguistic diversification, and the question of the increase of the basic budget without including the three new languages in the basic financing. It will be impossible to really achieve this linguistic strategy and achieve our objectives with these decisions. We really hope that the Standing Committee will take all this into account. Therefore, China would like to invite the Standing Committee to go back to the three options on the table and to ask the Secretariat to add all the necessary information to make sure that the right decision can be made and that we take the right direction on the implementation of our decision. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So China does not agree with the recommendation provided by the Finance and Budget Subcommittee, but would suggest rather that the Standing Committee consider advancing option 3 as found in Doc 19 for consideration by the Conference of the Parties. I will continue to take interventions on this and on the recommendation provided by the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. I will invite Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Chair. Kuwait would like to thank the CITES Secretariat for preparing this detailed, informative, and important document. As such strategy will help the Arabic-speaking country for a better understanding and implementation of the Convention. I think it's the time to consider such inclusion of the other UN working languages. So in line with China intervention, we are in favor of option 3, but also we agree on the recommendation of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee in document SC 74-COM4. And looking forward to explore more option and consensus at the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Party. Furthermore, I would like to thank the Chair and the members of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee for their effort and guidance. I just have a minor edit for the paragraph A in document SC 74-COM5, no, it's 4. If you allow me to mention that for the consideration of the committee. For paragraph A, request the CITES Secretariat to conduct a survey on how biodiversity MAAs and natural resources management body are handling languages services for other working languages instead of non-working languages. This is my only edit. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuwait. And maybe I'll seek a point of clarification on the insertion. So my understanding of this point was to understand how other MEAs deal with providing language services for languages that are not a working language of that body, to understand their approach. And so you also would like the survey to include how the other biodiversity MEAs provide, handle language services for their working languages?
Yes, such as CBD have the 6 UN languages, so maybe that's what I really mean. So other, it will include everything, none and other.
Sorry, and I'm just getting tripped up on other because I don't know what you mean other to what. But what I'm understanding, because there's either a working language for a body or a non-working language. And then different bodies have different working languages. But what I understood is you are just asking for that survey to ask these bodies how they manage language services for non-working languages as well as their experiences with the working languages of that body or whatever, natural resources management body. Okay, so I think I understand that. I will see if there's any reactions to that as well. Okay, I will continue to take reactions from members of the committee. Peru, please.
Thank you, Chair. The countries of the region, we had opted for option 3 as well, that the 6-language regime be granted for the COPs, but we are open to other options that the Secretariat could bring to us. But in theory, in principle, it should be option 3 for us. Thank you.
So thank you, Peru. So if I understood you correctly, you're expressing a preference for option 3, but you're open to agreeing with the recommendations from the Finance and Budget Subcommittee to explore. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I have Israel followed by North America. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. We discussed this with our region in a meeting before this the standing committee, and the general consensus in the region was that this would prefer to push this off and explore it further. So in that light, we would not agree with the proposals that were here, and we would accept the proposals of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. North America.
Thank you, Chair. The North American region also favors the proposal of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, North America. Belgium, followed by Oceania. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of this important document. We have sympathy for this request and understand the reasons for its submission. Also, we welcome the need to improve the linguistic tools and the accessibility for parties to the CITES Convention and the need to have the key CITES documents translated in all 6 UN official languages. However, any of such endeavors needs to respect the budgetary constraints as well as the potential delays translations might impose on document production. Therefore, it is important to set this request in the overall framework of the financial implications. We would consider option 2 to be the most appropriate, as it will most likely lead to better implementation of CITES, as documents which are essential to the work of the management and scientific authorities will be more widely accessible to officials in their everyday work. In this light, we might not support option 1 as it has a significant budgetary implications. When reading now the request of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee, we would also be open to explore their possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Of the options in the document, Belgium has indicated option 2 is most appropriate for them, but they are also, like Peru, willing to explore the recommendations or agree the recommendations of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. I am continuing first to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to the Secretariat and the Finance and Budget Subcommittee for investigating and preparing options for progressing Decision 18.30 on language strategy for the Convention. In order to enable the Standing Committee to advance the most appropriate option for CITES, Australia welcomes the opportunity, as recommended by the Finance and Budget Subcommittee in SC 74 COM 4, to learn from other MEAs in relation to their strategies and approaches to languages. In that, we may discover a model that might also be a good fit for CITES, or at least be informed by their experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Oceania. Okay, so I see no further requests from members of the Standing Committee, so I can now turn to observer parties. China, do you want to intervene before the parties? Or would you like to hear from the parties? Okay, after. So I have seen a request from Somalia, followed by Oman. Somalia, please.
Thank you, Chair, to give me the chance to speak. Thanks to the Standing Committee, their efforts to prepare this document. We request more than 22 Arab countries, they speak Arabic language. And I think they are willing to see the adding of the Arabic language to the speaking language of the sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Somalia, I had Oman on my list. Oman, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We would like to support the proposal raised by the representative from Kuwait. Thank you.
Thank you, Oman. I will see if there's any other parties that wish to intervene. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My delegation is not in favor of including the additional 3 languages, and we support the recommendation made by the Finance and Budget Subcommittee to further study the matter and consider all the options, including new ones, at the future occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I'm continuing to take interventions from parties. Next on my list is the United Kingdom. United Kingdom, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Finance and Budget Subcommittee for its work and the Secretariat for its clear assessment of the implications of expanding the working languages of the Convention.
So it looks like the microphones are back in business. So United Kingdom, back to you, please.
Thank you again, Chair. I'll start again. We thank the Finance and Budget Subcommittee for its work and the Secretariat for its clear assessment of the implications of expanding the working language of the Convention. However, regarding the proposals in Document 19 and further proposals by the Finance and Budget Subcommittee in Document SC 74-4, we're not at this time prepared to discuss, consider or forward any decisions to COP19 that would include the addition of Russian to the working language of the Convention. And we request that those elements are removed from the proposals in Document 19 and not taken into consideration by the Secretariat. And we request that this is entered into the record of this meeting. More broadly, however, we do welcome efforts to improve the accessibility of the Convention to parties, which will serve to improve implementation and compliance. And we recognise and welcome the steps already taken by parties to translate key documents into other languages, and note that this remains ad hoc and often on a voluntary basis. Nevertheless, we have significant concerns with the complete integration of any further languages as working languages of the Convention at this time. The costs are significant and would place a considerable burden on the budget without clearly comparable benefits. We do, however, consider that there may be value in the other approaches that have been proposed. We therefore support the proposal in Document SC 74-4 that the Secretariat contact their counterparts in other biodiversity MEAs and natural resources management bodies to determine how they are handling language services for non-working languages for that MEA or body, including those that do not have any language strategies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. United Kingdom, your intervention is noted, and you have indicated a general agreement with the recommendations from the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. Okay, I will continue to take interventions from parties. Senegal, did you wish to intervene?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam.
Je crois que en ce troisième millénaire,
I
la
do
diversité
think
linguistique n'est pas une chose à
that
occulter.
in this third millennium, we should not hide language diversity. However, I do think that we need to go carefully. The Secretariat should consider ways in which we could take this diversity on board. I have been really impressed in the course of this meeting to hear the representative of China use my language as beautifully as he does. And I was able to follow his thinking, his approach, and his requirements. Senegal has no objection whatsoever to our thinking about our language strategy. I do acknowledge that we don't have the resources right now, but we should perhaps see how we can take the wishes of these languages and of people who, after all, are very numerous in speaking them. So we should bear this in mind. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Senegal. I will again see if there are any other parties who wish to intervene. Not seeing other parties, I will return to China. You wish to intervene?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam.
La Chine est l'un des plus grands contributeurs financiers
China
à la
is
CITES,
one of
et
the
sa
greatest
contribution ne
contributors
cesse
to
d'augmenter.
CITES, and its contribution is rising. On budgetary matters, we have always been very cooperative and have made significant contributions. We well understand the administrative and budgetary constraints that new working languages would represent, and we have been patient and pragmatic on that score. We have always been open to sincere, considered, constructive dialogue with all parties involved. We should be able to find a workable solution together. That said, we would stress the need for CITES to continue to make efforts to include these languages as working languages rather than postponing or turning its back on these questions. We will continue to cooperate with other countries that use these three languages so that we can strengthen dialogue with all parties so that we have a better understanding of the situation. That will enable us to make more progress when it comes to COP19. I would like to respond to what the representatives of the United Kingdom and Senegal had to say. I must say I don't understand the UK's thinking on this matter. This is not a matter for CITES competence. Now, with respect to Senegal, I would like to thank you for your compliments. I'm proud to be able to speak French in France. I am entirely in favor of linguistic diversity, and my French friends are proud of me. I do believe that most of our African friends are proud of their languages and are proud of their linguistic diversity.
But je préfère français en France.
But when in France, this is not linked to this particular question. I do think that when we talk about adding 3 new languages to the CITES working languages in France, that is a particularly interesting and significant context for our discussion. I don't think it would be appropriate to turn our backs on pride in language and our principles. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Merci, China. Thank you. I will see if there's any further interventions from parties. I think I've heard a number of interventions. It's a challenging discussion. I can see the concerns as well as the desires regarding this topic on language strategy. And I note, of course, it's not the Standing Committee who will make the ultimate decision. It is the Conference of the Parties. So it's really what we can bring to the Conference of the Parties in terms of deliberations. I do have another request for the floor, so I will take Uzbekistan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this chance. I would like to also ask Standing Committee to support this recommendation, and I would like to inform that Russian language is also second language in Uzbekistan after Uzbek national language, and Uzbekistan is with population 35 million people. And also in Central Asia and countries of the Commonwealth of Independent States, it's also one of the main languages. So it would increase activity on the CITES convention in our state and on the region, and increase the number of participants on the working level meetings. So we cannot see our colleagues from the Commonwealth of Independent States on these meetings. So thank you for the intervention.
Thank you, Uzbekistan. Thank you to all the members of the Standing Committee and to parties who have intervened on this topic. I greatly do appreciate the passion with which you provide your perspectives. I am taking a look at the interventions I've heard and the varied perspectives that I've heard. And I note that while there is definitely a large sort of spectrum of views, it does appear to me that the majority of the standing committee members were comfortable with the recommendations arising from the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. So it's my conclusion that after good discussion and taking into account all the views expressed here, the Standing Committee would agree with the recommendations from the Budget and Finance Subcommittee. I think we can take on board the point raised by Kuwait, so that the first recommendation asking the Secretariat to engage with the other biodiversity MEAs and natural resource management bodies on how they're handling language services, both for their working languages and non-working languages for that body, including those that do not have any language strategies. And then we would request the Secretariat to advance options, including those found in SC 74 Doc 19, as well as those developed through the information received from the survey, and advance those to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. So that, I believe, is the conclusion of this discussion. I thank you all for your participation. I appreciate all the perspectives provided, and I'll look forward to further deliberations at the Conference of the Parties. Now, it is currently 5 o'clock, which is normally the close of our session. However, I note we have 2 comm docs, and to close perhaps the financial matters, and then an exact sum, and then we could go into our final points on the agenda. So it's my suggestion that we keep powering through and hopefully finish in a timely fashion our agenda. If you agree with that suggestion, I would offer a few minutes of a bio break, because I know I need it, and then we would continue with our agenda. Canada?
Thank you, Chair. I don't disagree with your suggestion, but some of us are awaiting our test results to travel tomorrow, and the pharmacy closes and we haven't received them yet, so perhaps you can allow us half an hour to go check before the pharmacy closes.
Canada, I appreciate that. I also recognize you. There are a number of different points here. Maybe what I will do is I'll invite a 15-minute bio break. I know the pharmacy is nearby for those who need to do the run, and that will give chance for those who might need to refresh themselves, but only 15 minutes. I will begin promptly at 5:25, please. 5:25. Thank you.
No, not that.
I would ask everyone to take their seats so we can recommence. Thank you. We are going to reconvene after our brief bio break. And I hope that we should take no more, hopefully, than an hour or so to finish our agenda. Thank you to the interpreters for their indulgence. So I am turning the committee's attention now to SC 74 COM 4. SC 74 COM 4 is the report of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. So I would turn to the acting chair of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee if he would be so kind as to present the report. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If you allow, we will go on with ST 74 COM 4 to complete the report of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. The Finance and Budget Subcommittee meet 5 times during the present Standing Committee's meeting. I was asked to act as the acting chair, and I would like to invite the membership of the convention to volunteer for the next session as to become a chair. Representatives of all regions were present. As well, we were assisted by the Secretariat and UNEP. Chair, if you allow me to approach agenda item 7, financial reports.
I'm just going to pause you for a second. So I would ask the room if we could just keep our voices down so that we can hear the report. Thank you sorry, I was getting a lot of noise in my headphones. So thank you to the chair. I apologize for cutting you off, but please do continue.
Thank you very much, and much appreciated. We would recommend to the Standing Committee, which is in the report in COM 4 under agenda item 7, to approve the report of the COSI Programme of Work for the full years 2019 and 2020, and for the period up to 30th September 2021. Further, we would recommend to the Standing Committee to take note of the projected savings of the Core Trust Fund, which is the CATL fund, for the year 2021, and to approve a transfer of resources from the expected savings from 2021 under the meeting-related components in the amount of $336,600 to cover the costs of the organizations of the meeting of the governing bodies during this year, and this on a one-time exceptional basis. Further, the subcommittee recommends to the Standing Committee to invite the Conference of the Parties to further review the participation charters for all observers organizations other than the United Nations and the specialized agencies and meetings of the governing bodies of the Convention, and make a determination of the use of such collected charges. If there are questions, Madam Chair, I would continue with agenda item 8, report and proposed budget scenarios for 2023-2025, which is the next triennium to be approved by the COP. The subcommittee would recommend to the Standing Committee to take note of the report by the Secretariat and to request the Secretariat to take in account the feedback received at the present meeting and to include that in the preparation for proposed budget scenarios for deliberation by COP19. I would then continue with agenda item 10.1, administrative matter, including house counter arrangements for the secretariats. We would like to recommend to the Standing Committee to appreciate the continued contribution by the house counter of the secretariat. We would as well note that the UNEP document on the allocation and utilization of the program support costs. We would further recommend to take note of the evaluation of central administrative costs following the adoption of UMOCHA, in particular the classification in core indirect and common direct administrative costs to be interpreted, applied in a new context. Sounds like technical, huh? Further, the subcommittee recommends to the Standing Committee to note the outstandings billed to the UNOG office in Geneva for administrative services provided and request the UNEP Executive Director to authorize the utilization by CDES of unspent Program Support Fund balance at the closure of the financial year 2021 to settle the outstanding bills amounted to $232,000, notwithstanding UNEP's current policy that restricts carrying forward positive balances at closure of UNEP biannual financial period. We would further recommend to the Standing Committee to defer to COP19 the question on whether to consider possible supplementary funding sources for future administrative costs when programs support cost is inadequate. We recommend to the Standing Committee to welcome the report of the Office of Internal Oversight, which an audit was done in 2021, and request the Secretariat to provide an update on the implementation of recommendations to the attention of the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. I would then continue, and this is the last item on our report, which is again item 10.2 on the administrative hosting models for the Secretariat. And the subcommittee took note of the oral report by the Secretariat and would recommend to the Standing Committee to keep this item under further review. This is our report of the subcommittee, and I would like to thank the membership, the Executive Secretary, the Secretariat, and UNEP for the assistance we could experience at our meetings. I thank everybody attending the meetings for the fruitful and good discussions. Thank you very much, and with that, I conclude my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Acting Chair of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee, for your report and for your chairing of the meetings of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. It is greatly appreciated. So in SC 74, COM 4, the Finance and Budget Subcommittee puts a number of recommendations to the Standing Committee for our consideration and adoption. And these are in reference to agenda items 7, 8, 10.1, and 10.2. We have already considered agenda item 19. So I will turn to members of the Standing Committee to see your remarks, and silence I will presume to be agreement with the recommendations of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. I will see if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite observer parties who may wish to comment. I will open the floor to any participant present. So, seeing no requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee concurs with the recommendations provided by the Finance and Budget Subcommittee, and thus agrees to the recommendations found in SC 74 COM 4 with respect to agenda items 7, 8, 10.1, and 10.2. And as I mentioned, we have already taken a decision on agenda item 19. So with that, that concludes our discussion of these various financial and administrative matters. And we will now turn our attention to COM 5. So thank you. So now we are looking at the last ComDoc, SC 74 COM 12. This is the report of the Mike and Edith subgroup. And I understand that Belgium will be presenting this report. So Belgium, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Mike and Edith subgroup met in the margins of the Standing Committee meeting to consider the amendments proposed to the Annex 3, 4, and 5 to document SC 74 Doc 12 as requested by the Standing Committee. In addition to this document, the subgroup also considered and agreed upon the nominations of global members to the Mike and Edith Technical Advisory Group and noted the export to be co-opted to the Mike and Edith stack. We also considered the clarification of data aggregates that appear on the ETIS website or the ETIS pages of the CITES website to distinguish between parties that reported that they had no ivory seizures and parties that did not submit any data. With regards to document 12 of this Standing Committee, the majority of the amendments proposed were agreed upon, and I will now try to walk you through swiftly through the different annexes. So in Annex 3, which provides amendments to Resolution Conf 10.10, the amendments were agreed upon, including the new text as suggested in plenary. In Annex 4, Section 2, about the data scope, there was a concern raised by China and Japan about the third paragraph in Section 2 of this Annex 4, relating to data scope that would include reporting on domestic level seizures. However, other parties indicated in the working group that domestic level seizures should be reported. And as the provisions were, was agreed text taken from the guidelines from the annual illegal trade report, we decided to keep it in the text. We did include the 3 tiers of data as requested by traffic, but China also raised some concerns about this. Perhaps as clarification, the first tier is the baseline, so providing the minimal requirements for data to be recorded in the trend analysis. And the second and the third tier are additional information that is requested for submission if available to the party. At the end of Section 2 of Annex 4, there's also a new paragraph proposed to address concerns raised by Singapore relating to data verification and validation. In Section 5 of Annex 4, the changes were all agreed upon by the working group. And in Annex 5, of the document relating to Resolution Conf 11.17. This was also agreed upon. And with regards to the deadline for submission of ETIS data, the majority of the members of the subgroup supported the new deadline of the 31st of October to be aligned with the deadline for the annual illegal trade reports. However, traffic raised some concerns about the implications relating to delays in carrying out the analysis. This concludes my report of the work done by the Mike ETIS subgroup. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium, for your report. So the SC74 COM5 shows the results of the Mike ETIS subgroup consideration of the various annexes that were part of Doc 12, as well as some of the other activities that were anticipated from Doc 68. So I thank the working group chair for walking us carefully through each of these recommendations. And I now will turn to members of the standing committees for your consideration. The standing committee has been invited to agree these amendments, these points found in SC 74 COM 5. So I will first take any interventions from members of the standing committee. I will invite observer parties who wish to comment on SC 74 COM 5. I see Japan, followed by the United States. Japan, please.
Thank you. We are disappointed that our concern was not solved in the document COM 5. In the working, we were explained that the paragraph which maintained domestic measure was reflected from the guidelines. For paragraph and submission of the CITES annual illegal trade report, since we checked the guidance and acknowledged what is written there. Small g in paragraph 2, we suggested that following sentence in small h in the same paragraph 2 in order to maintain consistency between the guidance and Annex 4 in the SC 74 document 12. However, our comment was not reflected. Therefore, once again, we reflected that the content of the small h in paragraph 2 of guidelines should be included in Annex 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan, for your concern. So your concern was you made a recommendation that paragraph 2, subparagraph H of the guidelines for the preparation of the submission of the CITES annual illegal trade report should be included in this subsection of Annex 4, so in COM 4. I will, and I understand perhaps that was not supported, and that's why it was not brought forward in the amendments proposed in COM 4. I'll continue to take reactions and comments on the document in order to understand the will of the room. So the United States, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair. The United States wants to reiterate ours and traffic's concern over moving the reporting deadline to the 31st of October. Moving the reporting deadline to October 31st will cause a delay in the EDIS analysis, as data would not be received at least would be received at least 7 months later each year. This delay could negatively influence other CITES processes, such as the National Ivory Action Plans, which rely on the EDIS data.
Thank you, United States. We take note of your reiterated concern and about the view of the majority of the members that supported a 31 October deadline. I will continue to take comments on COM 4 from standing committee members as well as observer parties. Oh, COM 5. It's getting late. Okay, so I see no further requests for the floor, so I note Japan's concern with the way their suggestion was not reflected. I equally note the United States' concern regarding the deadline, but overall it's my sense that the committee is ready to agree with the COM doc and the amendments proposed within it, as well as the decisions found on page 3. Before I conclude, however, I will see if there are any observer parties who wish to make a small intervention regarding the report of the Micronesia subgroup. Okay, so seeing no further requests for the floor, it's my conclusion that the Standing Committee agrees with the amendments to Annex 3 of Doc 12 as found in COM 5. It's also my understanding that the Standing Sorry, I understand that Japan wished to take the floor again. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm happy to listen to you first and then make a statement later, because intention is not to interrupt your concluding remarks. Thank you. But later.
Thank you, Japan. Okay, so I appreciate that. Next was Annex 4 of Doc 12. So it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees to the amendments that were found in Annex 4 of Doc 12 with those amendments to those sections found in SC 74 COM 5, as found in SC 74 COM 5. I also understand that the committee agrees with the amendments to the amendments to Annex 5 proposed in SC 74 COM 5, and that the committee agrees that the deadline for submission for EDIS data shall be 31 October. And I think that concludes the issues in COM 12, Doc 12, and I also understand that the standing committee approve the nomination of the individuals as new members of the TAG as found in paragraph 2 sub A of COM 5, and also notes that Dr. Jennifer Maley will be co-opted as a technical expert as found in paragraph 2 subparagraph B of SC 74 COM 5. And finally, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendation in paragraph 3, subparagraph A of COM 5 to request traffic and the Secretariat to clarify the data aggregates, etc. So that is what I take to be the conclusions of the Standing Committee on these matters and on SC 74 COM 5. Okay, so I take that to be the conclusions of the committee on this matter. So Japan, please, you wish to make a statement. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My delegation took note of the concluding remarks and suggested the decision to be taken by the Standing Committee. And I'd like to emphasize that my delegation is willing and ready to further discuss the matter in the context of the COP as well. In the meantime, my delegation will be bounded by the existing guidelines and the language and spirit of the CITES Convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan, for your statement. And to note, the recommendations of the Standing Committee will be forwarded to the Conference of the Parties for their agreement. So that concludes our consideration of SC 74 COM 5, as I had previously stated. So since we are, as I said, powering through, I would like to take up SC 74 Sum 8. So this summary record has been available for the requisite amount of time, and so I will take any corrections on SC 74 Sum 8. I'll start with members of the Standing Committee, and I'll also invite observer parties. And before I do note that the Secretariat had a technical correction to make. So Secretariat, you first, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you take a look at page 3 in English, agenda item 34, the Standing Committee had agreed to forward all the amendments as they were in the document. On document 34, the amendments to resolution 17.4, and I quite simply forgot to copy and paste one of the amendments. So there should be an extra paragraph here referring to 1C. You will find the text in document 34 in the annex to document 34. And the other small technical edit, if you look to page 7, between the two sets of decisions, the committee agreed to submit to COP19 the draft decision in Annex 1 to document SC 74. It should be Doc 67.3 and not Doc 67.2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for those corrections. So again, I will turn to members of the committee as well as observer parties to see if you have any corrections to make to Sum 8. I invite all delegates if you have any corrections to make to SC 74 Sum 8. Seeing no requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee adopts SC 74 Sum 8. Committee, I will note that there are 2 other summary records. However, they have not been posted for the requisite amount of time. So in accordance with the rules of procedure, we will be adopting those through an email process. So with that, that concludes the consideration of the committee of the executive summaries. So the next item on the agenda is any other business. So I will invite any remarks, starting with members of the Standing Committee for any other business. I will also invite observer parties who might have other business. Okay, so seeing no requests for the floor, I think we've concluded agenda item 87 on any other business. Next item on our agenda is the determination of the time and venue of the 75th and 76th meetings. Perhaps I'll invite the Secretariat to provide your comments on this matter.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier this week, the Standing Committee adopted the draft working program for the 19th meeting of the Conference of Parties that will be taking place in Panama City, in Panama. And that included the dates and times for the SC75 and SC76. SC75 will take place on 13 November at the Panama Convention Center in Panama City from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And SC76 will take place immediately after the closure of the Conference of Parties on 25 November. Just a short meeting to address administrative issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I invite the Standing Committee to take note of the time and venue of the 75th and 76th meetings. If there's any comments, feel free to raise your flags, but if not, okay. So seeing no requests for the floor, the committee takes note of the time and venue for the 75th and 76th meetings. And at long last, we are at agenda item 89 on closing remarks. So so I will start by inviting closing remarks from observer organizations attending the meeting. So if any observer organizations wish to make closing remarks, I invite you to raise your flags. I see 2. So I will take the closing remarks from IWMC, followed by the Wildlife Conservation Society. IWMC, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. En premier lieu, je voudrais remercier
First of all, I would like to address special thanks to France and their distinguished delegate, Mr. Jean-Patrick Leduc. Thank you for your wonderful hospitality and for your great organization of this meeting. Jean-Patrick, I trust that you will thank all those who helped on our behalf.
To these 2 personalities, you are certainly, Madam Chair, not part of the energy crisis. The level of energy that you have displayed during this meeting is simply exceptional. And, you know, I think it's quite appropriate that we celebrated the International Women's Day during your chairmanship. And incidentally, I hope one day we're going to have also an International Men's Day. Having said that, Madam Chair, this meeting has confirmed the 2 ways of prioritizing CITES issues. If a proposal or initiative has for objective to increase the protection status of a species or chase people away from wild species, then it is a matter of highest priority. It is urgent. We must act now. On the other hand, if a proposal or initiatives has for objective to alleviate human poverty or provide humans with a better quality of life or allow them to benefit from their wild resources, these proposals create an immediate moral outrage. And the best way we can hope for such proposals and initiatives is that they be declared premature and be delayed to subsequent COPs. In closing, Madam Chair, let me assure you that I love this convention. I was part of its birth, and I've been associated with it since then. I have criticized it in the past, still do it, and will continue to do so in the future, with the hope that my criticism will help maintaining CITES' original purpose, which is to conserve wild species for the benefit of current and future human generations, and that CITES will never be turned into a social club for animal lovers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IWMC. Wildlife Conservation Society, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm making these remarks on behalf of 29 organizations. And although I have submitted it to the Secretariat, I'll read it quickly because I think the organizations need to hear their names and parties need to hear this. WCS, WWF, SSN, Animal Advocacy and Protection, AWI, AZA, Bridget Bardot Foundation, CBD, CCF, David Shepherd Wildlife, Defenders of Wildlife, IAZA, EIA, Eurogroup for Animals, Fondation Franz Weber, HSI, IFA, Law of the Wild, Lewis and Clark, NRDC, Panthera, PASA, Pro Wildlife, SDZWA, Traffic, WAZA, World Parrot Trust, WRI, where did I get WWF? Yes, in the beginning, and ZSL. We've come to the end of a long week. As this is the first in-person CITES meeting since the pandemic, we've had to deal with an accumulation of more than 2 years of crucial issues for conservation and the implementation of the convention. Online meetings, however well organized, can only do so much, and we have been thus faced with what may be the most crowded agenda of any standing committee meeting. None of us will agree with all the conclusions or all the recommendations, but we can all agree that we have accomplished the task before us, and there are many we have to thank for that. First, our thanks to our host country, France, for providing our venue and for giving us the opportunity to see each other face to face instead of in a little box on a computer screen. Our thanks to the Secretariat and its hardworking staff for all their efforts in preparing for this meeting and seeing that it ran so smoothly. On behalf of all of our colleagues who could not be here in person, we thank the technical wizards who made it possible to follow the proceedings on YouTube around the globe. Our thanks to the interpreters who bore with us through long days and nights with their usual patience and professionalism. A special thanks to you, our chair, who conducted these lengthy proceedings both with your usual combination of efficiency and grace, and then on this occasion with more than usual stamina. Our thanks, I'm almost done, don't worry. Our thanks in advance to our future hosts who will be welcoming us in Panama a few months from now. We look forward to seeing and working with each other again in their beautiful country, and most importantly, to working with the parties, to ensure the adoption of decisions and species proposals that will conserve and protect species subject to international trade. The very first sentence in the CITES treaties, which is now approaching its 50th anniversary, is, quote, recognizing that wild fauna and flora in their many beautiful and varied forms are an irreplaceable part of the natural systems of the earth, which must be protected for this and the generations to come. May we all rededicate ourselves to that call. Finally, to all of you who have come together here in Lyon, Our best wishes for a safe journey home and for good health in the months to come. Nos vemos en Panama. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Wildlife Conservation Society. Thank you, IWMC. So seeing no further requests from the observers, I will turn to closing remarks from any non-party states present. I will now invite closing remarks from parties, observer parties. Seeing no requests for the floor, I will... Oh, Japan, please. Japan, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le Japon tient à remercier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like, first of all, to thank you, Madam, for your excellent chairing of this meeting, and I would like to thank the Secretary General and her team and the Secretariat for having made this meeting possible. Thanks to the French authorities and the City of Lyon.
Gracias.
Thank you, Japan. I would now invite any closing remarks from members of the Standing Committee, please. It looks like Israel. Okay, Israel, please, you have the floor.
Just very briefly, Chair. I've taken up a lot of this committee's time this week, and this will be the last time you'll hear from me. But we just wanted to, without going into all the long list, reiterate all the words of the chair of the Wildlife Conservation Society, who so eloquently expressed all the comments we wish to make. Maybe she spoke in the name of the observer organizations, but the members of the Standing Committee themselves, we experienced not just your chairmanship of this meeting, but we've been working together since the last COP intercessionally under your direction, and perhaps other parties don't see it, but a lot of the work that went on under your direction, not just in the Standing Committee issues, but many of the working groups that you chaired and many of the other issues that you've worked with. And there's no way that we can thank you enough for bringing us efficiently, pleasantly, and certainly efficiently to this point. Thank you, Carolina.
Thank you, Israel. Indonesia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like others, Indonesia would like to congratulate and commend you, Chair, the Secretariat, France as our host, the committee members, parties to the convention, as well as observers for our constructive and successful standing committee meeting. We believe that the meeting has resulted in many sides crucial decisions and recommendations that will further improve CITES instruments, mechanisms, and efforts, and which will also will provide the appropriate way forward for a wiser utilization of our wildlife and better communities' livelihood. Lastly, Indonesia looks forward to meet and engage constructively with all of you again at the next COP19 in Panama to achieve more positive outcomes for the purposes of achieving our common goal, which is to enhance our global cooperation in balancing the protection and sustainable use of our wildlife. Thank you, Madam Chair, and everyone. Keep healthy and safe travel home to everyone.
Thank you, Indonesia. I see Panama, Congo, China. So Panama, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Queremos iniciar agradeciendo al gobierno de
We would like,
Francia
first of all,
y a
to
la
thank the
Secretaría
government
y el
of France and the
de la Chair of the Standing
Secretariat,
Committee
as well
por
as the
esta
chair
larga
for
semana.
their outstanding contribution to this week. We would also like to thank all those who joined us for our side event on Wednesday evening. We are delighted and feel honored to be hosting the next COP of this organization, and we are very pleased to announce that we are going to be doing making special programs available for a whole range of shark species who are going to be CITES listed. We would like to thank the government of Senegal that is going to be co-sponsoring this proposal that we have on sharks, so important for the protection of this species, and we would enjoin others to do so as well. We are committed to ensuring that we do what we can for marine life in our region. We think we can all ensure that CITES will ensure the sustainability of wildlife, be it marine or land. That is what we need to do for the future, and we would urge the Secretariat to continue to do what it can for the conservation of jaguars, and that is also going to be central to our work at COP19. Thank you, and we'll see you in Panama.
Muchas gracias, Panama.
Thank you, Panama.
I had Congo, followed by China, and then Peru. Congo, please.
Merci beaucoup,
Thank you, Madam
Madame la
Chair,
Présidente, pour la parole.
for giving me the floor.
Je prends la parole au nom du Congo.
I'm speaking on behalf of my country, Congo. We would like to thank the French government for having hosted this SC74 meeting. We would like to congratulate you, Madam Chair, on the masterful way in which you have guided the work of this committee. You have an approach to your understanding and summarizing our debates. May God be with you, Madam Chair. And may you one day be head of state in your country. Anything can happen, Madam Chair. Congratulations to you. In any case, Madam, please do look after yourself. We would also like to congratulate the Secretary General. She has been most successful in her undertakings, too. Once again, thanks to one and all. Thank you to all participants. We have had really very interesting debates. We will meet again in Panama. And meanwhile, congratulations once again to CITES that is unceasing in its contribution to biodiversity and its protection for future generations. We are working for our children and their children. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Congo. Next, I have China, followed by Peru and Senegal. China, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China, as Vice Chair of the Standing Committee and representative of the Asia region, welcomes the fact that SC74 has been so successful. This despite the pandemic-linked difficulties. We are delighted that in the course of this meeting, a number of agenda items have made considerable headway. Of course, there are some matters still to be dealt with, but we have laid very strong foundations for a successful COP19. And we would like to take this opportunity to thank all of those colleagues who have come with us from China and worked tirelessly with us, extend thanks to a number of people who've been key players. Thank you, first of all, Madam Chair, for having really done the impossible. You really have stuck to your promise. We are all finishing our work this evening. Congratulations also to all the rapporteurs, to the Secretariat, to the interpreters, and to France, our host country. Thanks particularly to the city authorities of Lyon and the Hippodrome of Lyon. We would not have been able to meet without their assistance. In conclusion, it is our hope and we are sure that we will be successful, that thanks to our work, wildlife will have a better future, and we look forward to meeting again in Panama for COP19. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Next, I have Peru, followed by Senegal. Peru, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam. We would like to, first of all, thank France for hosting us and having done so much to have things go smoothly. It's been a pleasure to meet in person once again. We have had 5 long days' work, but we are all very pleased to have met our goals. We're going to be meeting again in Panama, and we will, of course, be joined there by those colleagues who have not been able to join us here. Thank you so much for your patience, your hard work, and I wish everyone a safe journey home. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je tenais à vous féliciter.
I wish to take this opportunity to extend personal congratulations to you. I would also like to thank the Secretary General of CITES. Throughout this whole process, resources have been made available to us. We have seen a number of people coming and going to address this meeting and to allow us to reach conclusions by providing support to us in the course of our debates. I would also like to thank the participants in this meeting for working towards consensus. I think someone did say that one of CITES' responsibilities is to regulate trade with the ultimate goal of conserving biodiversity for us now and for generations to come. Now, for my part, after 12 years of life devoted to CITES, I can say confidently that we have laid excellent foundations for our future work. We have worked very well and we reach conclusions. Other organizations might say, well, maybe next year we'll come to an agreement. We don't do that. We don't work that way. We reach our goals. Senegal is thinking about this co-sponsorship with Panama for one reason only. We want the planet to be conserved. Now, what we have to bear in mind is that while we're not neighbors of Panama's, we have to deal with the continuum that we have in our marine environment. So we need to ensure that we protect those environments by working together. And I would also like to reiterate appeals made this morning for African vultures. If you see a dead animal lying on its right side, if it's not rotting, please turn it over. If you do so, you'll be doing humanity a great service as well as the species of vultures that will benefit from your kindness. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. I see a request from Belgium and North America. So Belgium, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure that I'm echoing all the previous speakers in saying that I was very happy and excited to come here. And I was really, this was only possible by the gracious hosting of France. And I think that this in-person meeting showed again that you can never have this level of respectful discussions and exchanges in a virtual setting. I must also say that I'm equally happy that the meeting is over, because this means that as of tomorrow we can have some sunshine and perhaps even visit the beautiful city of Lyon. But this also means that under your excellent chairmanship, we were able to finish this extremely ambitious agenda with very good outcomes. So I look forward to seeing you all in Panama with hopefully equally respectful discussions, but hopefully less evening sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Belgium, North America, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I am very mindful, as the Secretary General said in her interventions, that I'm between yourselves and a glass of wine or dinner, so I will be brief, but the North American region would like to extend its gratitude to France for hosting us, to the Secretariat, to everybody that is here, and to you, Chair. You make the region proud, so thank you very much, and we have had very good discussions, and we echo the many thanks and the many compliments that other colleagues have said, so I won't repeat, but thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing everybody in Panama. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the Standing Committee. Before turning to the Secretary General, I would like to invite our host, France, to see if you have any closing remarks. France, please, you have the floor. Jean-Luc.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madame la Présidente, Madame la
Madam
Secrétaire
Chair,
Générale,
Madam Secretary General, dear Yvonne.
au nom de la ministre de la
On
Transition
behalf
écologique,
of the
Madame
Minister for
Barbara
Environmental
Pompili, et de
Transition
la Secrétaire d'État
and
à la
the Secretary of
Biodiversité,
State
Bérangère
for
Abba, qui toutes les deux auraient
Biodiversity,
bien voulu
who both
être présentes
would
parmi vous,
have liked
au moins un
to
petit
have
peu cette
joined you for at
semaine, mais
least
l'une
part of
est
this
à
week,
New York et l'autre
but couldn't because one is in
malheureusement
New
a dû
York
aller à
and
l'hôpital,
the other,
donc ont pu,
unfortunately, has
être
had
là.
some
Elle le
health
regrette et
problems
elles
to
m'ont
deal with,
demandé de
have asked me to
transmettre
convey
toute
their
leur sympathie et
apologies.
les félicitations,
They wish
tout au
me
moins,
to convey
au
their
stade d'hier soir, quand elle a
warm,
vu les
good
résultats,
wishes.
qui
They were
montrent
most
que
impressed
cette
when they
réunion
saw
a
the
été
results that this meeting had obtained
Madame la Présidente,
yesterday
je
evening.
voudrais dire à
Madam
l'ensemble des
Chair,
participants ici
to
un
all
grand
participants
merci.
here present,
Un
thank
très,
you
très grand
very
merci,
much. Thank
parce
you
que
very
nous avons
much
eu l'occasion
indeed.
de vous
We
recevoir
have
et
had the
j'espère
opportunity
de vous
to
avoir
welcome you,
bien accueillis.
and I hope
Vous savez que la
that you
préparation
feel
de ce
that you
comité
were
a
well
été très dure, on ne
received.
savait pas.
I must
faisait
confess
des
that it
plans.
hasn't been easy. In preparing for this
imaginait,
meeting,
il
we
a
made
fallu au mois de
plans,
décembre
we
construire une
thought
ligne
what might be
téléphonique.
possible,
on
we
fait
had to
pas.
set up a
Jusqu'au
telephone,
7
we had to have
février,
telephone
nous
conversations about
travaillons-
yes,
nous avons
no,
travaillé
maybe.
sur un
We
objet virtuel
were dealing
sans
with a
savoir si on
virtual
s'investissait
meeting, really. We didn't know if it
Finalement,
was going
vous
to
êtes là.
translate into
Je
any
voudrais
kind of
remercier
reality.
aussi Marc
But
Strauss,
here you
qui
are.
était un peu le-
I would
le
like to
chef
thank
d'orchestre, hein,
Marcus Strauss, who was the
ça, qui a
conductor,
vraiment,
really, of this whole
résolu tous
operation,
les problèmes,
solved all the
et a même
problems
résolu
that
des
cropped
problèmes
up,
financiers.
including financial
important.
problems, and that is, of course, a good thing to solve.
Et bien sûr, remercier les ministères qui nous ont
And
aidés, le ministère
we
de
would
la
also like to
Transition
thank
écologique
the Ministry
en
for
premier, mais celui
Environmental
des Affaires
Transition
étrangères,
and the Ministry for
celui
Foreign
des
Affairs,
Finances
the
avec les
Ministry
douanes,
of
celui
Finance,
d'Intérieur avec la gendarmerie,
Interior Affairs that deals with the
le ministère
gendarmerie.
de
We've also
l'Agence
had
française
help
de
and
développement,
support from the
l'autorité
Ministry
scientifique,
for
le Muséum
International
national d'histoire
Development,
naturelle, qui chacun ont
the
apporté leur pierre.
a number
Et dans ces
of
remerciements,
different
je ne veux pas évidemment
offices and services
la
and
métropole
ministries
de
have made a
Lyon aussi.
contribution,
Ils n'ont
and Greater
malheureusement
Lyon
pas pu
as
être là
well.
ce soir, mais,
Of course, no
croyez aussi
representative
que-
of the city of
croyez-moi
Lyon
que
is here
la-
with us this evening, but
l'implication de la
you must
métropole
believe me
du
when
Grand
I
Lyon
say
a
that
été
the
quelque chose de
Greater
très
London,
important et
the
de
Greater
décisif,
Lyon authorities
d'avoir fait
have
déjà la
really
proposition
made
d'accueillir
a
cette réunion,
significant
était très bien.
contribution to this. The
Et,
very fact that they
en
agreed
plus,
to host the
je
meeting
voudrais
was of
remercier
great
le personnel,
importance to us.
de
I would
l'hippodrome,
also also like to thank the staff of the Hippodrome. They have done everything possible. They have been efficient in supporting this meeting. And from what I have heard from different participants, it all went well. Hard to believe, but it did. But Madam Chair, you really are responsible for our really showing that we could do the impossible. You asked for a night meeting. We thought, oh no, but here we are. 10 minutes from now, we're going to start filing out of the center. And hats off to you. We really didn't think it was going to happen. I'm not sure that the Secretariat really thought, and maybe there were some bets made about exactly when, on what day and at what time you were going to conclude your meeting. I'm not quite sure who's won the bet. Maybe the Secretary General will tell us. But you really have carried it off. But and furthermore, this has been done not by going too fast, but by allowing for thorough discussion on every item. It is my hope, Madam Chair, that you will have a good memories of Lyon. The Conservation of Nature has made some progress this week, and now we're all heading for Panama, where I hope that the Conservation of Nature will make a greater step forward still, and we're all going to hop across the pond to join you in Panama. I do hope that you will, before going home, have a little bit of time to enjoy Lyon, its restaurants, its architecture, and indeed its wildlife, which can be visited not very far from here. So, au revoir to all of you, but most especially, thank you so much, and thank you so much for having worked so effectively.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Representative from France. I will turn now to the Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear friends, they always say of tough processes that if you knew what you were getting into, you might not have turned up in the first place. But I am very glad it's been a tough week that you have all, in spite of the tough week, you have all turned up. To meet again with old friends or to make new ones. You have been able to meet to be able to find agreement and make the recommendations that allow your important work to go forward. I spoke to you on Monday of my concerns for this Standing Committee meeting agenda. 89 items, 117 accompanying documents, more than 5,000 pages. And in the future, I would advise greater focus and better prioritization. An agenda like this risks items not being considered or not being given the time that they deserve. And as we turn our attention to Panama, as we must, remember that if the workload was heavy here, then it will be heavy there too. But you should be proud that under extremely testing conditions, you have produced recommendations that will allow the COP to consider new or revised resolutions on compliance and enforcement, demand reduction, rhinos, permits and certificates, transport of live specimens, capacity building, identification materials, as well as a large number of decisions that will lay out the priorities for the convention going forward. And now we do look to Panama. It is only 8 months away, and we know from the Standing Committee that it will be challenging. I ask you to offer your support to the Secretariat and to the parties as they undertake the heavy workload necessary to make us ready for COP19. As we end Standing Committee 74 and look forward to COP19, I have one more number for you, and this is a big one, 50. On the 3rd of March, 1973, CITES was born. I want at this point to tell you what it is that has made CITES so successful. It is you, the parties and your predecessors in your roles that are the strengths behind this convention. There is always more and better work to be done, but over these 50 years, you have done so much. You have weathered crises and problems, made sacrifices and compromises, but it has left you respected and fit for purpose to regulate the wildlife trade. Now, before we go, I must deliver some profound thanks To our observer organizations, we thank you for the expert level of your contributions and the constructive way in which you have delivered them. To the venue and our hosts, we thank the French government and the Metropole of Lyon, who believed that this meeting could happen, even we ourselves weren't so sure. When we first heard the suggestion of the Hippodrome des Soirs, we wondered whether it was the right location for the 74th meeting of our August Standing Committee. But what was delivered was an excellent and flexible venue that exactly met our needs. And thanks must go to the technicians who set us up and kept us going, reacting to requests throughout the meeting. The next thank you goes to the heroes who have whispered in our ears throughout this week, working long hours. We wanted to show you the faces of those whose voices we already are so familiar with. It's happening, just a second. It's happening in just a second, I think. There we go.
The interpreters would just like to thank you. Thank you on behalf of the interpreters.
We are coming towards the end of our list of thank yous, but it would not be complete without thanking my colleagues. They are few, but they are lions. I don't need to go into the amount of work that they do behind the scenes. I would just ask you to appreciate that for the number of staff we have, I believe the quantity and quality of their outputs is extraordinary. Finally, Carolina. Carolina is an extraordinary standing committee chair. Her diligence, her knowledge, and personality are what carry us through these meetings. I ask you to join me in thanking her for, yet again, being the glue that has held us together and the kick in the pants that has taken us forward. Thank you so much to all. Have a safe trip home and adelante hacia Panama. Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. Thank you to everyone. You do know how to make one blush. So I will give some brief remarks. I'm not usually very good at this, so I'll do my best. So I want to thank members of to members of the Standing Committee, party observers, international and national non-governmental organization observers, Secretary General, Secretariat staff, colleagues, friends. we've made it. Welcome to the end of the race. To remark on your point, Jean-Luc, if I had been a betting woman, I would not have bet against us having a free evening, but I'm very happy to lose that bet. I want to thank you all for your diligent work. I want to thank you all for your patience. And I really want to thank you for the good grace that you showed, particularly when I shortened your time for speaking or shortened the time for discussion. I really enjoy the discussions and debates that occur here in the Standing Committee. It pains me at times to cut things short, but the heavy agenda that we have does not allow me much flexibility. And so, like the Secretary General, I would invite us as parties to reflect on this and reflect on how we want to direct the work of the committee in the future. I would like to give my thanks with all of you. I would like to give my thanks to our hosts, France and the Métropole of Lyon, for making it possible for us to have a face-to-face meeting with those probably not enjoyed, but definitely necessary evening sessions. I want to thank the Secretariat. The Secretariat is my glue. You ensure that I have my documents. You ensure that you answer all my questions, especially when they are coming rather quickly. So thank you. I want to thank the rapporteurs and the interpreters. I want to thank you for making sure we can understand each other. I want to thank the Standing Committee members and alternate members who have made the journey here to join us and to provide their expert advice. I want to thank the observer parties who have additionally made this long journey to enrich these discussions. And that same thanks goes to the observer organizations for attending and helping us with all of your passion and expertise. I want to give thanks to those who've been following online. Some of you have probably been following at really awful times of the day or night, and so I appreciate the commitment that you have shown to follow the work of this committee. I want to give a thanks to Canada and to my colleagues in Canada for both taking on some of the tasks of the regional member. I was a little busy, and to Canada for supporting me. I do have a small thanks to give to chocolate and caffeine as well. This is my last meeting of the Standing Committee as chair will be SC 75, just before COP19. But just in case I don't have time, I really want to give my deep thanks to all of you for joining me and supporting me these past 6 years in my role as chair of this committee, through a number of unexpected challenges, not the least of which was the impacts of the pandemic. I hope we have turned a corner on that front. So I don't want to be the one to be between you and the enjoyment of the gastronomic capital of France. I look forward to seeing you again in Panama. And with that, I close this 74th meeting of the Standing Committee. Good, we're done.
We're done. We can have as many bowel breaks as we want.
Yes.
So incredible.
We did it! We did it! Amazingly. And it's not midnight.
And it's not midnight.